Boom. Hey folks, how's everyone doing? We are on verdict. Apparently verdict now.
We're back on the record in 231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state and the defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present as well. The court is informed that the jury has reached a verdict. I do not know what it is. We'll invite the jury in a moment.
It's guilty if it's this fast.
When I do, I'll ask the foreperson a simple yes or no question. Have you reached a unanimous verdict? I expect that person will say yes. I'll ask them to hand the verdict to the bailiff, hand it to me. I will read the verdict. This brings me to important instruction number 1. There can be no outward reactions whatsoever to the verdict.
There's going to be
These folks are here against their will. They, all the lawyers, Ms. Richins, every attendee, my court staff, the bailiffs, everybody deserves your respect. There simply cannot be any outward reactions. You have to keep your hands folded in your lap. If you feel overcome with emotion, just look down. We cannot have any outward reaction. Second,
so we're going to cover the verdict, and then we're going to cover the
You need to stay seated and follow the deputy's instructions about how we will leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. If anybody in here can't follow these instructions, this is your chance to leave.
Kouri Richins is going to leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion like this.
It is my practice to ask all the lawyers and the defendant to stand in respect for the jury as I read the verdict. I just don't want you to be surprised. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
We are.
All right.
All right. So now it's back to 1 speed because we're caught up. Awesome. Nope. Play. Gah. Why is it technical difficultying at me right now? Okay, here we go. We didn't miss anything. It's like, why are you technical difficulties right now? I mean, it's really nice of the jury to wait until precisely when my stream was set to start in order to come back with a verdict. So I will be shocked if it's anything other than guilty with that fast of a turnaround. But, I mean, there's still a possibility.
Please have a seat.
I'm seeing no sound. Are you guys not hearing sound?
Ladies and gentlemen, would the foreperson you've selected please stand?
You should be hearing sound.
May I ask you a yes or no question? Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, we have.
Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy, and you can have a seat. Thank you.
More sound. I'm a little behind. I'm caught up with the stream I'm watching, which is on Top Mark Media. So no spoilers until we see the verdict. I mean, I've given some spoilers, but...
All right. Counsel, Ms. Richins, please stand.
Survey says...
Count 1, aggravated murder.
Guilty.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity.
I mean, at this point, every other
aggravated murder
thing is not so much significant.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of forgery. It's signed by the foreperson. Please have a seat.
I think that's actually the best she's done at keeping her face stable all proceedings. So good on her.
Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, do you wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, please.
All right. Folks, I'll ask you the same yes or no question, one at a time, starting on my left, working this way. Front row first. If you could show me your lanyard number as I ask you. Juror number 5, is this the verdict you voted in favor of?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this a verdict you voted in favor of? Juror number 3.
Yes.
I can't see your name, I'm so sorry. The foreperson, I just need to ask you again, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Juror number 2.
Yes, it is.
Juror number 1.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir. Juror number 8.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
All right. Counsel, is there anything further on this case before the jury is discharged? Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is now finished. Thank you for your service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You serve justice by your fair and impartial decision. All of my previous admonitions are now lifted. You may speak about this case with anyone or with no one at all. It is entirely up to you. You might be contacted in the future by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk with them or with anyone else, but you may if you would like.
And if you
The
choose
choice
to
is
talk with
yours
Marvel.
entirely. I'm now turning to the attorneys and instructing them to honor your wishes as officers of the court if you indicate that you do not want to talk about this case. If you do talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences they may have shared with you during deliberation are not yours to share with others. Thank you, all of you, for your service. Please rise for the jury.
All right. So luxury prisons for the terminally stupid.
All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lewis, we need to get a pre-sentence investigation report, and we need to set sentencing.
The
I
pre-sentence
imagine,
investigation
Mr.
report is
Bloodworth,
going to
that the state
fill
would
up with
request
fire.
that that be special set.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, does defendant waive the 45-day limit for sentencing?
Yes, we will.
All right. Let me call up my calendar.
Missy, we'll even out soon. I'm trying to mess with it, but hopefully that's a little better.
Should we be looking in May, Ms. Lewis?
That's fine.
Do you have a sense of it, Mr. Bloodworth? April is not possible. In May, do you have a sense of when would be appropriate?
Your Honor, can I step back and talk to the victim's family.
Sure. And Ms. Lewis, if you need a moment to confer with anyone.
So he's looking to speak to the victim's family about scheduling. What day works for you? This guy might be getting his hair done. I'm not sure. He's got epic hair. I like this guy's hair.
Your Honor, any day in May works.
I think that what the victim's family said was any day you want, right?
Without having to move something, which I am, of course, willing to do, I could do it during the week of May 25 or the morning of May 13. But if those times don't work, or if the week of May 25 is too far out, I'll move something to accommodate council schedules. Ms. Lewis, why don't I begin with you?
Either of those days would work for the defense.
I mean, the camera's focused on her, and she's having a real one, and that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Because that's kind of what
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Okay.
That's kind of what the process
We'll
is
set
about.
sentencing for 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 13. We're hereby referring Ms. Richins for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report. Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Richins, I'll see you again, May 13, 9:30 a.m. I need everyone to stay seated, follow the instructions of the Summit County deputies. The court is in recess. Travel safely.
Damn, that's cold. Okay, so yeah. So that is stone cold. I actually think that I would have acquitted on the attempt murder personally. I didn't think there was enough evidence on the attempt murder. But the court felt otherwise. I just have to refresh this screen because I don't have chat. And I want to set a goal. Goal for so that's kind of a whole vibe, right? That is kind of a huge thing. I didn't think we'd get a verdict back in 3 hours. 3 hours is exceptional fast, right? 3 hours is basically as fast as a verdict can come back, absent something like the murder that's accused is one that happened in the courtroom in front of the jury. But when it's that fast, that sudden, I feel like the way to know where that's going to be is kind of you do a gut check, right? And if your gut check is she guilty, then that's where the jury's going to be, right? But I mean, this was basically just enough time for them to sit down, kind of introduce themselves, go, man, that's a crazy trial, right? Because the jury has been unable to talk about any of this shit for a long time. And so finally the jury gets to be like, all right, now we get to talk. Now we get to discuss this stuff. What's for dinner? How, who's got kids? Who's got, what do you do for work? Anything? And so, what stuff is breaking? I heard a thing fall. Okay. There we go. So the jury is going to be sitting there, they're going to take some time just getting settled, getting sorted, all of that, right? And so as soon as that was done, they're like, so how are we feeling? And I'm guessing it was just like, so on count one, I think guilty. And everyone around the room goes, mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, cool. How about count two? Anybody have any questions? Nope, we all guilty. So, that was super fast. Like, that was about as fast as it is possible to be. And yeah, it's just that's kind of how that goes. Can't they discuss their jobs, families, etc. during breaks? They can, but juries tend to be cautious. They tend to be a little yeah. I mean, that was fast. But that doesn't change what we're planning on doing here today. Did I see the defense statement earlier today? No, I didn't. I don't know where I can find that. What was the defense statement earlier today? So that was really fast. And I'm not super surprised. I will say, did we watch the verdict on the stream? We did. Yep. I will say that I think this verdict could have been a little different. It was put out on social media. If somebody wants to shoot me a link, that would be good stuff. Because here, I mean, yeah, this one I just I feel like it would have been different if, and this is a big if the if Kouri Richins had been capable of keeping her fool ass mouth shut. Because yeah. Okay, so I've got the statement here apparently. Statement from Wendy Lewis, Kathy Nestor, and Alex Ramos, attorneys for Kouri Richins. After 3 weeks of testimony and closing arguments, this case is finally where it belongs, in the hands of the jury. It's now out of the hands of the jury. We are grateful to the jurors for the seriousness and care they have shown throughout this trial. They have listened closely to every witness and every piece of evidence, and we respect the responsibility they now carry. For nearly 3 years, the public has heard accusations about Kouri. Those accusations created a narrative that spread far beyond this courtroom. But in court, accusations are not enough. The law requires proof. After 3 weeks of testimony, the prosecution has failed to prove its case. Spoiler alert, they have proven their case. The standard in this country is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden has not been met. Kouri has maintained her innocence from the very beginning. Over the past several weeks, the jury has had the opportunity to hear the full evidence, not the headlines, not the speculation, but the facts. We believe in the jury system and we trust the process. Kouri should finally be able to go home to her 3 young boys and begin rebuilding her life. Well, she's gonna be rebuilding a life. It's just going to be a different life, because now her life is going to revolve around chow time and wake up time and so forth. And defense is delusional. I don't think they're delusional. I think they're just putting out a statement. Like, the thing is about defense is that you always are in the corner of your client, right? And so I have gone to closings where I'm like, I am proud to stand next to my client here. And I was pretty sure my client was going to get convicted. And in fact, my client was convicted in the next 8 seconds. Because a lot of trials here are bench trials as opposed to jury trials. But, you don't say, hey, judge, I know you're going to convict my client, so let's get on with it. I got a tea time. Not that I actually golf, right? You say, Your Honor, this, the Crown has failed to prove the case against my client. I am confident that this court will see the following. You don't make a public statement like, they couldn't make a public statement like, we're pretty sure we're going to have a verdict back before Wednesday, and the best we can hope for is an acquittal on at least one of the counts. So, of course, they're going to put out a statement that basically says, hey, we think she is innocent. Now, I will say, I think the standout winner on the of this trial in terms of who comes off the best is Ramos. Ramos was the lawyer who both pissed me off and then impressed me when I saw him. Now, Ramos wasn't given a lot to work with. Ramos was first trotted out with that one officer where he fucked up so hard. He was such a dingus. And then later, Ramos improved dramatically and was way better. And then they put him in a closet and we never saw Ramos again. So Ramos, I thought, was great. I want to see more of Ramos. I also really liked Scott, and I really liked Scott because he didn't talk, which I thought was fantastic because most of the other lawyers, when they talked, kind of pissed me off, to be perfectly honest. Most of the other lawyers, when they said things, kind of ticked me off. Somebody else in the chat had another winner. Carmen. Carmen is a winner. Absolutely. Well, then I invite Ramos for an interview. You know what? I would actually love to have Ramos on. I also kind of want to ask Ramos for his permission for something. Because one of the things I want to do, I think I've mentioned this before. I've mentioned that for Next Extra Life, I'm planning on offering as a, as an incentive for donations, a cookbook. And so I'm going to offer a cookbook for, if you've donated more than X many dollars, it'll be, you get the cookbook. And
that is,
so I want to get Ramos's permission if he will respond, if he'll give me, if he'll give me the okay. I'm not going to do it without his okay. But I want to get Ramos's permission to name the ramen after him because I'm going to put in a ramen recipe, like how to make ramen. And I would really love to call it Ramos Ramen if he'll let me. And it is actually kind of an honor because ramen is both the most effortful and I think the most delicious of the things I make. So, ASG, we will talk when I get closer to the process. But yeah. What do you think of the elephant diarrhea? I actually thought that was objectionable. We'll get there. We will get there. What kind of base do you use for your broth? Pork bones boiled for forever, right? Boiled for forever. All right. So, if you missed it, the verdict was guilty, 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 and guilty. And, it was that fast because it was super fast, right? ASG, remind me later because I'm too early in the stage for proofreading or formatting or any of that stuff. Right now, I'm just trying to get to recipes, right? I'm just trying to do all of that. So, too early for me to think about proofing or any of that. Any jury interviews? I haven't seen them yet. I suspect we'll get some jury interviews. Right now I am looking around to see if we'll see any. But I am not seeing any yet, but they might be on for yet. So we'll have to see, right? I am very much, I'm keeping an eye on it. And if somebody sees one, feel free to send it to me. So yeah, apparently there's a lawyer on the jury. RK, want recipes from us plebes? You're welcome to send recipes. I cannot guarantee they'll get in. Everything that will be in the recipe book, I will have cooked. So, and I will at the very least do some translation for how to do it. So, yeah. Okay, how are we on the goal? We are at 9 out of 10 on the goal for the cider. All right. Yeah, Ramos was great. Oh, now we're at 10 out of 10. Ooh, I love that. Ramos's ramen and Bloodworth's Bloody Mary. Except I don't like Bloody Marys. I like Caesar. So, yeah. All right. I am going to cover some super chats, and then we're going to jump right back to the beginning, and we're going to watch the closings because we've seen the verdict. We already have the spoilers. But I want to talk about how they get there, right? And the other thing is I'm going to be on Megyn Kelly tomorrow to talk about the Kouri Richins trial. So, yeah, that will be the that'll be going on tomorrow. So, Mary Smith, sorry the jury ruined your planned stream. They didn't ruin it. They just enhanced it. They had excellent timing. Meme Empress says, jury decided to do a funny for Runkle. You're not wrong. And Lucy, I'm not sure how to pronounce that last bit. Mildred Katie took break to make dinner, and this happens. I know, right? Because I was sitting there, I was getting ready for the stream, I'm scrambling, and then suddenly it's like, and verdict is coming. So, yeah, Tori says, is it pre-recorded for Megyn Kelly or live? I don't know. So I don't know, but they have invited me on, so that'll be interesting. So yeah. Took break to make it. Yeah. Joy W says, no place I'd rather watch this verdict. I am glad to have you here. Brentwood Chic stopping in to say hi. Hello. And thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. K Paris 77, thank you for being a member. Hog Banana, know that this goal is not for a Moscow mule. Is honestly just wasting everyone's time. I drank all the mules. Mrs. Runkle helped. Joy W says, I would have at least wanted to read all the text. That was so quick. I feel like the jury went in there and they already knew what they were looking at, right? So Rosie says, what a night. Absolutely. How would you rate the skill of this prosecution team compared to other cases you've covered? Is there a team you would least like to go against? This was not a bad team. The team I would least like to go against is Hank Brennan. And that was just because Hank Brennan was like snippy and shitty and snipey. So, yeah, and the thing is I don't think Brennan is a bad lawyer. I don't. I just didn't like how he behaved in that trial. So Rosie says, what a night. You're not wrong. ASG, do you think she probably did it, but I didn't get to beyond a reasonable doubt for testimony for murder or for the sandwich incident is a reasonable position for the evidence presented. I am not going to fault anyone if you don't think they got it. Like, if you don't think they had the evidence, then I'm not faulting you on that either. I would not have convicted on the sandwich, to be honest. If I was in that room and they're like, we're guilty on everything, I'm like, I am not guilty on the sandwich. I do not think they have it on the sandwich. I'll give you everything else. So, Halsey, I know Megyn is a bit controversial. We'll put it that way. But at the end of the day, I kind of go where I'm invited usually. So, yeah. All right. Jules says, wow, for once her face is actually speechless. It was really interesting how little emotion she showed on her face, because towards the end, her face was very much facing a lot. Like she was making big expressions, right? Big feelings. And then when the, then when it came out, she was just like a mild, sad face. So it's like, all right. I want to watch the Lucy Medina trial because I don't think Brennan is a bad lawyer. I think he had bad facts, and I think he chased bad facts too hard. That's what I think of Brennan. And I think that at times he was being too much of a defense lawyer when he was sitting in the prosecution shoes, right? That's yeah. She looked like she was genuinely freaking out. I'm sure she was. Like, for the people who've never been there, and I hope that's all of you. I hope all of you are never in this spot. But if you are in that spot where you're sitting there waiting for a verdict to come, that is really, really difficult. It's a hard place to be. It's a very difficult, arduous, grueling thing. I have had clients who are like grown men, really badass grown men, who were like, shivering, waiting for the verdict. I have had, badass types break into tears as they were, as a verdict was read. And sometimes the moment when they break into tears is when they get an acquittal. I had a guy who was this big, tough dude, and it was a difficult file. It was an SA file, right? So the guy's accused of some serious stuff. And, before anybody in the chat is like, you defended an SA case, I am certain the guy was innocent because, that was the thing. But you never actually know, right? You never actually know for certain what the judge is going to do. It was a judge alone trial, not a judge and jury. And the verdict came back, and it was a not guilty. It was a very strong not guilty. The judge is like, not only do I have reasonable doubt, I am convinced that this accused did not commit the offense. Like, the judge came out very strongly on that one. And but he was having a hard time keeping it together. He was sitting there and he was like, he had tears coming down his eyes. And I just sort of quietly was like, here's a tissue. And he sort of wipes and, and the judge is like, thank you, and leaves. And the guy just, like, as soon as the judge was out of the room, he just started bawling because he was terrified, right? That emotional kick, you just can't. Now, the other thing is that when you've got a guilty person, that sometimes is the first moment when they're like, that they done screwed up actually hits them. And I think that Kouri Richins walked all the way into that room thinking she was going to skate. I think she thought she was that she was going to walk. And I think that verdict was a surprise to her. I bet her counsel told her, be prepared. You're going to be convicted because, the jury coming back this fast, you're going to be convicted. Right. And I bet she heard that and it just sailed from one ear out the other without making any impression whatsoever. Like, it just sailed through without colliding with a single brain cell in that skull of hers. And I don't think it hit her that she was going to spend the rest of her life in jail until she heard the guilties. And at the end of the day, I hope that, I hope that, she's going to, at the end of the day, I hope she's going to, that there's going to be some peace for the families. I mean, none of this brings Eric back, right? It just doesn't. And that's the truth. Like, the families are going to go home and they're going to sit around, they're going to talk. And there's a very difficult moment for victims and victims' families where they sit around and they realize that to a certain extent there's relief, but to a certain extent nothing has changed, right? That the big explosive moment they're hoping for of relief doesn't come, and shit just keeps going. I feel bad for her children because, I mean, I don't imagine her children are going to see her until they're like, 18 or something. But I suspect when they're adults, they will, I suspect that when they're adults, they will want to at least go to the prison and be like, Why? And that's a conversation I hope she's ready for when it comes. Because that is that's a terrifying conversation. So we'll see. Civil trial against the trust still goes on or no? I mean, this is going to have a big impact against your civil trial. So, yeah. Have you ever had a client try and do a runner after a verdict was read out? No. I haven't. Meme Empress, we appreciate character development from Ramos, 100%. Mary Matilda May for Ramos Ramen. I like it. I got to ask for his permission because yeah. Ramos's Ramen and Bloodworth's Bloody Mary, maybe. Joy W. Can, suggestion, recipe book with recipes from a bunch of law tuber lawyers and lawyers we've watched. I don't know if I could get other law tubers on board with that. Like, I don't know if I could get buy-in. Like, I could email, whoever, and they'd be like, I don't know. And I mean, I suspect like Nick Rekieta would probably be down, and he'd probably have the sense of humor to like submit like powdered donuts or something. But I don't know who all would be in. Rob might get me a recipe. I will try to figure out all of that. So Harbinger of Imminent Death, how do you rate the skill of this prosecution team compared to other cases you've covered? Is there a team you would least like to go against? Right. I think I answered that one. Truth Nerds, some people suggest that there's such a thing as overly spicy. What are they talking about? Good chili burns twice. I like spicy foods. Kathy, thank you for the super sticker. Suzanne, in my opinion, the judge liked Ramos, which is why he offered the courtesy of taking a few minutes to collect his thoughts before ruling on a directed verdict. I think so. What is it? What is it? EDB? I don't know if EDB would submit a recipe. I saw somebody say, I bet Lawyer would. I don't know if I doubt Legal Eagle would give me the time of day. So yeah, I don't know. Patty says, speaking of Rob is going through some family shit. So that's where Rob is. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the day and see the beginning of the day here. Ooh.
Kouri Richins feels aggrieved and is thus an intensely ambitious person.
All right, let's start there. That's the beginning of the close for the prosecution. I actually really like this. Really like this beginning. Here we go again.
There you are. Please proceed.
Thank you. Kouri Richins feels aggrieved and is thus an intensely ambitious person.
I like that intro. I like that a lot. A lot of lawyers that I've seen on the close introduce themselves again. And so they introduce themselves with like, hi, as you already know, my name is, Bob Bloodsworth. I don't know what his first name is. And I am the prosecutor for the state. In this, I have the honor of being, and it's like the jury already knows who you are. The jury doesn't care. Brad, okay. I just went with Bob because it's my standby, right? The jury already knows. The jury doesn't care. You can introduce yourself during your open. Don't introduce yourself during your close because they already know who you are. They don't care. They want to hear what you have to say. Start off punchy. And he does. And I am going to move myself out of his way because we're going to go here. That's a good piece of real estate here. The other thing I like about this, I don't see him with any notes. Prosecution gets to go first in in the closing. They also get to go last. I don't think there's an excuse for the prosecutor having notes in their closing. And the reason why I say that is that the prosecutor gets to, they get to practice, they get to rehearse, they should be ready to go. You should be able to deliver this. I mean, have some notes for in the event of emergencies, but you should be ready to go. So I like that he has no notes. I think it's important. So, yeah. We're going to take it to 1.25.
She feels aggrieved because growing up, her father was an alcoholic who traded parenting for prison, and her mother a gambler who traded parenting for a casino. Kouri Richins.
I didn't like that. I did not like that at all. I would have left her parents out of it. I would have left her parents out of it. Oatmeal, you did miss the verdict. It's at the beginning. The verdict is guilty on all 5. So we are now watching the closings. I don't like the commentary on the parents. I didn't like that at all. I would have cut that.
Thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City.
I would have, the way I would have put that was Kouri Richins grew up working for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City. This gave her an intense sense of envy and ambition. She wanted to have what they had, and she would do anything to get it. You're not throwing shit at the dad. You're not throwing shit at the mom. You're just saying Kouri Richins would have done anything to get wealthy.
She was not beneath those homeowners, but
I still wouldn't have quoted it. I still would not have, I wouldn't have.
Felt that she was. This fueled in her an intense desire to appear privileged, affluent, and successful. She met Eric Richins. He was a successful business owner. He had money. They had a son, married, and had 2 more sons. Kouri Richins was on her way.
And the thing is I hope these words kind of haunt her forever, because Kouri Richins did have the life. She had everything. The problem, the thing that seems to have gnawed at Kouri Richins was that none of the stuff she had was hers. She didn't have any money that was her own. So if she left, she walked away with nothing. But also, she didn't have any achievements that were hers. There was nothing where she could have... there's nothing where she could have said, this is how I am awesome. Right? Nothing Kouri Richins built. And Kouri Richins desperately wanted to be that person, is the impression I get, right? She wanted to be, and so that's why she goes and starts stealing the money and starts creating all this, thing, and it just explodes. It's a real, this is a real Greek tragedy here. So.
But she was unhappy. She wanted to leave Eric Richins, but did not want to leave his money. Their prenuptial agreement meant that if she left him, she would also leave most of his money. So, Kouri Richins took $250,000 in equity out of Eric Richins' home without him knowing it, so that she could start her own business and earn enough money to leave Eric Richins. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious.
Thing is, I don't even know, I think she wanted to leave him because she thought she could, I think she wanted to leave him because she thought she could figure out a way to take his money. Now, I don't know why she was unhappy. I mean, if I got a chance to interview Kouri Richins, and I mean, I don't think that's, I don't think that's ever a thing, right? I don't see how that could happen. But if I could sit down with Kouri Richins and be like, hey, I'd ask, why were you so unhappy? What was going on in that, what was going on in that relationship that had you so so upset? Like, why? Why'd you do that? So we'll see, right? I don't know which prison she's going to. Do you think you'd get the truth? I don't know. I don't know if she'd answer honestly. And I think I would, I think I'd have to ask her a bunch of tough questions. But I mean, I'm never going to get that opportunity, right? It's never going to be that kind of thing. And somebody says, would you believe her answer? I doubt it. But at the same time, I would like to hear what she said, right? I would like to hear what how do I put this? To a certain extent, there is a kind of truth that comes out in lies. And what I mean by that is that the choice of lies people choose to tell sometimes tells you a lot about them. And so sometimes I want to ask a question of of somebody, not because I think they're going to be honest, but because I think that I will learn something from how they choose to frame their bullshit. If that makes any sense. And we hit the goal, so I am opening up the Summersby apple cider. So yeah, I just there's things I'd like to ask her, right? And just look her in the eyes and be like, really? Those kinds of things. I mean, I would like to ask her, amongst other things, just, was it worth it? What did you think about when the verdict landed? These kinds of things. So I don't know. Those are kind of my feelings on all of that. So yeah.
First with Eric's money and then other people's money, Kouri Richins carefully curated the facade of a privileged, affluent, successful business owner. Behind the facade, however, Kouri Richins was incompetent. She took tremendous risks. She borrowed money by any means
I'm
necessary
not rich.
at exorbitant rates. She gambled other people's money and lost. Her business was imploding. All the while, Kouri Richins was more interested in spending time with Josh Grossman than Eric. She dreamed of living in the Midway Mansion with Josh, running it as an event center, farming and raising kids, Eric's kids.
I could have gotten her acquitted if I could have excluded the text messages and the walk the dog letter and so forth. But with those things in, I don't think, I think they could have literally called Jesus to the stand to testify and been like, I am all knowing. I am all powerful. I can tell you Kouri Richins did not do this. The jury would be like, doubt. The jury would have taken 5 hours instead of 3 hours. Yeah.
But she did not have the money to leave Eric or the money to salvage her business. Kouri Richins is an intensely ambitious person. She is a risk taker. There was a way forward. Eric had to die.
Now, I found him kind of weird. Bloodworth, he delivers this in a very kind of how do I put this? Like, Eric had to die, and he delivers it in a way that is very quiet, right? There were times where I found myself having a hard time focusing on his clothes because he was like anti-dramatic. And there were times where I'm like, you're talking about a murder, dude. You can put some passion into this. Now, he's got a quote here from literature. A gun may be fired in a flash of anger, a rock carelessly hurled, a shovel swung in sudden fury, but a homicidal poisoning requires a calculating intelligence. That is a great quote. Leah, we've covered the verdict. So that's at the beginning of the stream if you want to see it.
As Judge Mrazek just instructed, there are 5 counts.
I actually really like this slide. And the reason why I like this slide is because it has all 5 counts laid out with the elements of it, right? This is basically a checklist for how to convict, right? And this is great. I like this. So yeah. A+ on this.
And each count has a series of elements. The state has to prove each count and each element of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our burden. In this closing, we will go count by count and then within each count, element by element, to show to you how the state has met its burden of proving aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of fraud, and forgery.
I also like this. Well, how do I put this? I hate this as a defense lawyer, but I think it's very effective. So the defense lawyer is always trying to sort of puff up reasonable doubt and push reasonable doubt as close to absolute certainty as the defense can, right? Defense wants to get the jury thinking that, beyond a reasonable doubt is like mathematically certain, there are no other possibilities, etc. Whereas the prosecution always wants to hit on the reasonable and reasonable doubt and be like, look, it's not reasonable. To give an example of what we're talking about here today, I was earlier arguing on Reddit. I know people are like, Runkle, you argue? When would you ever do that? And what I was arguing about was the case of Chelsea Arkarakas. I'm actually going to reach out to Miss Arkarakas and see if she wants to do an interview. I suspect the answer will be no, but I'm going to ask. So Chelsea Arkarakas was a woman who was charged with second-degree murder. And what happened was that she was getting the absolute shit kicked out of her by her boyfriend. And when I say she was getting the shit kicked out of her, I want to tell you just how bad it was. She had 2 black eyes. She had a broken nose. Piercings in her face were ripped out. She was bleeding so badly that when she went to the neighbor's house to get them to call the police, the neighbors thought it was a Halloween costume because they didn't think it was possible for somebody to have that much blood on them. She was absolutely beat to burger. But in the course of her getting beaten up, she managed to reach out and grab a knife that was in the room. And she stabbed her attacker once. And that one stab wound killed him. Good for her. The world is a better place, honestly. But the person I was arguing with was saying that, well, the police were right to charge her because she got charged and she spent nearly a month in jail before she got bailed out. And they said that the police were right to charge her because, and this is a sort of paraphrase, they said, well, it's not unknown for people to injure themselves in order to, in order to create a fake things up. And I'm like, that would not be a reasonable doubt, Kate. Like, that would not be reasonable doubt if your argument is she did that shit to herself. That would absolutely not be reasonable doubt, right? That would be an unreasonable doubt. So I'm showing you that person's position as an example of an unreasonable doubt, right? Because obviously not, right? Nobody's going to injure themselves to the point of like hospitalization to, to fake things up. Now, so the prosecution here is highlighting there are very few things in the world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. They're focusing on that to try. And I mean, as a defense lawyer, I hate it. I recognize it's effective, but I hate it. So I may be slow, but why are the closing arguments delivered after the verdict? The closing arguments were delivered before the verdict, but we covered the closing arguments because they happened, or the verdict first, because they happened just as I went live. So we are covering things back in reverse order in time, if that makes sense. So this is a recap. All of this already happened today. So
that, again, is the reasonable doubt instruction that Judge Mrazek just read, and you will have back with you in the jury room. Judge Mrazek also read this instruction on what evidence is, and it's usually testimony and exhibits. To reiterate, what the attorneys say is not evidence. And as I asked you in opening, please focus on the evidence.
And the reason why he's emphasizing what the attorneys say is not evidence is that defense did a lot of suggesting things that never came out in evidence.
Throughout this presentation, I generally use this format for slides. And so everybody understands where we are, the count, and then the element within the count is at the top in the red banner. We then quote some witness testimony and we cite it because it's the evidence that matters. So that you...
And at this point, I'm bored. Like, we don't need this. This I didn't like. This cut. Goodbye.
You'll have the exhibits back with you when you deliberate. And you can reference them. Usually it's a transcript, page, line, number of the testimony. We also publish exhibits. And usually we'll have an exhibit number down here. If there's an exhibit, whatever, 2-5, so you can reference it. Let's begin with the aggravated murder count.
Please.
The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was the person who committed the aggravated murder.
That's an element, identity.
The evidence will prove that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins.
The guilty act.
Here, by means of administering to him the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber. She intended to kill him with the illicit street drugs. It doesn't matter what illicit street drugs. We'll get into it more. It doesn't matter if it was the propofol, if it was the fentanyl that actually killed him, if it was oxy or some other illicit street drugs. She bought illicit street drugs to kill Eric Richins.
And this is kind of important, right? Because if Kouri Richins just bought some random grab bag drugs and put random grab bag drugs into his Moscow Mule, hoping that he was going to die, and he drinks the random grab bag drugs and dies, well, that's still aggravated murder because she was trying to kill him with unknown drugs. And, so it doesn't have to be specifically that it was, yeah.
That's what matters.
I like this, right? He's going through
these two elements are just
all
murder.
of the
right?
elements.
If we hide this, that's a murder charge. Here we have an aggravated murder charge, and the state will prove two separate and distinct aggravators. The first is for pecuniary gain. This is a why aggravator. Why did Kouri Richins kill Eric?
I like the description of it's a why aggravator. It's a motive aggravator, right? Certain motives increase your sentence. And I think that if you find that Kouri Richins killed Eric Richins, which, the jury did, that you're in a very difficult spot if you want to argue that, that it wasn't for pecuniary gain, right? It's obviously for money is the reason, right? So, yeah.
For money. The second aggravator is a how aggravator. How did she do it? Here, by the administration of any substance, here it happens to be fentanyl, but it could be any substance administered in a lethal amount.
And the reason why poisoning is often considered aggravating is exactly this, right? Plus, societies have considered poisoning to be especially terrifying for a, for a long time, right? We consider poisonings to be kind of especially cowardly. It just is what it is. I do think that there is a bit of a gendered aspect to it in the sense that more women engage in poisoning than men. And that's partially because of physical limitations, right? Like if Kouri Richins had come after Eric Richins with like a knife, Eric Richins would have had to be turned the other way and asleep. And I still only would give her like a 50-50 shot, right? So that's part of why poisonings have been, typically more punished.
Either one of those aggravators are what transforms this case from a murder case to an aggravated murder case. So, first element, was it Kouri Richins? Yes. The state has proved that Kouri Richins had the means, here the fentanyl, the illicit street drugs, the motive, here money, and a fresh start at life, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. She was the only other adult in the home at the time. Nobody else killed Eric Richins. Now,
we're assuming that one of the children didn't kill Eric Richins, but I think that's a safe assumption. Like,
intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins by administering the illicit street drugs. The state will prove with all kinds of evidence, testimony, exhibits, patterns of her behavior, and what each of us know about humans, that she intended to cause Eric's death. She intended it probably as early as December the 7th, 2021, when she booked a trip for her and Josh Grossman to the Caribbean for April. People don't book that trip. Kouri Richins did not book that trip thinking Eric Richins would be alive in April. She booked it knowing he would not. In December, before Eric died, before Kouri Richins murdered Eric, she told her friend, Becky Lloyd, in many ways it would be better if he were dead.
Now, it sounds really bad. I suspect that a lot of people in unhappy relationships have said this, people who didn't kill their partners. So, yeah. Yeah. I just... It's a really bad thing, right? It's a really bad thing to say. But, I mean, people say all sorts of stuff there. So...
that proves she intended to cause his death.
I will not have any thoughts on this one, Todd Johnson.
This was the New York Life policy that covered the C&E buy-sell agreement. And on January the 1st, 2022, Kouri Richins changed the life insurance beneficiary on Cody's policy from Eric to her. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins didn't understand that was Cody's policy. And when she figured it out, she went ahead and changed it back because she planned to murder Eric. She did not plan to murder Cody, but she planned to murder.
The other thing I'm just going to note here is you can see her face here, and she clearly has some very dark circles under her eyes. I don't think she got a lot of sleep last night. And I mean, I can't blame her, right? This is absolutely not sleeping time. But
Kouri Richins asked two people, Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber, for the Michael Jackson drug. Kouri Richins was a suburban mother real estate agent. She does not know a lot about the illicit street drug world, but she knows Michael Jackson died from taking drugs.
now I'm just going to note, you're not going to find propofol on the street. Propofol is not a commonly used narcotic, but also it's kind of a hospital narcotic, right? It's kind of one of those things that you're going to get in a hospital, but not in like a pharmacy. And so it's very difficult to divert because people are not familiar with it. They're not as likely to divert it because, it's just they don't know what to do with it, right? In the same way that like more cars are stolen than helicopters, that's kind of the thing. The only reason Michael Jackson was able to die from it is because Michael Jackson had the kind of money that allowed you to hire like an actual doctor to administer whatever drugs. And, yeah. I know people are saying IV infusion is required. I think people on the street could figure out an IV infusion if they had to, but yeah.
She doesn't know how to order a street drug, but she knows she wants the Michael Jackson stuff. She knows she wants it because it is lethal, it is fatal, it kills. And she wanted lethal, fatal death.
Lethal, fatal death is a whole quote.
Kouri Richins isn't.
I have not had that experience with anesthetic. Whenever I've been put under anesthesia, when I wake up feeling like dog shit. I have not felt good when I wake up from general anesthetic.
Ambitious. She wanted the perfect life, or at least the appearance of the perfect life. And for her, that meant Josh Grossman. But first, Eric.
So just a thought, how long do you think it would have taken her to get tired of Josh Grossman?
Had to go away.
So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She told me she had a friend that wanted,
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxys, or what did she ask for?
I think she might have asked for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her M30, right?
Yeah, I told her what she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that. She got the M30.
Right, no.
Okay. She knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
Let me tell you my experience waking up from anesthesia because it was not fun. So I had jaw surgery. My jaw is the shape it is because of surgery. And so I had jaw surgery, and when I woke up from the jaw surgery, I'm sitting there, I'm waking up, I'm groggy. And what they did is they shoved a kidney bowl right into my face. And like hard enough that it was like hurting underneath my chin, that they're shoving this the kidney shaped bowl under my face. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And they're like, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I threw up blood because that's what happens when you have mouth surgery, because all the blood goes into your stomach and you can only swallow so much blood before it comes back up. So they were like, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. And then like, so that was not a great waking up experience. It was, pretty miserable. So, yeah.
At Kouri Richins' request, Carmen Lauber purchased illicit street drugs from Robert Crozier. It's those illicit street drugs that killed Eric Richins. It's those illicit street drugs that Kouri used to murder Eric Richins. And while there may be some question as to whether she specifically ordered fentanyl or she knew she was getting fentanyl, the evidence proves she at least knew it. She wanted fatal, lethal, illicit street drugs. And all the testimony from Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier, digital forensics, we'll get into it, all confirm that Kouri Richins ordered and received illicit street drugs, and that those street drugs contained fentanyl. Illicit street drugs is all that matters. But you heard the testimony that despite confusion in what people were ordering, people were getting fentanyl. The fake M30s looked like the real, the fake M30s looked like the real M30s. Everything on the street in early 2022 had fentanyl. That's how we know that it was this purchase.
Everything on the street now has fentanyl. And the issue that you run into is like there are people who are trying to buy stuff and they're trying to buy like legitimate, and when I say legitimate, they're trying to buy diverted pharmaceuticals. And the problem is that the stuff that you get that is like diverted pharmaceuticals probably isn't. You get stuff that is like, it looks like an oxy. It has all of the appearance of an oxy, and it isn't one. It's, some pressed street drug with, it's pressed fentanyl. And this is super common to the degree that you'll get people who steal like empty pill bottles. Like, let's say you get a prescription for like 30 oxys. There are people who will steal those, the empty bottle, or buy the empty bottle and then fill it with fakes and then sell that on the street like it's real, and people will pay a premium for it, and it'll kill you. So if you're not getting anything, you don't get from like the pharmacist is handing it to you, you should assume it is potentially lethal. Because, fentanyl and carfentanil are all over this place now, and they are incredibly lethal. So, be aware. It is a really dangerous time to be an addict, and they are dying all over the place. 1 second. Also, get one of these. And that's even if you are not, like, you have no use for it. You're not an addict. You're not whatever. Get one of these. In my area, you can get this for free. This cost me $0 at a pharmacy. And it's got all the stuff you need. It's got, this one is an injector. They make nasal ones now. But, just a little kit that, and basically the way this kit works is you fill the vial, with the syringe, you stab the person, you inject them. If they are breathing, you stop. And if they're not breathing, you just keep doing it. So, Somebody said, is it like an EpiPen? No, this is not like an EpiPen. Here, I don't know. I don't think YouTube has a problem with this, but I might be wrong. It's got like actual syringes and naloxone. Like you fill the syringe. They make other versions. I think now you can get the nasal spray one. But the version I have, they just make as it's just an injector. So you fill it, and then you stab them, and then you keep going. So, but whatever versions they make is good to get, and yeah, that's naloxone. So, there are people out there. I'm not saying that's you. There are people out there who are like, I carry a gun because I might get a chance to save somebody's life with, you might get a chance to save somebody's life with the naloxone too. And you might say, well, what, there's people who are kind of, comes with a little manual. So there's people out there who are kind of, yeah. And people are saying, where do you inject it? Big meaty things. Arm, thigh, meat, muscle. So there's people out there who are like, well, I don't want to save an addict. Here's the thing. You don't actually know a whole lot about who addicts are, because a lot of the time, something that really surprises people is that addicts are not necessarily who you expect. I have seen a number of situations where somebody gets charged for having drugs, and the way they get found is that they were overdosing in a portable toilet on a construction site, and none of their coworkers knew that they were an addict. None of their coworkers knew anything about that, but the guy just took a break, walked to the bathroom, and was shooting up and died. So it's good to have, right? The other thing is that it's just I have also dealt with people who were the shittiest addicts. And what I mean by that is that they were I dealt with a guy who I called the guy's mom, and the mom basically told me, I'm sure you're a nice person, but my son isn't, and don't call me on his behalf again. And because her son, I got a bit of the story, her son had stolen her life savings to shoot up. And she had gone from comfortably retired to having to work in her later years because the shithead addict, and addicts, when they're in the throes of addiction, tend to be shitheads, had stolen all of her money and stolen her retirement. And she was like, we are not friends. Like, addicts do some shitty things, but he got clean. He went through treatment, whatever else. And you know where I found what he was doing the last I heard from him? He was working 2 jobs so that his mom didn't have to work because he felt awful, and she still didn't want to talk to him. He was just working 2 jobs and sending her the money because he rightfully felt awful about what he'd done and was trying to do his best to make up for it. So people recover, and often there's a good person in there underneath the addiction. So they're trying.
That ended up killing Eric. It's the fentanyl. We can trace the fentanyl. Next slide. The digital forensics corroborate Carmen Lauber's testimony that 5 days before Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, Carmen Lauber purchased for Kouri Richins fentanyl from Robert Crozier.
This
At
is
the Maverick
unrelated
in
to the
Draper.
case. This is talking about naloxone.
The call detail records show an extraordinary amount of overlapping communication between Carmen Lauber, Kouri Richins, Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier during that time. We, of course, don't have the communications. Carmen Lauber deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal. Kouri Richins deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal and a murder. Robert Crozier said he had lost his phone. But that's an extraordinary number of communications. We know that Kouri Richins, the evidence proves that Kouri Richins used a Moscow Mule and a shot to administer the fentanyl to Eric. She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened the night she murdered Eric. It's a self-serving journal. We'll discuss that down the road. But she wrote Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot. And that is consistent with all the toxicology. Again, in the notes that investigators recovered from the kitchen cabinet in Kouri Richins' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum. She left out the main ingredient, which of course is the ginger beer.
I actually really like this moment.
Moscow Mules.
Watch this again.
Kitchen cabinet in Kouri Richins' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum. She left out the main ingredient, which of course is the ginger beer.
Literally nobody was hearing that and thinking the main ingredient was ginger beer. And so everybody was sitting that, and when he says, she left out the main ingredient, pause, which of course is ginger beer, what I was filling in my head is, which of course is the fentanyl. And that I felt like that's effective in hindsight, because if any juror was sitting there thinking in their head the fentanyl, they're already to convicting her, right? And you get the juror to figure that, like, to fill in that blank in their head. And yeah. And people are like, what is ginger beer? Ginger beer is a real beverage. It's different than ginger ale. Ginger beer is kind of spicy almost. It kind of bites at you. But it is the central ingredient to a Moscow Mule. So, yeah.
But there was ginger beer. We know that from the cock and bull that OME investigator Cam Sessions found in the trash can in the kitchen.
Cock and Bull is the brand of ginger beer.
It's interesting that Kouri Richins wrote vodka in parentheses rum. The evidence may show that the Moscow Mule she made that night was ginger beer and fentanyl. The lemon drop shot, may be lemon and fentanyl. Notice that here she writes drink in bed. We'll come back to that in a minute. The cock and bull, as I mentioned, corroborates at least the Moscow Mule. And that we know the cause of death from the death certificate was fentanyl. The fentanyl and the illicit street drugs that Kouri Richins got from Carmen Lauber, who got from Robert Crozier. We know that Eric ingested the fentanyl from the Moscow Mule, the lemon drop shop, or both. Medical examiner Dr. Pamela Ulmer, toxicologist Brianna Peterson, chief medical examiner Dr. Eric Christensen, all testified that the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, an extraordinary amount, in his stomach indicates oral ingestion. Indeed, Dr. Christensen not only testified to it, he told Kouri Richins that in their phone call that she recorded. Ms. Peterson's testimony, as well as Dr. Christensen, also proves that the fentanyl was illicit. Again, illicit, coming from the street, illegal street drug, illicit fentanyl. And it was their testimony, right, was that there was not only fentanyl in the toxicology, but there was norfentanyl, which was a marker of an illicit fentanyl. There's also acetyl fentanyl as well. But it's the norfentanyl that is a marker of illicit fentanyl, which completely tracks with how Kouri Richins got the illicit street drugs. We also know that Kouri Richins.
Now we also know which pharmacy she goes to. Yeah.
Intended to kill Eric Richins because the toxicology contained quetiapine.
Now, here's the fun thing. I have a prescription for quetiapine, and I got a prescription for it because my, the guy who prescribes my attention deficit medication, which I'm bad at taking, also prescribed that because I mentioned that I have trouble sleeping, and so prescribed the quetiapine, which is Seroquel, for sleep, notwithstanding the fact that it's an antipsychotic. Seroquel has been used to off-label for sleep for forever. And what I mean by that is that even before they started prescribing it to people like me to try to, help me sleep, they were using it in psych wards to knock out troublesome patients a lot. That said, I have 25 milligram pills. I cut one of those pills in half, and I tried taking it, like the half pill. I was so groggy and so bagged out the entire next day. I was just non-functional for the entire day. So, I mean, it is not a gentle medication. It just downed me. And so you might be saying, why might you put Seroquel into like a lethal Moscow Mule? Well, they might put it in to knock him out. Make sure he doesn't wake up to go throw up or call 911 or whatever else. Just make sure he takes a nap and doesn't wake up.
Your Honor, we may have lost audio.
Let's reset. My apologies.
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication.
Last one. What is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay.
It's a prescription, mental health medication that's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha.
The quetiapine in the toxicology for Eric Richins shows that Kouri Richins was involved because she was prescribed quetiapine. Now, this conversation that she recorded with Dr. Christensen is also very insightful. She pretends to not know what quetiapine is. It's her prescription.
But she might have known it as Seroquel, right? She might not have known it under quetiapine. Like, I didn't realize it was quetiapine that I had prescribed either until I actually went and read the label and went, holy crap, I know this from the trial.
Of course she knows what it is. She pretends to not know what it is to cover up her involvement in putting the quetiapine inside Eric's body. She feigns the ignorance.
He's allowed to suggest that. I'm not sure I'm there, that feigning ignorance.
She covers up her conduct in murdering Eric Richins in several ways throughout, beginning the night she murdered him, all the way through the walk the dog letter. In the orange notebook,
I don't necessarily do that. So, yeah.
she writes, she jumped out of bed, ran, turned on the lights, grabbed her phone, and called 911. The evidence proves that is not true. The evidence proves that when she returned to their bedroom, Kouri Richins says she was in Ashton's room. There's no evidence of that. But she returned from somewhere to their bedroom, unlocked her phone, put it on speaker. There's no call detail records showing a call at that time.
I mean, if she was going to sleep with, a kid who's having a nightmare, would she actually bring her phone or would she just leave it on the charger? Like, when I get up in the middle of the night because like my back hurts and I'm going to go take a painkiller, or, maybe I get up because I really need to pee. I don't always take my phone. Sometimes I'll take my phone and use the flashlight to navigate, right? But sometimes I will just, I know my room. I know the boundaries of my room. I can navigate it in the dark. And so it might be that I just, that I just leave it. So I don't know, right?
But she may have called on Wi-Fi.
I mean, fair.
That would not appear in the call detail records. It would appear on her phone if her phone had not been deleted.
And you see she's making faces. She's talking with her lawyers going, this is so ridiculous. And if I were her lawyers, I'd be like, shut the fuck up and just sit there looking like a rock.
Objection, Your Honor. These are facts that are
Overruled.
not.
Please have a seat.
So the thing is that courts do not like objections during close. If you're going to object during a close, it's got to be good. You've got to make sure that it's lined up. And the judge is being like, nope, you are not pulling that shit. You do not get to make, because the objection was a shit objection, right? It was a shitty ass objection. And she was doing it just to interrupt his flow. And the judge is like, I'm going to shut that down right the fuck now. So, yeah.
She then unlocked her phone again at 3:08, 3:10, 3:15, 3:19, 3:19. And then 15 minutes later, she called 911. That is not immediately called 911. Perhaps she was staging the scene during these 15 minutes. We're going to discuss the 911 call in a minute. This is a receiver activation. At 3:22:12, when we're in the 911 call, she's on receiver on her phone. The 911 call operator asks her, "Are you on speakerphone?" She says yes. No. She's on receiver.
I mean, okay. Of all the lies that Kouri Richins has told, not being on speakerphone
Before we play,
is the
this,
least of the lies, right? That is in the grounds of I just don't give a shit that she lied about whether or not she was on speakerphone. Okay, who cares?
we're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a black widow.
So the defense argues for a mistrial on this. And I am like, honey, no. No. On that turn of phrase, they argue for it, and I'm like, no. That is such bullshit.
Listen to how Kouri Richins on the 911 call immediately presents, very soon after the call begins, presents her alibi narrative. Listen to how she tells the 911 dispatcher where she was when Eric died. She is distancing herself. Rather than, he's not breathing, he has no pulse, I have to figure out what to do, I need help. She's saying, hey, look, I was not there, I was in my son's room. That's her alibi. She's distancing herself from the time and the place that she murdered Eric. The 911 call operator asks her to perform CPR. Notice how she distances herself from that. No, I don't know how. No, he's too heavy. No, I can't move him. She is not immediately trying to revive him. We're going to run a clock from the time that the dispatcher asks her if she can start CPR to the time she purportedly starts it. It's 6 minutes. Listen, please, to the portion of the 911 call where the operator instructs Kouri Richins how to remove Eric from the bed. Listen how the dispatcher says, move to the side of the bed. Kouri Richins says she does. Remove the pillows, pull the arm, pull the leg, lift up the sheath, pull him off. If Kouri Richins is following the instructions of the 911 dispatcher, Eric Richins' body is on the floor on the side of the bed, not the foot of the bed.
She got the instructions wrong. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, that's our quibble, is that she might have pulled the sheets the wrong fucking direction? I did not love this part, right? I was just like, here's the thing. A substantial portion of his the way I described this on Twitter is that he spends a whole bunch of time chasing dimes when he's got dollars. And like, you've got really great arguments, and instead you're going after like which direction she pulled him. I'm like, no, you have the great stuff. Focus on the great stuff, not whether or not she was on speakerphone, not whether she pulled him off the bed to the side or off the bed to the bottom. Like, go for the good stuff. A lot of this should have been cut, should have been, nobody gives a shit, because I don't care which direction she pulled him off the bed, right? Like, I just don't. It doesn't move me one way or another.
Was found. Listen also to her choice of language. She has dehumanized Eric Richins. When she is talking about removing Eric from the bed and she is protesting and she is saying she cannot, she is not saying, I can't move him. She is saying, I can't move it. Eric is no longer a him to him. She murdered Eric. Eric is an it.
I also didn't like this much, and the reason why I didn't like this much is that at the end of the day, she says him and she says it, and it would have been very clear that that Eric Richins was dead, right? You wake up, somebody's got no pulse, and they are room temperature. They're not getting revived, right? There is nothing you're going to do to bring him back from the dead at room temperature. So, you know, I don't get it. So yeah.
Finally, listen to when she says she is performing CPR.
Did I address
phone is on
the
speaker.
verdict? Yes.
The phone's not on speaker. Determine whether she's performing CPR. Okay, Scott.
My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address?
How do you do CPR when holding phone to your badly? Most people do CPR wrong. Most people do CPR badly. And quite frankly, I mean, I could absolutely be seeing that that she's like, I don't know why I'm even doing CPR because it is clear that he's gone, right? Ian, this is not as bad as you're saying, in my opinion. You hate Bloodworth or in a bad mood? No, I'm saying this part of I don't think this part of his close is good. I mean, he wins, so great, but I don't think that this part of his close was good. I thought that this part all should have been cut. Now, I know I'm Monday morning quarterbacking the guy who won, but I'm still saying I don't think that this was, I don't think that this was fantastic.
282 Willow Court. 280.
The thing is, there was literally nothing that she could have done to save him at that point. Like, nothing that she could have done. And yes, I did like other parts. There were other parts I thought were fantastic. I just thought this part was a lot of why unsub? I don't actually know much about Megyn Kelly, so I don't know why unsub, but let me know. The thing is that there's this temptation that you go through with closes that you've got all of these points and you don't have to make every point, right? You don't have to make every single point that you might, right? And so sometimes you've got to hit, certain points and not other points, right? So sometimes you just, and it is better to give up some of the points rather than, rather than hit everything. So that is, it's an important skill. Right now, I think he's chasing points that he doesn't need and that kind of weaken his thing.
Willow Court. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my.
I think that part of the reason why he's doing this is to pull on the 911 call, because the 911 call, it makes her sound bad, right? The 911 call sounds awful because she sounds like she's faking it, and she is absolutely, it sounds bad, right? It's hard to listen to the 911 call without being like, yeah, fuck this, right? So, I mean, that is a main thing there.
Kids, I just came in the bed, in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light off. And he's not breathing? He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know, I'm gonna tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
If there's, I mean, I get the 911 operator has to ask, is there a defibrillator program, available? Most people don't have a defibrillator. And the defibrillator wouldn't have done anything either because, a defibrillator needs something to defibrillate, right? It needs some sort of pulse, some sort of activity. It can't make a heartbeat where there isn't one. What it's good at is when you've got it's good at a situation where you've got where you've got a heartbeat, but the heartbeat is like messed up. It's not, it's thready, it's whatever else. And but it doesn't do anything if you're done, right? And so this is kind of the situation there. So yeah.
No, thank God. Available?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
I hate this. I do not like this zooming in on these clasped hands. Fuck this camera person.
Okay. Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is okay. Okay,
God,
listen
I hate
carefully.
this.
Are you able to lay him on the floor on the ground? On the ground? I can't. I'm just shaking. I can't put him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down. Okay? Yellow. We need to help him. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay, I'm here with you. I didn't hear anything. I'm here with you. We need to get him help.
See, the sad thing about Kouri Richins' voice is that it is just shy of the pitches that only dogs can hear, but it's not actually quite into the pitches that only dogs could hear. But when you hear it, you really wish it was into the pitches that only dogs could hear because it's really obnoxious. And I was listening to this earlier in the day without earphones, right? With like just on speaker. And when this call came up, you know what happened? Mrs. Runkle she's working in her own office. Mrs. Runkle closed her door loudly to be like, I cannot hear whatever noise you're making. And Potter started barking. Potter was like, woof, 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 woof. Potter was like upset and angry about this. And I was like, I am sorry to everyone else in my house. And like the noises she makes were just like, and I'm like, I'm sorry, dogs. I have to listen to this. And yeah, Mrs. Runkle slammed her door. She was like, whatever. No, but her voice is it's not just annoying, it's that it comes off as incredibly fake. That's the problem. It sounds super fake.
If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
Why is it not showing? Oh, there it is.
Thoughts on it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I'm here with you. You're not able to move him to the floor. Go out. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister. You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just bloody. Is he still on the bed? Yes. Okay.
So just so you're aware, it is really, really difficult to move somebody who is limp. Like full limp is very difficult to move. So that part I was like, okay.
If there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head. Okay. Okay. I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now. Okay. Tell me when he's on the floor. I can't move it. It's a dead weight. Like you're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him. Can you please send somebody? Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet. Okay. Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. Okay. How old is your husband? 39. 39? Yeah. Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed? And pulling. Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him. Okay. When they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
And you do hear the thump, right? You do.
We'll take over. We just need to start CPR now.
You hear the thump where he comes off the bed, right? I will say that if Mrs. Runkle was told to get me off the bed, by a 911 operator, she'd be like, okay, how far should I throw him? And the operator would be like, no. You don't need to launch him. Just off the bed. It's fine.
You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor. Okay, he's on the floor. You got him on the floor? Yeah. Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back? Yeah. Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Okay. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. Okay. Stop pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep. Okay. Okay. Start counting out loud so I can count with you. Okay. We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, this, I don't hear CPR. So this part is I think the most damning part of the call, because I don't hear her doing shit. Like, I get more tired opening like a can of beer than she's getting tired, doing the CPR. She's having a little nap. And I mean, yeah. By the way, if you're wondering about timing for CPR, there are a couple of songs that people recommend doing, like timing your CPR to. And so the first one is Staying Alive. Staying alive, staying alive. That's a good one. That's a good choice. If you have to say it out loud, it's an excellent choice. Because the other one is duh, duh, duh. Another one bites the dust. And that one is less good if you have to sing it out loud and there's people around. Because just imagine how that would go in this phone call, right? So stick to Staying Alive. Staying Alive is the song to choose.
1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's, are you? I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
People are saying Pink Pony Club. I don't know Pink Pony Club.
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now?
Yeah, he's here. He's right here.
Okay.
Now, I want you to keep in mind that CPR is arduous. CPR is difficult. CPR is really strenuous. How strenuous is it? Well, they invented an entire machine whose entire job it is to do CPR because humans get tired. I forget the name of the machine. It's blanking on that, but they quite literally have a machine whose entire job it is to do CPR because people is going to, the Lucas machine. There we go. Because people are going to get tired. And, it's, if you're doing CPR right, you might hear noises like crack. And the crack is ribs breaking. And why is it okay to break up to break ribs in CPR? Because if anybody ever gives a shit about the ribs being broken, things are good. Like, you really hope that broken ribs is a problem. Because nobody cares about broken ribs if the person never wakes up. So if there's, if broken ribs are a problem, awesome. That is the win condition. So yeah.
The protesting that was part of the 6-minute delay in Kouri Richins' performance.
The thing is if she said, I'm not going to try because he's obviously dead, then yes. The question is she faking it? That's the thing.
CPR. I can't move it. It is just dead weight.
And that does nothing to me, like nothing for me, the it. Because she also said he. They don't really teach rescue breathing much anymore.
That 911 call.
Because people don't do it.
With her self-serving text message to her best friend, Chelsea.
The problem with the breathing and why they don't often teach the breathing is that a lot of people are like, if I have to put my mouth on their mouth, I'm not going to do it. And so, so you'll get people who just refuse to do the chest compressions because they don't want to put their mouth on the other person's mouth. And I mean, I kind of get it, especially if you're dealing with a stranger. Like Mrs. Runkle, I'd have no problem. Like, okay, we're doing rescue breathing, right? Whereas like some guy on the street, I'm like, I don't know where he's been, and I don't want to get TB. I don't want to get, any of those things. I don't want to, so yeah. Yeah.
Barney. I tried so fucking hard to save him, his lifeless body on my bedroom floor. I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life, that I needed him. None of that happened. She's covering up her involvement in
That's
murdering Eric.
useful to know. And J. Michael RN would know this. So rescue breaths don't really help. The billow effect of compressions help bring in air anyway. J. Michael RN is, I trust him as the word of God on this one. So, yeah.
Recall the alibi narrative at the beginning of the 911 call. Her letting the 911 operator and everyone know that she was not with Eric when he died. I was somewhere else. I was distant in place and time. When she calls her father-in-law, Eric's dad, Gene Richins.
I didn't like all the editorializing here either.
What does she say right at the outset? I was sleeping with Ashley and I came into the room. Gene, I wasn't there. Wasn't me. When Eric's sister Katie arrives, he wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I was in Ashton's room. He was having nightmares. I wasn't there. It was not me. Her alibi. Her cover-up.
I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't ask the child to testify. At least I don't think they did. Because they might have gone and asked Ashton to testify as to whether she was in the room.
This is the written form that sheriff's deputies gave Kouri Richins early morning of March 4th to write out what happened. It says, describe in detail what you saw, know, or heard of the incident. Where does she start? Eric and I put the kids to bed around 9 p.m. We had a drink. In Kouri Richins' mind, that's when the incident started. It was the drink, and she knew it because she put the fentanyl in the drink.
I thought that was interesting, where it's like, you know, she starts with the drink because she knows it's a poisoning. And I'm like, I don't know if I agree, but if I thought of it, and I don't think I would have thought of it, I actually have to give Bloodworth serious credit there, because I don't think I would have thought of that. I think that was a really clever point. But I absolutely would have made the argument if I was in his shoes and if I thought about it. But I cannot claim that I would have thought about it. I cannot claim. So, I mean, I have to give serious props to Bloodworth on that one, because I think that would have just sailed right over my head. And I think that was one of those points where, I mean, the thing is that a lot of his clothes, because I was watching this entire trial through and watching it with like notes, right? So that I'd take notes at critical moments. A lot of this wasn't new to me, and a lot of it didn't really make me think because I'd already been doing this math in my head. But that was one of those moments when I went, huh? What? Like, that's new. That is something I hadn't considered. And so I have to give Bloodworth serious props on that one, because that one hit me and I went, oh. Huh. Yeah.
She didn't start with, I walked into the bedroom at 3 a.m. My husband was not breathing and cold. Describe the incident.
And you see Katie nodding along to it as well.
The incident for her begins around 9:15 when she has the drink, because she knows that is in fact when the incident began.
That never occurred to me, and I thought it was really thought-provoking.
And then more of her self-serving alibi narrative. It wasn't me, I wasn't there, before she gets into really what matters.
Oh shit, has it been 2 years? Huh.
Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. We know it was intentional because she planned the immediate reaction.
I mean, we know it's intentional as well, because, I mean, just the circumstances of it, right?
When she spoke with Eric's sister, Katie,
By the way, I think part of this was unnecessary of this slide. And by unnecessary, Christina, I don't think you're on timeout. But by unnecessary, I mean this slide, I think, is partially there as I think this is partially there as a nod to Katie. And to be like, listen, Katie, you were heard. You helped. You mattered in this trial. You were significant. And I mean, I don't mean that in a, I just realized after I said that came off as really condescending and shitty. But like, it is to recognize Katie's contribution to this, right? Because Katie is more than anyone, like, really clearly, well, not more than anyone. I mean, the dad is there, the mom is there, but like, she's very much, she's very much injured by this, right? And so when she's there, like, this is like, look, we're nodding towards you. You are, it's kind of a thanks. It's kind of a recognition of it. So, yeah.
Very shortly after, medical examiners rolled Eric Richins'
this
body out of his home for the last time. She told Katie that she was going to plan the Midway. She was going to follow through with the purchase of the Midway mansion. She was going to sell the home that she was living in.
Yeah, the family's all.
And she had a plan for running Eric's business, C&E. The morning of Eric's death. She had those plans in place because she knew she was going to murder Eric. She had already thought about not only murdering him, but what I'm doing immediately after murdering him.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you, if Mrs. Runkle, like, if I finished up this stream and Mrs. Runkle was, deceased, I would not be useful. Oh, that's their aunt. Okay, I was wondering, because people said mom's not there, and I'm like, I don't know who that is then. Aunt, okay. So, like, if Mrs. Runkle passed, I would be useless for the next... About all I would be able to do is call a few very close friends and be like, help, because I can't do shit, right? That's where I'd be, right? It's just, I don't know what to do. And I would probably just curl up in a bed somewhere and just not get out for a while. So, like, I would not be planning anything financial. So I think that really also hurts Kouri, because jurors are going to look at that and go, I would not be thinking about selling properties and so forth.
Her plan with the Midway Mansion is consistent with her dream of living there with Josh Grossman, running it as an event center, farming, and raising Eric's kids. Her plan to sell the home she lived in.
Jace, I saw your email.
Proves
I've got to
she had no
respond to it.
idea that home was in a trust, and she couldn't sell it. Her plan on running Eric Richins' half of C&E shows that she did not understand the buy-sell agreement, the life insurance coverage on the buy-sell agreement, or that life insurance coverage went to the trust, not her.
It is amazing how bad she is at everything, right? It is amazing how bad she is at business. It is amazing how bad, she is at, all of this stuff. And I'm just like, wow. She is so awful at all of this. And she's been convicted of committing a murder for financial reasons where she didn't even understand the finances and none of the maths. So, I just, I'm like, man, that is, yeah.
The morning Eric died, she had a plan on how she was spending Eric's money and didn't realize it was trust money.
She's so awful at it.
We know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric. The evidence proves that she intended to kill Eric, in part based on her conversation with Josh Grossman shortly after killing Eric. Kouri Richins asked Josh if he had ever killed anybody. Killed was her word.
By the way, if you know military people, if you have military people in your life, please, 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 whatever you do not ask them if they've killed somebody. It is not cool. It is not an okay question to ask. It is not, right? It is a good way to really offend a military person. If you have a military person in your life who trusts you enough to talk about that sort of experience on their own, just listen. Just, and like, but it is not, it's not the thing to ask people, because you're basically prodding people in, at their trauma. So, but if somebody does want to talk to you, recognize that they are tremendously honoring you. Listen, don't judge, just listen and support, because it is, it's really easy to screw it up. So, yeah.
Not have you ever lost a loved one? How do you grieve? Not have you ever walked in and found a dead body unexpectedly? Not how do you respond to a tragic and horrible accident? It is how you have you killed.
And the thing is that if she was innocent, what I might expect as a question, and this is also not a question you should ever ask a military person, but, she is kind of being an asshole here anyway. I would expect the question would have been, have you ever lost a close, like when you were in the military, did you lose any friends? Did you, did anyone close to you die? That might have been the question. If you see the difference, it's still an asshole question. Don't ever ask that question to a military person. But, if she'd asked, did somebody close to you die? That would be expected, but yeah, don't ask that question, because you even more than the other question, don't ask that question, right? So, yeah.
And then she asked how it made him feel.
Here's the thing. I think my suspicion is that Josh did form part of her plans. However, my suspicion, and I'll never know, my suspicion is that Josh, her usefulness for him is that she was using him to do construction work, but I think she was also feeling him out for whether she could talk Josh into killing Eric. That's what I think that she was doing. I think she was feeling out whether she could get Josh to kill Eric. And so I think that Josh basically was like, nah, that's not going to happen. And so her plan B was poisoning Eric. But I think her plan A was probably to see if Josh could do it. And I think if she had arranged everything the way she wanted, that Josh would have taken out Eric. Josh goes to jail, and she goes, oh, it's so tragic. I think Josh is a bit of a big winner here in that he walks away from all of this not in a cell, and not dead. So
She asked,
this conversation was after Eric died. Yes. She had other conversations while Eric was alive that were different conversations where she was asking about, various other things. So, yeah.
that because she was working through her own feelings on killing and wanted Josh to help her work through those feelings. And never mind that that's a highly selfish question. She's worried about working through her feelings on killing. Never mind Josh Grossman's feelings on having had to have killed in service of his country. It was her feelings that mattered. Walk the dog letter. There's a lot to unpack in this. But right now, let's unpack the fact that Kouri Richins says Eric gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. She goes on to talk and says, Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Some refers back to pain pills in Mexico from fentanyl. Sorry, pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Kouri Richins knows 4 months after she's been arrested for Eric Richins' murder, a year and a half after she murdered him, she knows
this is my feeling
that she bought fentanyl, and she has to explain it. And how does she explain it? A year and a half after murdering Eric Richins, she blames it on Eric. Oh, I bought it for Eric.
Yeah, I never considered that, Runkle, but it makes sense with her saying, oh, I had this dream he was gone and we were millionaires, blah, blah, blah. And, oh, why can't he just be gone? And she's hoping he's going to step up and be like, well, I have a way to make that happen. I think that's what she was up to, right? I think that's where she was.
That's the sum of the evidence. Her self-serving statement, asking her brother to testify falsely that she brought it from Eric. For Eric. Year and a half after she murdered. Kouri Richins did not tell the 911 dispatcher, hey, I just bought some fentanyl for Eric.
No, I think the book is why we're watching this instead of like it getting not noticed. But I think she still would have been caught even if she hadn't written the book. The book just got more attention.
She didn't tell the paramedics. He might be dying from the fentanyl I just bought for him. He didn't tell the deputies that responded. He didn't tell Detective Woody. He didn't tell Dr. Ulmer. Didn't tell Christensen. Didn't tell her friends. Didn't tell her family. All the off-ramps she had the opportunity to take to say, hey, I bought the fentanyl for Eric. She doesn't, because it did not happen. She did not concoct this story until a year and a half after she killed him. And it is a story. It's a fake story that she wants her brother to testify to.
The walk the dog letter is absolutely horrible. And you'll notice that so much of this trial is about, like, so much of this close is about shit Kouri said. Shit Kouri said. So the hush puppies thing, I don't know. Like, people say, oh, well, what about the hush puppies thing? I don't even know that Kouri Richins had anything to do with the hush puppies. So we don't know anything about the hush puppies. I think it's a leap on that. So, yeah.
There are, of course, other inaccuracies. Kouri Richins in the Orange Notebook writes, self-servingly, when the EMT walked up to me.
So there's a text where Josh Grossman says, after I had the hush puppies, I don't remember anything until noon. Right? I don't think that so some people have said, well, it sounds like it sounds like Josh Grossman was poisoned by Kouri and whatever else, and it's like maybe, or it might just be that it might just be that he ate a bunch of stuff and then took a nap. No, you're not blocked to my knowledge. So yeah. I don't know.
He said he didn't make it. We did all we could. I lost it. I immediately ran to the bathroom. This is the video of when the EMT walked up to her.
Oh my God, oh my God, what do you mean?
I was about to say, I don't remember any of the stuff I did yesterday. And then I remembered, oh, right, that was because I also was on drugs. So, well, the quetiapine that I took the night before knocked me out the entire day. So, yeah.
There's two kids that are awake that are in that door. There's two to the left. Yeah, I think that's what master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically, she said she went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed. When she was in bed, then around 3 o'clock, moved into her bed.
We'll stop it there. We could play it for several more minutes. She doesn't immediately or otherwise run to the bathroom and throw up.
So, yeah. I mean, this is bad because she says one thing, she does another. Yeah.
When people make up stories, they are inconsistent in the retelling.
When people are honest, they're inconsistent in the retelling. I see somebody saying, can I move to the other side? Yes, we'll move here. There we go.
Here in the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says they make the Moscow Mule and the lemon drop shot in the kitchen, and then they go to bed and brush their teeth. Here, they drink it in the bedroom.
Now, interestingly, he talks about what's his Eric? God, my brain. He talks about Eric having the lemon drop shot, and I actually thought that it would have been Kouri having, this entire time. I thought Kouri had the lemon drop shot, and that Eric had the Moscow Mule. So, but he seems to suggest that Eric had the lemon drop and Eric had the Moscow Mule, which seems a little weird.
Not the kitchen.
I've never had a hush puppy. Now I'm curious about hush puppies.
Kouri Richins tells her attorney, it's on the right, she tells her attorney that Eric was on the phone when she went into Ashton's bedroom. But Eric Richins' phone activity tells a different story. Kouri Richins repeatedly said that she went into Ashton's bedroom 9:30, 9:45. Eric was off the phone before 9.
Fair.
In the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says that Eric was awake when she went into Ashton's room. That rambling phone call with...
I thought this was pretty good, where he's going through inconsistencies. This is better. I like this.
Bryce Knutson that Chelsea Barney recorded, she suggests that he was asleep because she says when she returned to the bedroom about 3 a.m., Eric was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. That means she was there when he fell asleep, not in Ashton's room.
The cornbread.
Her story is inconsistent in the details. That proves that much of it is fake.
Oh, they're bland? Yeah, that's no good.
We've read text messages throughout this presentation. We'll continue to publish some more for you to read. None of those text messages were recovered from Kouri Richins' phone. They were recovered from Eric's phone, Chelsea Barney's phone, Josh Grossman's phone, but not Kouri Richins' phone, because they were deleted. That is part of her cover-up. When comparing the contents of the phone with few to no text messages, with the contents of the call detail records, with thousands of text messages, that's how we know they were deleted. When Detective Woody executed the first of the search warrants on April the 13th, 2022, and she informed Kouri Richins that toxicology showed that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning, Detective Woody seized her phone. On her phone that she got to replace the seized phone, on the phone that Kouri Richins got to replace the seized phone, these are the searches. What was Kouri Richins worried about? She was worried about the police recovering all her deleted text messages. Why? They're inculpatory. They would further prove that Kouri Richins bought drugs from Carmen Lauber to then murder Eric Richins.
I also feel like hearing the close for a lot of like accused people is kind of therapeutic, because it's the time when they get to when they get to hear everything laid out and go like, oh shit, they do actually know all of these things. Oh, I see Street Rat saying, yeah, we're having a clam bake tomorrow night. I would love to do a proper clam bake. I haven't done a proper clam bake in freaking forever. Like a clam bake where you
Her
dig a
phone
hole
searches
and
reveal
yeah.
what she was thinking. She's worried about being investigated. She's worried about having to take a lie detector test. She's worried about my office.
I actually thought this was, I didn't like this because I thought he was underplaying what he has. I thought that he really should have read some of these texts out loud. And yeah.
She's worried about her seized electronics. Prison is on her mind. So is money. She's interested in the life insurance.
And you see luxury prisons for the rich, but once again, they're coming up. Her own messages, her own things. Dig a hole to cook the clams in. I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but there is a a clam bake. One of the ways to do a clam bake is you go out on the beach, you dig clams on the beach, you dig a hole, you light a fire in the hole, and you put rocks in the fire, right? And you just you keep building up the fire, you keep building up the fire, you keep building up the fire, and you heat these rocks, and you heat the rocks until the rocks are stupid hot. And then you shovel in a bunch of seaweed, and then you put in the clams, and then you shovel in a bunch more seaweed, and then you bury it, and you leave it for 20 minutes. And then afterwards, you dig it open, you have a look, and ideally all the clams should be steamed and delicious and lovely. So yeah. Poisoned. I like the poisoned, which she's got spelled wrong. Runkle, aren't you from Alberta? I grew up in British Columbia. As a Nova Scotian, I'm suspicious of this. I grew up in British Columbia. So, yeah.
We don't know precisely when these searches were conducted. It's just not in the digital data. We have the data we have. But we do know that she hasn't been paid out yet on life insurance. She started getting paid out in June of 2022. And this phone she got in April of 2022. So the inference is that these searches occurred between April and June of 2022. This one's the most insightful. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? She didn't search if someone accidentally ODs. She doesn't search if somebody is dead for unknown reasons.
I mean, we should just be glad she didn't search. I specifically murdered my husband and I did it on purpose for the money and I used fentanyl to do it. How do I make sure I get the life insurance money? Like, I'm surprised she didn't search that, right? Because at this point, she's getting real specific. It's like, dear Grok.
Somebody is poisoned because that is what happened. Now we have to prove that Kouri Richins intended to murder Eric Richins, which means we have to prove that Eric Richins did not commit suicide.
I'm just also surprised she, I guess she hasn't had Google access to Google something like, Haas Long to hire hitman for, prosecutor or something like that.
Kouri herself says,
ooh, that would be amazing.
She didn't. No mental health concerns. But the other evidence proves it as well. Eric had every reason to live. The first three of which are Carter, Ashton, and Weston. He was a phenomenal father. He protected his boys. He put his money in trust mostly for the benefit of them, to protect them. He was a protector. He's not leaving his boys. He was also planning for the future. He was a successful business person, and he and Cody had future business plans. He had future plans with his sister. They were planning family vacation to Disneyland. He was planning on buying a cabin in the Uintas with his father for the family. Every shred of evidence in this case proves that Eric did not commit suicide. This wasn't an accidental overdose. Eric Richins did not use drugs. He did not use illicit drugs. Set aside THC gummies. Kouri Richins said, no, never. The deputy Wynn and paramedic Offred. These are people that it would have made sense to tell he used illicit drugs to in the moment as paramedic Offred's trying to save Eric's life. But no, she was honest. Nope, never. Same thing with Dr. Ulmer as they're reviewing the toxicology and trying to explain the fentanyl, right? Dr. Ulmer's like, no, there's this fentanyl, really can't explain it. Did he do illicit drugs? No, never. Grossman, she's honest with anybody. She's honest with Grossman. No. Eric,
she was not honest with Grossman.
Did not use drugs. Her best friend, another person she's honest with. Nope.
I mean, she's not honest with her best friend. Is that the same best friend that she ripped off? Like, yeah.
Life insurance company? No. Chief medical examiner? No. And every bit of evidence that came into this case, everyone who testified and knew Eric well, his friends, his family, no, Eric didn't use illicit drugs. Not even prescription drugs. Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break.
Let's do it. Folks, one moment, just a friendly reminder. Don't talk about the case.
All right, so, and then the judge asks him, do you actually need a break or do you need to pee? Which I thought was funny.
Don't allow anybody to talk to you about it. do not do anything with your devices during this break related to this case at all. We'll return at 10:20. Please rise.
I actually have like an entire tray of hearts in my freezer. They're chicken hearts and they're delicious.
For the jury.
Now, I don't really like this shirt because it's too kind of loud. It's too it's both like too cutesy and too bright. And the it's like, why are you dressing like a hotel shower curtain? This is it's a choice. So yeah.
Court's in recess until 10:20. Thank you.
I thought they had a little moment there. No, okay. Why is it not coming up with previews? Ah, that's frustrating. It's just showing me white screen. Okay.
Murder. And then we get into the two aggravators. So the closing up until now has been the murder charge. That is straight murder. But the state, of course, has charged aggravated murder.
I mean, it would be a perfectly pleasant pattern for like toilet paper. That would be some nice looking fancy toilet paper.
So now we'll talk about the two aggravators. The why aggravator, money motive, and the how aggravator, administering any substance in a lethal amount. You'll recall Brooke Carrington's testimony. And when she began her forensic accounting analysis, this drew her attention. The number of overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions beginning in April. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October, beginning in October. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October to 77 in December. And Brooke Carrington's analysis was the beginning of the downward financial death spiral. Then Ms. Carrington analyzed the
financial death spiral is like, ooh, that's a whole thing.
And it showed a growing debt picture nearing $8 million in debt when Kouri Richins closed on the Midway Mansion. All the while, she's not paying it off. She's barely sending her creditors any money.
I don't think I could get to $8 million in debt if I walked into the bank with a freaking shotgun, right? Like,
and it's never an increasing amount of money. It's flat. The payday loans particularly showed distress to Ms. Carrington. This isn't a traditional mortgage. This isn't even hard money lending. This is, give me money today, I'll give you money when you get paid at an extraordinary, exorbitant interest rate. And when Brooke Carrington solved this, she sees the line here.
I'm just impressed that she had like the skills to get $8 million in debt. It's like, you have found what you're really good at. And it's stupid. Like, you're really good at something fucking dumb, which is getting into debt. But like, she found what she's a wizard at. It's like, some people go their entire lives without figuring out what they excel at, and she excels at owing money.
go flat.
She excels at financial
Payday
apocalypse.
lenders would no longer lend to Kouri Richins. She was barely paying them off, or barely paying towards them. Kouri Richins lost money flipping homes. You heard Brooke Carrington testify about the extraordinary growth and unsustainable level of growth for even sophisticated business people. Kouri Richins is not a sophisticated business person. She didn't even understand fundamental accounting, fundamental tax reporting.
Maybe she just kept seeing her, like, you know, her bank records, and she was like, new high score, and didn't realize that it was, you know, that the red numbers are bad. Oh.
Brooke Carrington plotted out the profitability analysis of each of Kouri Richins' home flips. Kouri Richins, when she bought a home, when you total up the home she bought and the loan she took out, she started her projects $2 million in the hole. When she was finished her projects, of money that Brooke could trace to expenses, she could only trace about half of it to expenses because Kouri Richins did not conduct normal accounting. Kouri Richins lost $469,000 on her home flips. But recall that Brooke Carrington testifies there's this other pot out there of $400,000 that I know she lost. I just can't trace it to a particular project. When you add those up, it's nearly $900,000 loss in flipping homes alone. Recall that Brooke Carrington said that does not count the foreclosures. While deliberating, you'll have this, and on the second page, you'll see all the foreclosures. She lost millions more in foreclosures, to include foreclosures on Chelsea Barney's home and the Midway Mansion. Kouri Richins would borrow money by any means necessary. 6 times, she submitted inaccurate bank statements to lenders to get money. Those bank statements reflected her business account and balances in C&E's business account. This evidence proves the level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in late 2021 and early 2022.
I'm just impressed that she managed to get into that kind of financial clusterfuckery, because if I walked into the bank right now and was like, hey, here's my finances, I would like to borrow some money. How many millions of dollars could I borrow? They'd be like, wait here. I need to get my manager in. And I'd be waiting. And then they'd bring the manager in. And the first guy would be snickering. He'd be like, okay, say it again. Say it again. And then I'd say it. And the manager and him would both like lean on each other, laughing so hard. They'd be like, just like, you know, they'd just be bringing the manager in to get in on the joke. So
the next level of financial desperation is taking $45,000 of your best friend's hard-earned cash tips from waitressing, telling her that you are going to apply that as a down payment to a mortgage on her house where she lives with her partner and her children. And then diverting part of it to pay off Fund 5 merchant, a payday lender.
I mean, here's the thing. This is wildly prejudicial because it is partially just character evidence, but not only is it character evidence, it does go to the motive, the financial motive, but holy shit, This is so low. Like so low. This is so disgusting as a thing, right? To to rip off your childhood friend for their entire life savings. I feel so bad for Chelsea Barney. So bad.
And spending the remainder of it, as Brooke Carrington testified, on expenses to rehabilitate homes and servicing existing debt.
Yeah, I hated this so hard.
Then telling your friend, your best friend, since middle school, that you applied the money to the loan, here's the deed, sign the deed, and then not filing it.
God, that was disgusting. Disgusting.
You will see, if you review that Brooke Carrington's schedule that had all the property transactions, you'll see that not only did Kouri Richins not file the deed, she took out another loan on the house. That's the loan that was foreclosed on, that resulted in Chelsea Barney, her partner, and their children getting evicted and losing their life savings. That is the next level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in January 2022.
And you know what I bet happens? I bet that Kouri Richins writes a letter to Chelsea Barney from custody and goes, "Hey, friend, can you put some money on my commissary?" Tell me that doesn't happen. Tell me that she doesn't send a letter to Chelsea Barney begging for a little more cash for her accounts.
There's the tax liabilities. In the grand scheme of the amount of debt, 150 grand in tax liabilities is de minimis, but they were on her mind. There's an interesting little nugget here. She underreported her expenses in
By the way, Brooke Carrington was a badass. So
flipping homes to her tax account, which resulted in her paying more taxes than she would have. One would think a sophisticated business person would think to limit their tax liability. That's not what interested Kouri Richins. What interested her was the appearance of success in business, the appearance of affluence. And by underreporting her expenses, it looks like she made more money than she did, and she appeared more successful than she was.
And in custody, she's going to claim that she's got 100 soups when it turns out she actually owes 1,000 soups.
Because she cared not about being successful. She cared about her facade. She cared about appearing successful. You'll recall that C&E distributed $36,000 to pay some of this $150,000 tax liability, which Kouri Richins then diverted to close on a home. And her tax liability was on her mind. 2 days before murdering Eric Richins, she spent over an hour and a half on the phone with the IRS. It was on her mind because if the IRS moved on her tax liabilities, Eric would find out. She had to fix it with the IRS before Eric found out. You're familiar. Kouri Richins needed cash.
Do you have an annuity and need money now? No, she doesn't have any annuities, but she needs money now.
Immediately when she murdered Eric. Eric's long-term earning potential immaterial. She wanted to close on the Midway Mansion. She had no money to refurbish it, to flip it right away, to run it as an event center. But she was going to close on it. She needed money now. Doesn't matter if Eric's going to earn a ton of money down the road. That does not help her now with the Midway Mansion. It does not help her now with servicing her existing debt. She needs money now because she's closing on the Midway Mansion on March the 4th. And when she closes on the Midway Mansion,
I can afford to live here. I can afford a house here.
it's worth $2.9 million. She's borrowing $3.2 million. None of it's her money. She's reaching into other people's pockets to get that money.
I've heard that's an Emilyism, the other people's pockets.
Not only does she want money to purchase the Midway Mansion, she wants $87,000 for herself. She takes out $87,000 at closing. And how does she spend it? Servicing existing debt and expenses for rehabs.
I mean, the expenses for rehabs, she should be so lucky as to need like an actual rehab, but no.
She ultimately closed on the Midway Mansion the day after she murdered Eric. There's an interesting thought here. Did she close on the Midway Mansion in spite of murdering Eric? Or did she close on it because she murdered Eric? She hedged. She was supposed to close on the 4th. She didn't want to close until she knew Eric Richins was dead, because she knew she would have his money. She knew she could do something with the mansion. And that's why when everybody else signed on the 4th, or in advance of the 4th, she signed on the 5th. It's unconscionable that she closed in spite of his death. It's unconscionable that she closed because of his death. This is probably Kouri Richins' true plan for the Midway Mansion. And if Eric had not put most of his assets into trust, it could have happened.
I have this crazy dream for the Midway Mansion, but it just requires Eric to not be around.
Recall Brooke Harrington's testimony that
with a small theft of $250,000, she managed to turn that into $8 million liability.
they're closing on the Midway Mansion. Kouri Richins' liabilities were right about $8 million, and she was in the hole $1.6 million. Her net worth was negative $1.6 million when she murdered Eric. That her business was in financial distress, her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would continue to collapse. That significant infusion of cash and capital was supposed to be Eric Richins' money. You have a fortunate perspective during this case in that you get to observe the defendant. You get to observe Kouri Richins. And you observe her affect with when some witnesses testify, and you observe her affect change when other witnesses testify. You observed that when we played the 911 call during trial, her affect was flat, no emotion. You also observed that when Brooke Harrington testified about the financial distress of her business, she was exercised, because that testimony pierced her facade. It pierced her facade of being a successful, privileged, and affluent person. It was a narcissistic injury. She was bothered because the world saw that she is indeed not a success and not affluent. The bulk of
I mean, she was basically a hobo with pretensions because, like, she had less money than the average hobo. Like if you see somebody on the street, you know, waving a cup at you, going, "Hey, hey brother, can I spare a dime?" and you put a dime in their cup, that hobo probably has a dime, which puts that hobo $1.6 million ahead of Kouri Richins.
Eric Richins' estate was in insurance coverage. Some of it got paid out to the trust, some of it got paid out to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins knew that much of his estate was insurance coverage. And different than taking money from Eric's home equity, different than taking money from Eric's bank account, to take Eric's insurance money, Eric has to die. Now for the aggravator of administration of any substance in a lethal amount. The substance here happened to have been fentanyl, could have been any part of the illicit street drug that she bought, happened to be fentanyl that she administered in a Moscow Mule and a shot or a shot. But we know that's how she administered it because it was in his belly. We know it was a lethal amount. The death certificate, fentanyl killed him. That's the substance, lethal amount. Can be as small as 3 nanograms per milliliter. And in this case, he had 15.
Yeah, why is that doing the thing? Is my internet doing a thing? Give me a second. I'm going to tinker with it.
5 times what can be a lethal amount. That amount of fentanyl shows that Kouri Richins wanted Eric not only dead, but good and dead. Now, count 2, the aggravated murder. The elements are the same as count 1. The only difference is attempt. Attempt requires, as the court instructed, a substantial step. There's plenty of substantial steps from ordering the drugs to making the Moscow Mule. Here, the aggravated murder count proves the attempted aggravated murder count and vice versa. The commonalities between Kouri Richins' conduct are not coincidental. In each instance, she purchased drugs from Carmen Lauber a few days out. In each instance, she spoke with the IRS a few days out. Taxes were,
which is weird, but okay,
were on her mind. Eric would find out if the IRS was after them. In each case, she had an immediate financial stressor. We just discussed closing on the Midway Mansion. If you look at Brooke Carrington's materials, she had a note due on Chelsea Barney's house shortly before February the 14th. She had an immediate financial stressor in each instance. In each instance, she administered the substance in a way that Eric would ingest it. On Valentine's Day, it was a sandwich. When she murdered him, it was a drink. Notice that she learned from her mistake. One can season a sandwich with fentanyl. Eric can eat it, tell something's wrong, set the fentanyl-laced sandwich aside. You throw a lemon drop shot back. By the time Eric would notice, the shot was in. It was in his body. Moscow Mule, just to be good and sure. In each case, she leaves Eric alone. She distances herself.
Now, I don't know about this, because how would you know that he's going to take the shot first? I mean, I guess you could encourage the shot first, but and like a mule is something that you sip on, right? You don't chug back a mule. A mule is like, so I was like, this is a reach for me. Okay. It might have landed for some other people, but I mean, okay.
From the dirty deed. She leaves the bedroom when she murders him. She leaves the county when she attempts to murder him. That's part of her alibi. Not only can she not be present, she has to be distant. So that when she calls 911, she says, I wasn't even there. I was in Utah County. And in each case, she has a delayed response, right? It's the delayed response in calling 911 when she murders him. And it's her delayed response in returning home when she failed to murder him. The element of, again, is it Kouri Richins? Yes. She is the person with the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Nobody else. The means, illicit street drugs in the sandwich. The motive, money, fresh start at life. The opportunity, she left the sandwich in Eric's car.
I didn't find the sandwich allegation to be, I mean, it's persuasive, but I'm not beyond a reasonable doubt on the sandwich.
Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, right? It's attempted to cause the death of Eric Richins. The same reasons. She told Becky Lloyd it would be better if he were dead. She wanted the Michael Jackson stuff, the lethal stuff, the fatal stuff, the stuff that kills. She wanted Eric Richins' life insurance. You only get life insurance when Eric's dead. The commonalities persist. Kouri Richins ordered fentanyl from Carmen Lauber, or ordered something from Carmen Lauber, the Michael Jackson stuff, the fatal stuff. Carmen says, I told her I could get her fentanyl. She said, okay, get the fentanyl. But she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber, who got them from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. Again, the volume of calls during the drug purchase between both Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber. And recall, we don't have the content of the texts because they were deleted from Kouri Richins' phone, deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone, and Crozier lost his phone. The IRS was on her mind. She called him twice, 3 days before attempting to murder Eric Richins. We know she placed the call to the Mirror Lake Diner to order a potentially fatal sandwich. We know that Kouri ordered it. Kouri picked it up in person. It was swiped. Don't know if you can tell that's Kouri Richins' signature, but notice it's one stroke. There's no pen lift. We'll talk more about that in a minute.
That's part of the handwriting analysis.
Kouri Richins then distanced herself. She left the sandwich for Eric, and she drove an hour away to meet up with Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day. There's another commonality between the attempted murder and the murder, of course. They're big days. Losing your husband on Valentine's Day, that garners extra sympathy. Extra attention.
I didn't think about that. And I hate that I find this to be kind of persuasive on that one, where it's like she was specifically trying to take him down on Valentine's Day because it would have been super sympathetic. And I'm like, yeah, kind of, but kind of not. Yeah, I don't know.
Losing your husband the same day you're supposed to close on the biggest purchase of your life, that garners extra attention. The type of attention that Kouri Richins relishes in. You heard Kouri Richins testify how Eric was a cowboy.
I actually am liking the prosecutor a bit more as like from some of this, right? Because it's clear that he's smart as hell. I don't like some of his arguments, but it's clear that he's clever, and I appreciate the fuck out of that. So Bloodworth, yeah.
When it came to injury or illness, he worked through it all. He cowboyed up. Cowboys don't go to the hospital unless they're near death. They don't even think about going to the hospital unless they're near death.
So there's an old joke about cowboys, and the joke goes like this. There's a cowboy who shows up in the emergency room, and the triage nurse is like, "Doctor, there's a cowboy in the emergency room," and the doctor's like, okay, nothing to worry about. And the triage nurse goes, no, doctor, I think it's serious. And the doctor goes, well, what's his wife say about it? And the triage nurse says, doctor, he's here on his own. His wife isn't here. And the doctor goes, get that man into the operating room. Because it's like, oh, right. If he's here on his own, it's bad. So, yeah.
And at 11:33, Eric's thinking about going to the hospital. And then all the activity, the physical activity on his phone ceases for 87 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Shortly after activity resumes in Eric's phone.
Yeah, the joke is told about farmers
calls
too.
His best friend and business partner Kouri Wright. Recall Cody said he could hear the fear in Eric's voice, a fear he'd only heard twice before, both times associated with death. A fear he heard when Eric told him his mother had passed away, and a fear he heard when someone who struck Eric's truck in an automobile accident, and Eric thought that person might have passed away. He then spoke with his hunting buddy and close friend, Josh Kays. You know and learn a lot about somebody when you hunt together and travel together. And Josh Kays said, Eric sounded somber and serious. Josh asked Eric perhaps the two most pertinent questions: if he was going to the hospital, and what was he going to do about it?
I hated that, because to me, that should have been excluded on the basis of hearsay, because his questions have no meaning other than to get you to infer what Eric said, which is hearsay. So those questions, to my mind, should not have been allowed in. And I don't like that at all. I think that there's a potential for an appellate ground there. And yeah, I did not care for that in the slightest. But I mean, others may disagree, but I think that's a problem.
Let's turn to.
I don't know why Mom had an appeal. Farmer goes to ER, tells nurse he was working on a fence but didn't feel good. Nurse asked if he finished the fence. He says no. Chaos ensues. I love that. Thank you, JB. That is awesome.
Clearly close with Kouri. Friends since
yeah, I know, but
school.
I just don't think it's
you observed the banter
should have been
when
approved.
Mistaking was testifying, the banter between her and Kouri Richins. It was friendly. She's still friendly with her. And Allie Staking testified about how a week or two after Valentine's Day, when Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric, when I questioned her, she said, well, Eric jokingly, kind of jokingly, maybe jokingly said that Kouri Richins tried to poison me. Perhaps joking. But Kouri Richins' reaction is what was important here. Kouri said no, she got defensive. That is not what happened. It was like an allergic reaction or something. It wasn't at all dramatic. She is covering up for poisoning him. Then when defense counsel questioned Ms. Staking kind of backed off the jokiness of Eric's comment and attributed the jokiness to everyone else. Allie Staking said, well, defense counsel questioned, what did he tell you? That he believed Kouri had tried to poison him. Maybe it was one of those joking things like, I'm sending a message to Kouri Richins. I know what you tried to do. I'm joking about it, but I'm going to let you know. Maybe he was serious. Either way, it comes back to Kouri Richins trying to poison him on Valentine's Day. Kouri Richins repeatedly tries to cover up that she tried to murder Eric on Valentine's Day. She says she was home with him. She tells her best friend, Chelsea Barney, I was home with him. She was not. She was with Josh Grossman. She did not come home until after 6:30 p.m. She was saying he never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. That means he broke out in hives and used an EpiPen. When she spoke with her mother on August the 22nd, when she says she didn't put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck, she put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck. She is trying to distance herself. She is trying to cover up. She is trying to deflect. When Eric said he was thinking about heading to the hospital, what did she say? Take a nap, call me when you're up. She's saying that.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay.
Thinking he will take a nap and not wake up. When he does, Eric texts Kouri. He's asking if she's home because he had just said, I'm going to hospital. Then he had stopped communicating, or he said, I'm thinking about going to the hospital, and then stopped communicating for nearly 2 hours. He's figuring she was coming home to assist him, but she wasn't. She's in Provo waiting for her cabinet installer guy. Maybe. She says then she's going to head home in 20 minutes. Nearly 2 hours later, question mark, where are you? You were heading home 20 minutes ago. She responds, what? Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. She thinks he's heading home. She's not. She's trying to figure out what to do. She's trying to figure out what to do because Eric survived. She had not planned on that. She is delaying to make her plan. And then at 6:34, Eric texts, we're headed in there. Food is on the front seat of his truck. The same place she left the poisoned sandwich with the love note. Eric Richins is telling her, I know what you did.
Okay. Like, some of this is a bit of a stretch. Big Apple, who's your... Yeah, we can count it to the goal.
That is the attempted aggravated murder. That's the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same. Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, Same. Similar financial distress? Same. There's also the first started life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit. Josh Grossman, it's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and he's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive the same, fresh started life motive the same. Now the second aggravator, administration of any substance in a lethal amount. Recall Dr. Eric Christensen's testimony that hives, EpiPen, all consistent with an opiate-like or an opiate allergic-like response, a pseudo-allergic response. Hives, EpiPen, along with zero activity, shows that Kouri Richins attempted to administer the illicit street drugs that she bought 3 days earlier from Carmen Lauber in a lethal amount.
Or it could be that he had an allergic reaction to the sandwich and then actually had a nap because of the sandwich, right? Like, I find this one to be kind of hard to land, because it's like, I don't know. I'm not here on the attempt murder. The strongest point is that she bought the thing there.
Next guy. Okay, the insurance fraud. There are two insurance frauds.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I don't.
The first one is a scheme charge.
I'm not beyond a reasonable doubt on this one.
The second one is a fraud claim charge. Count 3, the scheme charge relates to the $100,000 true stage policy. We're going to put it up in a minute. The fraud claim charge relates to the $250,000 true stage policy. The forgery, which we will get to, is a forgery related to count 3, the scheme charge. Let me unpack them now. Okay. Different than the aggravated murder and attempted aggravated murder, I'll address all elements of the insurance fraud scheme kind of at once, because they all jump out of this single page.
Yeah, I meant probably. Like, I think she probably did. I'm just not at beyond a reasonable doubt.
Kouri Richins wanted to murder Eric Richins, thus took out an insurance policy on his life to get money for murdering Eric Richins. Then she murdered Eric Richins, and then she submitted a claim to get the money. That is the scheme. And we know it was Kouri Richins because everything on this application for this $100,000 true stage insurance policy returns to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins received the application because she was a member of PedFed. The application was addressed to her at her work address, so she would have been the one to receive it. If there was any questions about it, any further follow-up mailings about it, they would go to her and not to Eric. This applicant information is all her, but the partner information is all her as well. Her work address, no email address where they could contact Eric. We'll get to the social security number in a minute. The primary phone, that's not Eric's phone. You'll see that Eric's phone is 801-792-9317. And when you look at this closely during deliberations, you'll see that was originally a 7 that she later marked up to read like an 8.
Now, they got this done in 3 hours. I don't think that they bothered looking at this in deliberations. I think they were just like, we good.
She initially wrote his correct phone number, then did not want anyone from True States to call him, so she changed the 7 to an 8. So that Eric would never know that this policy existed.
Yeah, there's that for sure.
After Kouri Richins took $250,000 out of Eric's home equity, he put all of his insurance that he knew about into the trust. If Eric had filled this out, the beneficiary would have been the trust, not Kouri Richins. Then we'll get to the signature. That's the fraud count 5 as well. It plays into this. We'll talk to it during count 3, but it's also the freestanding charge in count 5. Let's go to the next page. The Social Security number was blacked out for privacy reasons on the application we just reviewed, but you'll recall Ann Coates testifying that the last 6 digits were transposed.
If you asked me for my social insurance number, because Canada has a different number, I would get it wrong right now. I have to look it up when it comes up. So I'm like, I don't know. This argument I just kind of raised my eyebrow at. He's like, spouses get it wrong, but you would never get your own social security number wrong. And I was like, you sure?
We all know our own social security numbers. We often get a little bit confused on our spouses.
If you asked me for my spouse's social insurance number, I would be like, I have no fucking idea. Just no.
Eric did not sign the application.
Oh, I see people saying you got to memorize it
Matt
for
Throckmorton,
all sorts
handwriting
of things.
expert.
Okay.
Eric did not sign it. It was probably a simulated forgery.
I have to use mine like once or twice a year. And the reason why is A, when I do my taxes, I need to know it. And B, if I try to borrow money, I need to know it. So that's it.
We'll call his testimony that Eric Richins has pen lifts in his signature. The forged one didn't have any pen lifts.
Yeah, if you get a new job, you got to use it too.
Throughout this case, no pen lifts. Then Kouri Richins filed a claim for this $100,000 true stage policy. It's actually the same claim for both policies. And she said she really does not know where her husband, Eric, got the fentanyl from. Of course she knows. She ordered it from Carmen Lauber. That is the fraud scheme. Plan to kill Eric.
I think that the prosecution absolutely hammers them on it in their close. We're getting to that.
Fill out life insurance so I can get money for killing Eric, kill Eric, and then claim the money. Now for the insurance fraud claim count 4. This is the true stage $250,000 policy. This is the claimant's statement filled out. Kouri Richins beneficiary, Kouri Richins email, Kouri Richins address. Everything about this claim says Kouri Richins is submitting this claim. And then, like before, the fraud here, the falseness of it is she says she doesn't know where the fentanyl came from, when in fact she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber. And indeed, later in the Walk the Dog letter, admits to asking Carmen for fentanyl.
Jail search is my bet. So
finally, count 5, the forgery charge. We've discussed most of the forgery when we discussed count 3, but there's this.
I don't know which camp that is. Adventures of Cherie. So I'm not sure what that camp is. It might just be that I'm not American, so I don't follow everybody. But yeah.
Without the authority to do so element. It's not a forgery if Eric gave Kouri Richins permission. The state has to prove that Kouri Richins did not sign Eric's name with permission, with authority.
I do not have a team to like do a full
All
deep
of the
dive
evidence
on
in this
everybody.
case proves that Kouri Richins does not ask for permission, she takes. She took with the home equity loan. She took other people's money.
9 digits.
Not an asker. Finally, like I mentioned earlier,
Nobody has as of yet explained why they're upset. So I'm like, okay, I guess some people really don't like her, but I'm not sure why. If somebody could explain that, that'd be awesome.
Eric Richins, the evidence proves, would have put the trust as the beneficiary, not Kouri Richins. If he had given permission, it would have been permission to make the trust the beneficiary. That's the forgery charge. Let's please now turn to Kouri's motive for a fresh start at life. You heard the instructions. The state does not have to prove any motive except for the pecuniary gain motive because it's an aggravator. But motive explains why Kouri murdered Eric Richins, why she attempted to murder him. Motive explains a lot here. These texts at this point are familiar. The day after Kouri Richins speaks with Becky Lloyd and tells Becky Lloyd she would be better if Eric were dead, she texts Josh Grossman that she's in love with him, a man not her husband. If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, would you? That's the day after the attempted murder. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect.
If he could just go away. You see how she's kind of floating that to Josh? You see how that's going on? She's like, wouldn't it be great if Eric could just go away, Mr. Former military dude? Right? Like, yeah.
We're familiar with this text. We've read it already today. I ask you to read it again.
Won't someone rid me of this querulous priest?
This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder. This graphic shows a juxtaposition between Josh and Eric that is insightful to what Kouri thinks about each of them. In each instance, she is texting, well, she is kind of simultaneously texting. These are laid out chronologically. She is simultaneously texting with both Josh and Eric about closing on the Midway mansion. And she's so excited she is so excited.
Oh, you bet we will.
I can't believe it. I want to celebrate with you. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Eric tries to reach out. You want a shot? Can't. Sorry, busy. Then right back to Josh Grossman. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your best friend, your lover, your go-to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday?
We are.
Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please.
Because that's her face.
By Friday, of course, Eric Richins was dead. Kouri had murdered him. She's right. Life's going to be different. She promised him. It was. Then, 16 days after Kouri Richins murdered Eric, are we there yet? And then 1 month later, Kouri's ready for Josh to be her husband. Josh Grossman loved Kouri Richins. He believed that she loved him. Not sure that's true. You saw him testify. He was gutted. As a grown-ass man, gutted. You also observed Kouri Richins' affect when he testified. Flat. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric Richins, and that she committed 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. The evidence does not support any other rational explanation. The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate.
This is a shot at the at the defense.
Is not evidence. Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that.
Now, just note, the defense counsel has to, has to write stuff down because defense has to respond, right? So part of defense is that it's always tougher when you are, it's always tougher when you're, doing all of these. So because you're sitting there like, you can plan, but you've got to react, right? So, yeah.
In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Kouri Richins went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that.
So if you're wondering what he's doing right now he's doing a humiliation conga on the defense team because he's like, look at all the promises they made. So when the defense made the the whole thing about like, look at all the stuff we're going to call, and then they failed to call any evidence. He gets to be like, look at all the things they promised you and that they didn't deliver. So, yeah.
Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before Eric died, his closest friend thought that he and Kouri Richins were the happiest together that the friend had ever seen. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the night Eric died, he and Kouri Richins had drinks and set their cups in the sink. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show that the cups were sitting in the sink and the nanny put them in the dishwasher the next morning and they still had fluid in them. There's no evidence of that.
These were all things that the defense probably could have called evidence on and chose not to. And it just makes it so awful that all of that. Chelsea Rama, you don't have a timeout. You're still good.
Defense counsel said that Eric talked to a friend named Scott Wagner at 10 p.m. the night he died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show Eric unlocked Kouri Richins' phone at 10:30 p.m. the night he died, and this is the last thing that he did. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show investigators interviewed Kouri over and over and over again about what happened the night that Eric died. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that law enforcement secretly recorded Kouri Richins' phone conversations for over a year after Eric died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence.
So, like, he just gets to sit there and dance on the defense counsel's face for this entire... That's what this entire sequence is look at all the shit that they promised, and none of it is coming in, and they just dunk over and over and over again on the defense. If the defense, I think, fucked up by, and I mean, it's easy to say the defense fucked up after the guilty verdict, but the defense fucked up by just going, we're not calling any evidence. They should have at least brought in all of these secondary witnesses that they wanted to, that they wanted to talk about. So, yeah.
Counsel said that you will hear Kouri Richins telling her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. You did not hear that, although she did write it in the Walk the Dog letter 4 months after she was arrested. In listening to defense counsel's closing argument, please only consider the evidence that has been admitted.
And he just got to dunk on defense, dunk on defense, dunk on defense, and then sit down. Right? That's the thing, is she just, it's so bad how that went down. So, like, the defense just left that open. I thought that was a really powerful part of the close.
Your Honor, could we address something outside the presence of the jury before we start?
Folks, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please rise for the jury.
And I knew this was coming because they're like, we have objections. And then they're like, we want to object on the basis, we want a mistrial. So yeah, that's where that sits. We are at 2 minutes left on the goal and we are so far away. So yeah. What is it? M4085. As always, I enjoy your coverage. If anyone wants to listen to some newbies getting into the D&D podcast game, check out Loosey Goosey D&D. I don't know about Loosey Goosey D&D, so I can't properly endorse or anything, but if that's something that makes you curious, go check it out. Let's hit some super chats while we can. Law-abiding rebel, Kouri's call that she taped did it for me. Yep, that was bad. Truth nerds, I may be slow, but why are the closing arguments delivered after the verdict? The verdict came after the closings. We're just reviewing things, and it's so awkward. Truth nerds says,
at this point, we'd like to.
Is less lethal or less fatal death a thing? No. Less lethal weapons are. The Jet JJ, goal. Burrowberries had double jaw surgery, was wired shut, and still threw up blood. Recovery was brutal. Oh, I'm sorry. That is brutal. DSN, thank you for the gifted membership. Todd Johnson, thank you for 20 gifted membership. Natalie, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Harbinger of imminent death, is pleading open to the court ever advisable? I'm not sure your meaning, so sorry. I might be clueless at the moment. And thank you for 20 gifted memberships from Creek Native Girl. Much appreciated. I keep reading that as Cree Native Girl. So, yeah. Nurse Thale, prayers to Eric and his fam. Lost my beautiful 37-year-old baby sister a few years ago. She thought she got blow. It was laced with fentanyl. Heroin since 14. Got clean. Heroin didn't kill her. Fentanyl did. I say she was poisoned. You're not wrong. And unfortunately, a lot of stuff on the street is poisoned with fentanyl. I'm really sorry, Nurse Thale. That is awful. I am sorry. And best I can say is if you are struggling with addiction on the street right now, you are like, it is a dangerous world right there. Oh, I think they meant pleading guilty without a plea deal. Sometimes you do it. I have done it with, with clients because, yeah, there's always risk. So Jamie, Kevin, happy Monday. Happy Monday. Misbehaving. She didn't sound credible on the call at all. I think the calls she made hurt her. J. Michael RN, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Horse Welfare, how are you so knowledgeable about CPR? Reading and watching trials. Like, you pick stuff up in trials, you pick stuff up reading, you pick stuff up in court cases. I will end up with cases where, you end up in a court case where your client is accused of, okay, this is going to sound awful. You get a client who's accused of an SA in the course of medical assistance, right? Your client says, I was providing medical assistance. The government says he was a sex offender. And so it's really important at that point to know what actual CPR looks like and what groping somebody looks like. And it's like, all right, yeah. So you got to read some of this stuff, right? You got to like go into these things and be like, all right, does this matter, right? Is all of these things? So yeah. Anyway, those charges ended up getting dropped after we got the 911 call because the 911 call was super unclear with this guy who didn't know what he was talking about. The 911 operator said, basically, how was it phrased? It was like, all right, look for their nipples and then put your hands there. And they didn't say in between the nipples. They just said, put your hands there. And so the CPR was performed as like, the person didn't know shit. And so what the instruction is supposed to be is see the nipples, in between the nipples. That's a press point, right? In between. And the 911 recording was just like, this is super unclear. So it was an awkward situation, but you end up having to read and be like, what is supposed to happen here? And yeah, anyway, you don't do it like that is the long and short of it. Good news is everybody was fine, but it turned into a big thing there. So yeah. Meme Empress, it's either another one bites the dust or it's going to be highway to hell in public. General public can suck it up, lol. Yeah, I just feel like if Kouri Richins was caught on the 911 call going, highway to hell would be, they would absolutely have like done that thing. So yeah. CPR hurts. They did it on me. The next day was painful, hurt more than heart surgery. Best pain I ever felt. I thank the team for the broken ribs. I would absolutely thank the team. So yeah. My sunshine, so glad to see you tonight, Ruckle. Masterclass in closing, in my opinion. I thought it could be better, but yeah. Yeah. I thought most people got CPR certified at least once in their lives. I was wrong. I am not CPR certified. I want to take a course. It's just, when do I find the time? Bryce's pants. Return to the pants. Fair. Jody Callahan, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. What I would love to do, so if I end up in a situation where I am, where I have some more free time, and it may happen, I am trying to make a move that, if I successfully pull it off, will be the birth of the pro bono law firm. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that's going to happen. I don't know that it will, but fingers crossed. So if it happens, I will be making a big career leap and doing pro bono law. And so if that happens, I will be, I'll have some time. And one of the things I would love to do is take an EMT course, like not just a CPR course, but like a full on EMT course, and be like, I want to learn some shit. And yeah, so fingers crossed, but We shall see. Aurora Demeza says for doggy treats, I will make sure they get some. Although Zora is a bit of a chonk at the moment. Honk Banana No. Here's hoping this inspires Kouri to hire someone to write a children's book about coping with growing up with an incarcerated mom. I don't think she's writing any books from in there. A, because I don't think she can write, and B, I don't think a ghostwriter is going to want to work with her. OPP Orleans Parish Prison. So is it a benefit to have a smaller jury? 8. I think it's worse for the defense. Chelsea Rama, I've never disagreed with you so many times in a row. That's fair. I loved Bloodworth's close, but I do see your points. Thanks for the great coverage as always. I don't mind if you disagree. I hope you never think that I am like a crazy person when I make when I say something. But, yeah. Hot take. Eric might be alive if banks and law enforcement actually cared about fraud, white collar crime. Also drinking my last Trogs Mad Elf Ale with cherry and honey. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Does Canada have the St. John's ambulance? Yes, we do. Yeah. So the EMT has heavy lifting, not for bad backs. Fair. We haven't got to the elephant yet. Or the rhino. Can the jury make inferences? Yes, they can. Jury can absolutely make inferences. Honk, but I don't know. Okay, I know total. And the jury's actually supposed to make inferences, right? Honk, banana, no. Okay, I know totally off topic, but what do you think of yesterday's announcement of animated Firefly Revival series? I am concerned. I suspect it's going to suck. I suspect it's going to be like watching a treasured memory get kind of beaten with a shovel. So I don't know. I hope it's good, but I feel like it's gonna be bad. And I feel like some of the elements that worked with Firefly don't work now. In particular, the Joss Whedon style dialogue. I feel like the time for that has passed and everybody started duplicating it. And now it's gotten to this point where it's just kind of stupid, if that makes sense. Like that sort of dialogue, it just feels wrong now. So I really hope it's good. I really want it to be good. I really fear that it won't be and that it'll just piss me off. Elite Dark Lady, thank you so much. Jane, for now, Kouri Richins' sentencing date is May 13th. Eric Richins' birthday is May 13th. I wonder if the judge did that on purpose. And I absolutely bet that you will see, you'll see the victim impact statements mention that specifically. Like if you're sitting there with a bingo card for the sentencing, Eric Richins would have turned X date today will absolutely come up. Eric Richins, today is Eric Richins' birthday will absolutely come up. And Janeski, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Firm agree. Joss Whedon's brand of feminism also doesn't really work anymore, in my humble opinion. I am just going to say, I caught a lot of shit when Firefly and all of those things were out because I kind of said I thought Joss Whedon was a creep. And a lot of people were like, what do you mean he's a creep? What do you mean? And I'm like, dude's a creep. And I said this watching Buffy. I said it watching Firefly. And when Dollhouse came out, I was like, oh my God. Yes, Joss Whedon is not involved in this because Joss Whedon is, yeah. So Joss Whedon turned out to have a bunch of scandals. And the thing is that, how do I put this? When I watch Joss Whedon's stuff, I cannot look away from the thing because everyone is like, oh, look at Joss Whedon. He's got these strong female characters. And I was like, yes, that is great. But the creepy fetishism that you can see throughout all of his stuff is that he has these strong female characters so that he can have horrible shit happen to them. because his creepy ass fetish is the strong female characters having shit happen to them. That, like, and I was saying, like, the only reason he's got these characters is because he wants to break them down and do horrible shit to them later on. And everyone's like, no. And I'm like, so the whole time through, I saw that and I was just like, yeah. As a writer, I can tell you we make horrible shit happen to our characters on principle. Yes, but there's a way of doing it. And it had a smell to it. And I was like, it had a super smell to it the whole time through. And I was just like, I see you. I see what you're doing. And anyway, it was super validating when that turned out to be the case. Also said that about what's his name, the guy with Neverwhere. I was like, this guy's a fetishist, and he's letting it out through his works. And people are like, no, and I'm like, yes. And it's like, no, yeah, because yeah, it's. And the other problem is that when you've got people with that kind of fetishism shit that they're playing with, there's a certain way of leading into, like, I'm not bashing feminism here. I am bashing a specific way certain shitty dudes do feminism. And like, certain shitty dudes do it in a way. How do I put this? There are no. If it was just a fetish, no problem. It's when they start also doing the, like, fake super, that I just go, oh. Because the thing is if the guy's got a fetish, they can just be like, yeah, I got a fetish. It's when they have a fetish and then they also, like, wave the cloak. It's kind of like how an anglerfish operates. So where you've got an anglerfish that is, like, it looks like it's something innocent, right? Like, you get these predators that disguise themselves as a leaf or disguise themselves as a log. And that's the feeling I get from that certain kind of, like, performative thing. And I do criminal defense. I see these shitheads in my office and I see them rationalize things out, and I see how they operate and how they present themselves to their friends, to the world. And I see the strategies that they use to allow them to get close to people and to abuse them. And so when I see that in the world, I'm just like, it's the you know, Invasion of the Body Snatchers thing where it's like, so anyway, that's a side rant. Let's watch some fun stuff in the form of a mistrial application.
Make a motion for mistrial and make a proffer on it. First of all, at multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant. In fact, calling her a black widow, comparing her to a deadly spider.
Come on. Calling
her a narcissist when there's been no evidence introduced to support that, no expert.
He didn't call her a narcissist. He said she sustained a narcissistic injury. And yeah, this is the thing. You get people who are fetishists. I'm back on the attention deficit is dragging me in here. You get people who are fetishists who have respect for the people who are engaged in the fetish. And that's fine. But you also get people who like pushing it on other people. And that's not fine, right? So Yeah.
Make a
We're also going to take this down to 1 speed for this. The other thing I want you to take note of is how she delivers this, because she delivers this with all of the passion of, you ever been the low person on the totem pole at a workplace? Have you ever, like, you've ever been the junior, the intern, the whatever else? And you get sent to, like, go to Subway with everyone's lunch orders, and their lunch orders are super particular. Like, their lunch orders are like, you know, I want ham on one half of the sandwich, and I want pepperoni on the other half of the sandwich, and, you know, the green pepper has to be only taken from the bottom of the green pepper bin, and you're like, okay, I'm writing all this shit down. And then you go into the Subway and you're like, so the first sandwich has to be on Italian oat, you know, whatever. And, you know, here's the, and you're just like reading out all of the details to them. That's the energy she's bringing to this mistrial application. Yeah, I described it on Twitter as the Starbucks run, where you're sitting there. By the way, I hated getting sent on the Starbucks run because I don't even drink freaking coffee. But, you know, so I go in, you know, you get sent off to Starbucks and you're like, and so wants a latte, half, you know, half, you know, whatever, half something else. And you're like, okay. That's the energy she brings to this, which, yeah, she makes some dumbass arguments here.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to make a motion for mistrial and make a proffer on it.
Like, you're making a mistrial application. You should be coming in like, oh my God, look at those bad prosecutors. Look at the shit they did.
First of all, at multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant, in fact, calling her a black widow, comparing her to a deadly spider.
I sighed the fuck out of this. I mean, if he'd sat there and been like, this worm, this vile slug, this whatever, I would have been like, okay, fine. But he just made one reference to her as a black widow. And the thing is that black widow is a term in the English language that it can refer to the spider, but B, also specifically refers to humans that kill their partner. Like, Black Widow is absolutely a term that is used for humans, right? Like, we talk about that all the time. The reference to humans is, in fact, a reference to the spider, but he's not suggesting she's a spider. He is, oh my God. I was just like, you have got to be kidding me. So anyway, this is cancer, and she keeps going.
Calling her a narcissist when there's been no evidence introduced to support that.
He said she suffered a narcissistic injury. That's a different sentence.
Or testimony, nothing of the nature. Furthermore, it's completely improper for the prosecution to comment on her demeanor while she sat at counsel table.
It is absolutely not. Like, her demeanor is her demeanor is a thing the jury can look at.
Comment on her failure to testify. Asking.
It is not a comment on her failure to testify. I mean, the judge uses the example of what if she laughed when the body was shown. I mean, what's another, like, what if she turned around and, like, they showed the body and she went and gave the double bird? Like, that would be absolutely something that the jury would consider. Yeah, this sheriff's face is a face. I love this sheriff's face.
The jury to take into consideration
I also like this guy with the gray hair. He's got a great face for this moment.
facial expressions, which in his opinion may or may not have happened. I don't know what he's basing that on, but it's improper, and it's our suggestion that is a comment on her failure to testify by revealing what her response to testimony was, is calling.
It's not a comment on her failure to testify. It's a comment on her choice to face when she shouldn't have faced. I don't know if you know, but the lady over Nestor's shoulders with the glasses, I'm guessing this one is Selena from RA's chat. She told us one of the junior women is and was, or juror women is or was a lawyer. Interesting.
Upon her to testify in this case. Furthermore, in the closing, there was wild speculation on what was in Kouri Richins' mind, completely made up by Mr. Bloodworth with no evidence whatsoever to support it.
I mean, he's allowed to suggest a motive. He's allowed to... Oh, her face is covered. Okay.
Also, Mr. Bloodworth wrongly told the jury that giving any illicit street drugs to Mr. Richins was sufficient to support aggravated murder. That, in fact, is not true. The only drug that would support aggravated murder would be fentanyl. What he said to the contrary is not consistent with the court's instructions, and we would...
That one's fixable easily with a curative.
Ask that be corrected with a curative instruction.
There we go.
That they should listen, they should follow the court's instructions on what it takes. It would not be sufficient.
I'm feeling this guy's vibe of like, yeah. I thought they yeeted lawyers from juries. Most lawyers do not want a lawyer on the jury. In Canada, a lawyer cannot serve on the jury. Or, sorry, in Alberta. So in Alberta, I am forbidden from being on a jury. Like, so amusingly, one of the things that happened was, so when I was junior, my boss had a jury trial, and the jury trial was over a fraud. It was expected to last a month. And there's a thing that happens when they exhaust the jury pool, like all the pool of potential jurors when they're trying to seat a juror, like impanel a jury. When they exhaust that, what they do is they send out sheriffs into the streets to grab random people to pull them in to possibly be on the jury. And what the justice of the Court of King's Bench directed is they said, don't accept any excuses. You bring everyone into court here and you let them make the excuses to me. So anyway, I'm walking through the mall getting lunch. And so I'm sitting there getting some lunch, and the sheriffs walk up, and one sheriff says to the other, well, he said no excuses. And the other sheriff is like, yeah, but we don't need to be stupid about it. So, not him. And I was like, what's this about? And they're like, yeah, we were told to go find jurors, but we are not going to, we're not going to grab you because A, we know you're a lawyer, so you're disqualified. And B, the trial is like your boss is the, is one of the lawyers. So they're like, we're just going to pretend we didn't see you. And I'm like, thank you. Because, I mean, I would obviously have been ineligible, right? Because A, lawyer, and then B, it would have been like, is there any reason you can't be on the jury? I'd be like, yeah, that guy, the defense lawyer, is literally my boss. And it would have been like, okay, get the fuck out of here. But it would have ruined my entire lunch. So I'm kind of glad that they kicked me out, but kind of not. But different areas, a lot of places in the U.S. allow lawyers to be on the jury. Your boss had a few issues. Too bad he was smart. You're not wrong. My boss has been disbarred for his issues. His main issue was stealing all of his clients' money. But he was really smart. He was the gold medalist in his university years. He was like wicked smart. He just also was not good at things like don't steal the trust money, which, yeah.
If she bought some other type of drug that did not cause his death, that's just not the law. Let's see, just a moment.
My boss was disbarred for stealing
I
all
think
the
that's
trust
it, Your Honor.
money.
Mr. Bloodworth?
If I was regular Bob on my lunch break, yes, they absolutely could have taken you. Yep, 100%. Doesn't happen often, but if they were literally grabbing people off the street and being like, "You are now potentially a juror." He didn't do any murdering, so
Forgive me. I need a little bit more detail as I go through these.
Yeah.
Which of these do you want a curative instruction regarding, and which of these are you moving for a mistrial on?
Moving for mistrial on all of it, Your Honor. The curative instruction, I think, is required by the wrongful information that giving him any illicit street drug is sufficient to support aggravated murder. That's just not true. And that's super important because if they do believe that, there is evidence to make a finding that there was oxycodone. And there was no oxycodone found in his body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what I think requires the curative instruction. The rest of it, I don't know any way you can cure it, Your Honor.
just by going, that's some bullshit, because, yeah.
The Utah Court of Appeals disagrees with you regarding the prosecutor's comments.
He's just like, no, that ain't the law.
A long line of cases talk about the potential prejudicial effect of an improper comment by a prosecutor only being able to be measured after the defense gives its closing and the state gives its rebuttal, and we consider any curative instructions. What's your alternative position there? I could, for example, instruct the jury that Mr. Bloodworth's observations of Ms. Richins' demeanor are not evidence, and they were to rely on their observations of Ms. Richins, if any, only.
I just don't even think that her demeanor is proper to rely upon because she didn't
Certainly
testify.
That's kind of cool.
I mean, she burst out in laughter during the showing of the decedent's body. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to tell the jury you can't possibly consider that.
I agree with the judge on this. Like, I agree with the judge there.
Sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have no recollection of any laughter when his body was
No,
shown.
it was a
The judge is like, this is a hypothetical. Try to stay with me here. And like, her confused, face, and she's like, "What?" Oh, hey, I think I know her. Is she the hidden true crime person in the courtroom today? Okay. That's a whole scandal, and that's a whole bunch of drama that I didn't pay attention to.
Oh, thank
probe
goodness.
the bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying she did that. And
I know there's a bunch of hidden true crime drama. I only know a little bit about it. And I only know a little bit about it because people were going, hey, isn't this like Janet? And I'm like, oh, God, I don't need more of that in my life. So
I was just horrified.
Please
so
stay focused.
I am focused. I just misheard you. I mean, is what you're asking me is, do we want a curative instruction now? Do we want to wait until later? Is that what the court is asking?
Right.
court's indulgence for just a moment. Okay, I think we do want it now, if we can get one now.
Let's hash that out for a second. What I proposed was an instruction that the jury may rely on their own observations, if any, of Ms. Richins' demeanor in trial, but they cannot rely on counsel's statements regarding what Ms. Richins' demeanor was. I want to be clear. There were no comments regarding her silence.
And that's the thing. If the judge had said, you know, she could have testified, but she didn't, then that would be that would be a potential mistrial. But all he said is, look at her freaking face. So, yeah.
I mean, it's our position that when you comment on how she looked while she remained silent at counsel table, that would have been great silence in our estimation. But
your estimation is powered by a Kouri Richins Moscow Mule, so
agree that he didn't say anything specifically about silence.
The jury's not in the room.
That instruction would be preferable to no instruction, I think.
Okay. And then the Black Widow comment was connected to comments that were made by Chelsea Barney, correct?
I mean, they came out of his mouth in closing.
And he specifically referenced Chelsea Barney's testimony. Is it your position that Chelsea Barney never used that phrase or words?
I don't recall her saying that, but
you should know.
It's been a long trial, and I would not want to make that I 1000% am sure, but I certainly don't recall that.
It was in the recorded phone call with Bryce Knudsen.
The judge knows. The prosecutor knows. The defense team is like, I don't know how I got here. Will you buy me something?
And then everybody is speculating as to defendant's state of mind. It's one of the factual issues that the jury will have to determine according to circumstantial evidence, because as we instruct them, there's no direct evidence of what's in her mind. Why was anything that Mr. Bloodworth said regarding the inferences that can be drawn regarding her state of mind inappropriate?
Because they were made up out of whole cloth with no evidence to back it up.
You're going to have to be more specific.
So he went to great lengths to fantasize about what she was thinking about when there's been no evidence to that. He could have certainly said, look, she could have been thinking this, she could have been thinking that. He didn't. He gave them what was in her mind, which is just based on things he made up in his own head, not based on evidence.
Aren't they all based on his view of the evidence that came into trial? Was there any references to evidence that did not come in?
She's like, I don't even know what evidence is that. Like, I don't even know where I am. I don't know what day it is.
Well, first of all, calling her a narcissist, I mean, that didn't come in. There was no testimony that she's ever been diagnosed to have a narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence at all about her mental condition.
We're bumping this up to 1.5.
And then when he talked about her putting the reasoning why she picked certain days to get more attention, nothing about that has ever come into play, ever.
Yeah, he's allowed to invite the jury to make inferences.
I mean, that's just one of many. He went through lots of scenarios about what she was thinking as if it was a fact, and it wasn't. So, I mean, I think he can encourage the jury to use circumstantial evidence to try to reach their own conclusions, but he can't say this was in her mind when he doesn't know.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Blood, go ahead.
Your Honor, were there any particular points that defense counsel raised that remain unresolved in the court's mind?
Any objection?
He's like, Your Honor, did any of that, was any of that something you didn't consider to be complete and unadulterated bullshit? And the judge is like, nah, we good.
To the proposed instruction regarding the jury must rely on their own observations, if any, of defendant's demeanor, but cannot consider counsel's statements regarding her demeanor.
No objection.
Okay. And then the statement regarding giving any kind of illicit street drug is sufficient to show the murder count. Talk to me about that. I did catch that comment. They're not making that one up. Now, there was more, and in the total course of...
that one's also fixable with a curative. If the issue is he misstated the test, the judge could just say, you heard the prosecutor state that any street drug was sufficient. He misspoke. Just to correct the law, it must be fentanyl. Like, okay, done. Boom. Done.
The state's initial opening, I think you made it clear that you were encouraging.
You're not wrong about this. Those gals fought hard. Got to give them that. This case was a dog. Some of what they're doing is they're arguing shit because that's all they've got.
Jury to make specific findings beyond a reasonable doubt regarding each required element. Mm-hmm. There was that initial comment, though. I don't think an instruction.
We're not making that one up, but the rest.
Having trouble crafting a curative instruction that doesn't just give a theory of the case. What's your view of this?
Jan, I don't think anything needs to be cured. The state does not have to prove that the defendant intended to murder Eric Richins with fentanyl.
True.
The state only needs to prove that the defendant intended to murder him with the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
And that they contained fentanyl. Yeah.
Well, on the second element or the aggravator? Because there's a distinction there.
I think on both. She has to actually knowingly or intentionally cause the death for count one. So if she buys something that she thinks is OxyContin,
correct,
and intends the giving of the OxyContin to kill him, and it turns out that what she got was blue M30s that had fentanyl and
right,
it killed him, the difference between aggravated murder and murder is irrelevant. She is committed an aggravated murder. What the distinction I think that I acknowledge is that she doesn't have to intend to kill him with fentanyl. She has to intend to kill him with poison, even if she thought she was getting one and got the other.
Correct.
As long as it worked,
correct,
she committed the crime.
Correct. And I think that's what I said throughout.
I think that is the weight of the argument overall that you made.
If there's a particular sentence I said that is different than that, then I agree we should cure it. But I don't think I said anything different than that.
And I mean, I think his position here is entirely reasonable. He's like, if I screwed up, curative instruction. But this is well within the sphere of curative instruction, not mistrial.
This one, Ms. Nestor, I think the better course, rather than for the court to insert itself at this point, is to allow the rest of closing to play out, and we can readdress this issue at the end.
Okay.
I expect that this issue will get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's closing and the state's rebuttal. Give me a moment to collect my thoughts regarding the others. All right, thank you.
How do you think this same defense trio will do with their defense of Tyler Robinson? Let's see if I still have a stinger for that. I do. That's how I think
It'll be recessed.
It'll go.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can I just maybe say one thing?
Yes, please.
The state did not refer to the defendant as a narcissist. The state said that was a narcissistic injury.
Right, I got it. Okay, I'll be back. 11:40, please. We'll be in recess.
All right. I'm going to try to refresh this in the hopes that I can get back the little seeking preview window. Because I feel like I need that if I possibly can. All right. Oh, yes. Excellent. We have that back.
I expect that this issue will get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's.
All right. So then they take their break, and now I can actually track to go to the next part. Yay. Oh, but I lost closed caption. Why does... Arg. Why do I lose everything?
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, is that too loud? Okay, 1 second. I will de-louden it. Sorry about that. We'll de-louden it by 1 times. There we go. Here we go.
The issue before the court is a motion for mistrial and request for curative instruction in the alternative made by defendant on the record this morning. The motion for mistrial is based upon several comments made by Mr. Bloodworth in the state's initial opening that, in defendant's view, are so improper as to require a mistrial. The court will address defendant's arguments one at a time. First, the defendant argues that Mr. Bloodworth's reference to Chelsea Barney using the phrase Black Widow during a recorded telephone conversation that was played for the jury, though Chelsea Barney's comment was not admitted for its truth, improperly compares defendant to some kind of
hopefully it's better now.
Terrible insect. The court listened to the comment in real time during the state's opening. That is not a fair characterization. Rather, that was a rhetorical flourish by Mr. Bloodworth comparing comments by one witness or the defendant herself to her becoming a widow to Chelsea Barney, referring to her being referred to or considered as a black widow. It's not a reference to an insect. Rather, it's a reference to, in the court's view of Chelsea Barney's comment, a spouse that kills another spouse. There's nothing.
I entirely agree with better now was louder. Okay, I see people saying yes, no. I entirely agree with the judge here, right?
So improper or improper at all about that comparison, which has a factual foundation in Chelsea Barney's statements that were played for the jury as to support
All right,
a request
turn
for
it down a
mistrial
little
or
bit
require any other
further.
relief. Moreover, the defendant requests a mistrial based upon, in defendant's view, Mr. Bloodworth characterizing Ms. Richins as a narcissist. Defendant argues that that is unsupported and improper expert testimony from counsel that has no basis in the evidence. The actual phrase used by Mr. Bloodworth was narcissistic injury in relation to Ms. Richins' hearing from Brooke Carrington when she testified that, in the state's view, defendant's appearances of wealth and success were not accurate. That is permissible line of advocacy during closing argument. It is not testifying in any way by Mr. Bloodworth. It is not otherwise prejudicial or unfairly prejudicial. With respect to Mr. Bloodworth's argument related to defendant's demeanor, the court determines that in an abundance of caution it is appropriate to instruct the jury that they may consider their observations of defendant's demeanor in the courtroom, if any, but they may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor, as counsel's statements and counsel's observations are not evidence. Moreover, the court notes that Mr. Bloodworth did not comment.
No, I don't think he needed
Ms.
to.
Richins' silence or in other way, otherwise implicate her protected right to choose not to testify. Mr. Bloodworth's statements regarding what the state believes it has proven regarding defendant's state of mind at various points in time is permissible advocacy based upon evidence in the record, and defendant's counsel will have ample opportunity to try to persuade the jury to draw different inferences from that same evidence regarding defendant's state of mind. There's no basis for a mistrial there. And regarding any misstatement by Mr. Bloodworth in his initial comments regarding count one that may have created confusion as to whether the state needed to show that regardless of her intent to purchase, secure, or otherwise administer fentanyl, all the state needs to show is that Kouri Richins intended to purchase, secure, and administer poison, and that it happened to contain fentanyl. That was, on the one hand, borne out in detail through the rest of the state's initial closing, and the court expects will be borne out in detail through defendant's closing and the state's rebuttal. The court determines that no curative instruction is necessary on that point at this time. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we bring the jury, please?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but my screen is still active, and I don't want anything to accidentally pop up through the defense's closing. Thank you.
There you go.
They did not have a good moment there.
Ms. Lewis is 12:45. Agreeable.
That's fine.
Okay. Consider count yours.
All right, here's the curative.
Okay, thank you for your patience. A quick instruction and then a scheduling note. First, a quick instruction. You may consider your observations of defendant's demeanor during trial, but you may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor because counsel statements are not evidence. We're going to break now for lunch so that we do not interrupt defendant's counsel's closing argument for the lunch break. We will take a recess until 12:45. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case. Please do not allow anyone to discuss it with you. Please do not do any research whatsoever about the case. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
I don't think that that curative helped at all. I don't think it really hurt, but I mean, yeah. Okay, so now we jump to Ms. Lewis. I apologize in advance because Ms. Lewis gets shouty. Now, I just want to say here that some of this, I always wonder when we deal with situations like this, because some of how Ms. Lewis comes off badly might be sexism, because people, I don't know how people would react to a male lawyer doing the same thing. But I have seen women do the impassioned thing better, and I don't think she does it well, because she comes across a lot of the time as like both loud and whiny, and yeah. And this is a good point. Emily thought that hurt by inviting the jury to watch Kouri's face for the rest of the day. I mean, if I was the defense lawyer, I would have said your face needs to be switched off. Absolutely switched off. So, yeah.
Brittany will let you know if it's not. We're ready for the jury code.
I'm going to turn the volume up a
Katie,
little
is there a
titch
slide
just
deck
so that
that
I
we're
can
playing?
hear it better.
Okay. I have a picture of a house at the moment, right? Okay. You'll let me know when you want to publish, Ms. Lewis.
I think Katie just has it ready to go.
And Anjanaski,
Yeah.
thank
Okay.
you so much. And thank
it's
you
not up
again.
Okay.
The Jet JJ, thank you. RK, here's the super chat. Yay, thank you. Ali B from Tennessee, thank you so much. Thanks, Runkle.
Please have a seat as you come in.
No thanks from Kay. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Same from Anjanaski. Kimchi, the forensic homeopath. Have we discussed the interestingness that is Kouri's shirt
All right,
today?
please have a seat.
I feel like it might be her mom's shirt. We have discussed the interestingness that is her shirt. I don't think it's a great shirt. I do not like her shirt. So yeah. Sarah in Shock and Horror says, I don't know what Electric Unicorn is, but I like you, so take my money. It is a beer. Elite Dark Lady, Utah courts are wild. I mean, this one is. Although not nearly as much as Canton, Massachusetts. The irony is that they won a mistrial for mentioning Kouri Richins' face, but a week ago they made a motion about the prosecution's face expressions. I mean, ideally, nobody should be having a face. So, Megyn Kelly had a guest on who insisted Eric Richins was a doctor-shopping, drug-seeking, paranoid addict. Hopefully you'll have a chance to speak to that. Likely not, but would be cool. If somebody insinuates that when I'm there, I will have some thoughts. So, yeah. Lori Woods, thank you so much for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Atini Peterson, former paramedic. You'll never regret learning how to handle emergencies. Everyone should get their EMT. It's like a summer course and so beneficial. Right? I feel like it'd be pretty badass to know how to do that. So may want to look into wilderness EMT rather than general. Wilderness mixes in more creative treatment than the predominantly diagnosis EMT focus on. That's actually a good point, because wilderness is, in situations where you don't necessarily have a hospital nearby. Meme Empress, the irony for me as an artist is that kink shaming is my kink. I'm here to bonk with the weirdo stick. Elaborate shit posting is also fun. Lol. I don't have any problem with like kinksters. I have a problem with abusive kinksters, right? So calling her a Black Widow implies she's successful. That's some shade. Nice. Kouri should have pulled a Sarah Boone and fired these women. No. Megyn Kelly probably had Jennifer Coffindaffer on her show. You're going on Megyn Kelly. Yes, apparently I did not know enough about Megyn Kelly when I agreed, but oh well, such is life. Hopefully we're just talking crime and not politics, because I feel like American Fox News politics versus Canadian will have some thoughts, and it might get spicy if that's the direction things go. The Holmes trial had thousands of jury candidates. Yep. Skeesy on replay crew. Egan's ski squish egg rolls. Nice. Michigan Farm Boy. Wicked smart, not wicked ethical. Also, if the judge says if, it might be a hypothetical. Yeah. Meme Empress. I don't know if Nestor's purposely obtuse or dumb. I think a little of both. But a Black Widow in that context is a woman with one or more wealthy husbands dead under circumstances. Absolutely. SoCal Mama, what is their best argument for appeal? I think some of the prejudicial evidence that they got in was, yeah, some of the hearsay, some of the other stuff. Yeah. There are some issues. I don't think they're going to win on appeal. Mrs. Squirrel Java, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Meme Empress, I don't like being yelled at in general. Lol. I don't think she did well. Her mishearing, understanding, renews my earlier ineffective counsel of concerns. She's driving the jury away with this. The insta verdict is proof. She's not an ineffective assistance. That's the thing.
For your patience, we'll
yeah, it's going to be on the crime
argument.
channel.
Ms.
Is
Lewis.
the thing. So yeah, yeah. There's also that.
In the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022, the house was quiet.
Oh, she's
Kouri
super
Richins fell
quiet.
asleep in her young son's room, like many parents do. At some point in the night, she gets up and walks back down the hallway to her bedroom. She slips back into bed beside her husband. She settles in next to him. She reaches over, and he feels cold. Eric Richins, the father of her children, the man that she has built a life with. Something feels wrong. She pulls the blanket up around him, but something still isn't right. He feels heavy. She turns on the light. And when she looks at her husband, really looks at him, she realizes something is terribly wrong. And in that instant, in that bedroom, in the quiet early of the morning, Kouri Richins' world collapsed.
I don't hate this intro either. I like that she doesn't go up and introduce herself because there's no point, as I've said before. The other thing is, I mean, this is a good attempt to rephrase, right? She's not a killer. She's a wife who had something tragic happen in her life, right? That I think is a, that I think is a big thing there. So I didn't hate this. I like that, aspect here.
Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove.
I didn't like that. Here's the thing. She needs to hammer reasonable doubt a lot more than she did. She's just like, it is the highest standard. Moving on. I'm like, no. You cannot rush this. You need to go with the speech of it's more than probably. It's more than, it's more than really probably. You need to go to, you need to hammer on this, right? Not just like say it and move on. They're not lawyers, right? So yeah. Channel name always makes me think of a leprechaun. Ooh, I'm a wee little runkle from the Bailey, don't you know? But then I remember he's a lawyer. Yeah, fair.
The Kouri Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each.
What the fuck is this?
A reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Kouri Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins.
What? The state says my client is totally guilty. But they're wrong. It's like, what? Now is not the time to have a like, oh my God. That was so, yeah. I know we didn't hit the goal, but
first,
I'm going to open the electric unicorn anyway.
I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt.
This is a bad description of reasonable doubt for the defense. This is a prosecution description of reasonable doubt. Okay.
And you have to find Kouri not guilty.
Drink between sentences, not mid-sentence where the sentence starts with, the prosecution says my client is guilty. Drink. Electric Unicorn is not a vibrator. Electric Unicorn is a beer. It is a white IPA. It is, yeah.
To you that every fact that the state has put forth to say that Ms. Richins is guilty has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Kouri and Eric were happy that night.
They were celebrating. Kouri was just about to close on the Midway mansion. Rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all worth it. The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink, they go to bed, and then Kouri hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An alibi?
Wait, the floor? Okay. That's a weird thing. Okay.
Or the truth. She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room, I was lying down with him. What does reason tell you? What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing during that time. Yet they have not shown you any evidence of this. They just tell you to believe it. Well, what does reason tell you? She gets up. She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. We all pick up our phone all the time. She's been away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog. And then she goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand, gets into the bed, next to her husband, again, realizes he's cold, pulls up the blanket, realizes something's wrong and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then she makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911. A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richins is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3. What does that?
I didn't hate this either because the thing is that however you grieve, there's gonna be somebody who takes it as potentially guilt or whatever else, right? You burst into tears, it's like whatever else. And I'm like, yeah. Also, maybe she lets out the dog. I wouldn't have said the word dog in this close unless I was trying to address the walk the dog letter. But, maybe she takes the dog for a walk.
Me. I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Kouri, and I had 2 roommates. How do you judge someone in that moment? If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman.
This is potentially objectionable because she's bringing in her own personal experience and testifying to it. I'm like, I don't like that. The prosecution doesn't, but they could have potentially said, whoa. And I mean, I think the prosecution doesn't because they don't want to be snipey about their objections. But the thing is that this is also not a good approach because now you are getting personal and you're getting upset while you're personal, which just makes it feel like you're whining. I don't like this. This is a bad argument. This is not a good spot.
In the worst moment of her life, and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve.
Also, you're lecturing the jury, right? Don't lecture the jury. The jury hates it. Sympathize with the jury. Invite them to have empathy. Don't lecture them.
Asking you to judge how she is acting at that moment, and then use that moment of evidence of guilt. In the opening, we pointed out, go ahead and put it on that the state looks at facts one way and sees a witch. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a widow. Here's an example. Hands over her face, curled up. A witch, hiding because she's done something wrong, or a widow, hiding and blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, what has just happened to her family and to her life. Look familiar? Portrayals of women grieving in art.
What? Okay. Now we're getting into art. I didn't expect an art history lesson here.
Portrayals of women in grief. The state tells you during evidence that, oh, she didn't immediately talk to Gene Richins when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him. Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? Oh, she didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom. Again, because she felt guilty or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation nobody, no mother ever wants to have with her young sons. Their father is dead. The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone. And she has to tell those little boys, you're never.
No, I watched this earlier. I hated it earlier. There's parts of her clothes that are really good. And there's parts that are like, what? Like, this isn't the Guggenheim. You should not be talking about like art. This is not helpful.
We're going to see him again. Believe me. That conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be judged?
Also, your Photoshop should be done by somebody who has at least opened the program before, because holy shit, that was bad.
How she handles that moment. You heard her friend Allie staking. When Allie arrived at the home that day, she said Kouri was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago. She said Kouri was acting as you would expect. That night.
By the way, Allie staking has a very badass look. I like the badass look here. So yeah.
Friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric. A wake is what the Irish call it. The state wants you to leap to the conclusion that
is what the Irish call it. You could just say it's like a wake.
That night, Kouri was celebrating Eric's death. You heard Allie's talking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it light for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister.
I mean, here's the thing. If I die tomorrow, and I don't want to, but if I die tomorrow, I really hope that my funeral includes some laughter and a big old piss up and a fundraiser for the Stollery, right? Like that is kind of what I'd like to have, right? And I get the point she's making. She's just not making it in a way that lands with me. You know, you can say not everyone grieves the same way. And if you look, you know, the tradition of a wake is to have a, and I mean, I like, you know, a big, a piss up, like everybody have a beer, everybody get sauced, right? Like that. Yeah, I mean, I like this idea. Wakes can last up to 7 days. I mean, if you just, you know, if you just go and get, I would like people to, you know, not sit around feeling sad. And I mean, I get people will, but I mean, what, you know, like have the sad service and then go to, okay, I'm going to say some things that are going to make me teary, and I'm just going to own that because it is what it is. So when Squirrel died, and this is going to be hard, I'm sorry. So when Squirrel passed, like we went to her funeral and it was a solemn event, and yeah, it was, you know, difficult. It was rough. And after that, those of us who were inclined to do so went to a bar. And, you know, we went to the bar after the event and we shared squirrel stories and we laughed and we, you know, we joked. Like, you know, somebody, gave me this at the thing saying somebody had sent it to Squirrel, and, it's Squirrel with the mod wrench, and the bird from, yeah, give me a second. Gonna need a second. But I mean, yep, did that to myself. Knew I was gonna do it to myself, and yep. So, but I mean, when I think of how I would like to be remembered, have the solemn ceremony for the people who need it, and then afterwards go to a thing, and have drinks, have shots, put a thing up on my put a screen up there where I can just like say stupid runkleisms on a thing, right? So like that's kind of kind of the thing there. So yeah, I just I get what she's doing, but the thing is it doesn't feel right, when they have that. So like I don't like the way she's arguing it, and especially because it's like 24 hours afterwards. I mean, I did a lot of like mental preparing myself when I was on my way to the UK, and I don't want to give her full name, but like Jan, I don't know if Jan's in the chat, but Jan was a big help because I was sitting there and I was a mess in that funeral. So having somebody to lean on was quite helpful. So, I just, yeah, I get where this is coming from, but it doesn't vibe with me, if that makes sense. So, yeah.
Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice during the state's closing, they didn't really even talk about the investigation? Instead, they speculated. What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened, the state they determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it. This is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you favor evidence that supports a belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated, working backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richins tells her they think Kouri is somehow involved. Then both Katie and Amy...
I mean, you're not wrong, but the other thing I will say is that emotions tend to hit me like a truck, and I can also just say, if Mrs. Runkle passed, you would not see me for weeks. Like, just weeks. It would be, they're just, even just thinking about it, I can't, right? So, yeah. Some people noted here that over here, we've got Sky, that is Kouri's original lawyer, is is present in court for her verdict today. I know some people have said, oh, well, she's on the prosecution's side. Yeah, she's pretty clearly in support of Kouri, and good for her for that, because she is, you see who she's sitting next to? She's sitting next to Kouri's mom. Sky, I saw people saying Sky is on the prosecution's side. No. She is clearly here in support of Kouri and in support of Kouri's mom. So Sky has not betrayed the prosecution or betrayed Kouri at all. She's very much there in support. So
tell Detective Woody, they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Kouri tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night. They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later, high up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Kouri or Eric's jacket in a closet. All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't find any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house. We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom. But they could have asked for consent. Kouri gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom.
I mean, they're saying it's a, it's that they did a shit investigation. This is a reasonable thing. I don't hate this part.
The entire house could have been searched that day, but they didn't do it. They didn't even ask. What else happens that morning? Officer Nguyen, he does his death checklist. He says, did he have any history of prescription abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Kouri tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why in the name of God did she just not say yes? Had she said yes, we probably wouldn't all be sitting here today.
Becca, I see saying my comments keep disappearing. This sucks. I have been having the same problem. We just had my 14-year-old nephew's wake last week, not a dry eye. I am really sorry, Becca. I hope YouTube didn't delete that. I've been having trouble making comments as well, where my comments get nuked. I keep trying to comment, and it says YouTube has rejected this comment. So I don't think it's anybody modding. I think YouTube is just sucking. But I am really sorry, Becca. Yeah. It's a sad.
Say yes because she did
I'm
not
making
know
myself.
how he had died.
I'm getting sad here today.
Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house 10 more times, and they still can't tell you what happened the early morning of March 4th, 2022.
Becca,
10 warrants.
sorry.
That's a lot. That's not typical. They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial. 4 years of investigation, and they are still trying to find evidence to make their case because they know they don't have enough. They're still trying to prove Kouri Richins guilty.
And they did in 3 freaking hours.
So let's talk about Todd Gabler. In comes Todd Gabler, the private investigator. Jeff O'Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the estate. Just the civil case. Seriously? He's putting trackers on the car of Kouri, her mother, her brother. He's trying to track Carmen Lauber's car. He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigator is what helped advance their investigation. He testified he was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't, not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said he didn't need a babysitter while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you. He said nobody was ever in that house without me being there. That wasn't true. What he told you wasn't true. Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous times by himself. He also told you that he was completely fair and unbiased, testing 2 hypotheses. His hypotheses, suicide and homicide. He ignored any others, including accident.
I didn't hate he ignored any others, including accident. She goes into this whole thing about like search rights, and I go, what? No, that's not helpful. I also see somebody saying, Runkle, we need an eyebrow swoop. Granted, let me find the Potter eyebrows. Earlier I had a nap. Like I had a nap between work and the stream. And Potter was in the bed, but when I went to nap, and as soon as I went to nap, Potter was like, no, and he bailed. He's cute, but he does not like having people in the bed when he's in the bed.
And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, Kouri killed Eric. Josh told you that tainted what he thought of next. How does it not taint an interview when your opening line is, oh, Kouri killed Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know. Josh told you he started looking back at things differently than he had before because of that. Like I said, he tracked Kouri's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been in Sonora, Mexico? No.
So the defense theory, and the prosecution's going to make fun of him for it later, but the defense theory, yes, this is 1.5 speed, because we need to get through it. But the defense theory appears to be that basically that Eric was so worried about moving drugs across the airport, that he would put the drugs into Kouri Richins's, into her bags so that he couldn't possibly get caught with them. And then now the thought is that Eric went down to Mexico and flew back with fentanyl in his bags. And I'm like, yeah, what now? How? Why does the judge's name sign say judge on it twice? And why was I more captivated by that issue than by almost all of Lewis's closing argument? It's a good question. I don't know why it says it twice. So, yeah.
Nothing about that investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant at this time. Everything about this investigation was led by the Richins family. They started on day one and they continued until trial. They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave information to the police. And by the way, Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true, but he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics, to search.
This is bullshit. This is, quite frankly, ridiculous stupid, because the reason why he was allowed to search is because he had consent from the trust that owns the house. So the cops could search under these same criteria. Like if the cops had said, we want to do another search, I'm sure the trust would have been like, you bet, go search, right? Like, come on.
Your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation. And you know what? That is terrifying. It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI that can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have a constitution for a reason. It's to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviews someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him. Then he interviews Carmen Lauber because he was told to by the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation. He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information, particularly in the letter that we saw that Kouri wrote to her mother, the walk the dog letter. Now, he told you he didn't need to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter until after Kouri was arrested. So, I guess the state was done. You wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her. Interestingly, they were still executing search warrants. They were still trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence. It is absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true. In fact, at least 3 things in that letter were corroborated by the state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might contradict your theory. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Also remember that letter never went to anyone. So it was nothing more than thoughts on paper. That's all that letter was. What else didn't he do? He didn't interview the person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that. But he didn't follow up on that. He said that. He didn't follow up on where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there. He didn't investigate what Eric did or where he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see if did Eric go to the hospital that day. In fact, he did nothing regarding that day. Nothing. What else? He didn't find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something. At least oxycodone. Where were they? I guess somebody took them, but they didn't have them. So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Kouri were gone. They no longer existed. They couldn't find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone, but you know what? There was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night. So instead, Detective O'Driscoll says, well, we wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her, they want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story. Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was an awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you. Things he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember what people had told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, that might have been important because he testified the EpiPens in the house belonged to the children. Well, maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, if I could have a few minutes, I could find out what was said. I could give you more information. We were in trial. He was on the stand 4 years after Eric had died.
Yeah, that doesn't mean like this is punish the prosecution because this guy, like, this isn't establishing the innocence. It is just, I'm like, oh, why are you shouting? Why are you banging the podium? All of the jury has heard the thing about, you know, when you've got the facts on the law on your side, pound on the law. When you have the facts on your side, pound on the facts. When you have neither on your side, pound the podium. And they're sitting there watching you pound the podium. Like, okay.
3 years after he'd been appointed as lead investigator, and either he wasn't prepared to testify or he just didn't know. He is the lead investigator. Now the state elicited testimony from him that how could he possibly know the entire case? It's just too much. I couldn't know all that information. But he's the one they put on. He's the one they relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him. You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said, well, he ingested it. There was no evidence, none, that fentanyl was put in a drink. That was argument. Argument is not evidence. And they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink, without any evidence to back that up. Okay, she made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink.
And she's not wrong about that. The problem is that there's no other way for the fentanyl to get into his body that's plausible.
And the lead detective who couldn't tell you anything, he sat through this entire trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet he still didn't know the evidence.
Okay, are you saying he deserves a spanking, or are you saying that somehow that makes your client innocent? Like, are you saying he's lying? Because if he's just an idiot,
I want to talk a minute about deleted
then
text.
that doesn't
And the
get
phone
you
searches,
anywhere.
just quickly. Deleted text. They said there were deleted texts off Kouri's phone, and that, it looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete text off your phone? Maybe because you were having an affair over the last 2 years? You might want to delete that off your phone before your whole husband's family finds out about it. Maybe because she was buying oxycodone. I mean, she asked Carmen for pain pills. Doesn't mean she killed.
Wait, what? She asked Carmen for pain pills? You just admitted this? All right, that's a choice. Because I would have gone with Carmen Lauber is completely incredible. But instead, okay.
Her husband. But you probably want that off of your phone. The phone searches. So the evidence showed that Kouri found out on April 13th that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out.
I mean, the thing is in a closing, you often try to argue your client is innocent. not just not guilty, and see if they'll compromise on not guilty.
Husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means. And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons. Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation.
Would an innocent person be Googling luxury prisons for the rich, though? Would an innocent person be Googling, like, poisoning? Oh my God. Like, this, I'm just like, okay.
She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after Eric died.
Hoss Long to luxury prisons for the rich.
All right, what do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death? It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach. We know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood. We know there was no histamine response, no anaphylaxis. So he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction. And then
So I thought they said the prisons were about the Real Housewives of Utah. They can't get that in because the only way they could get that in is if somebody testified, and Kouri Richins hasn't testified. So, there's no evidence of that at all.
starts. Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away. We know he had norfentanyl in his body, and this is because his body had started to metabolize the fentanyl. The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility. The fentanyl was there from a previous use. That was the evidence. That is reasonable doubt. What else do we know from the ME and the tox?
The problem is that this is getting to like the Swiss cheese model of safety, where you've got like one layer of cheese and then another layer of cheese and then another layer of cheese. And at this point, she's like, that's a reasonable doubt. That's a reasonable doubt. The problem is that when you get to like 12 reasonables, I mean, let's put it this way. Let's say I take a quarter and it's a legitimate, unbiased quarter, right? And I flip the quarter and it comes up as heads. It's perfectly plausible. 50-50 shot, right? And then you flip the quarter again and it comes back as heads, right? And you're like, still really plausible, 25%. You flip the quarter again and you're like, okay, we're down to 12.5%. It's getting a little more unlikely. And then you flip the quarter 1,000 times and they're all heads. My conclusion is no longer that this is reasonably just chance. My conclusion at this point is someone's cheating. And, sure, it's possible. It's just chance. But when you add together all of these reasonable questions, eventually you get to an unreasonable position. So,
toxicologist. Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And how do we know this? There was only fentanyl in the blood and not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink.
Oh, and somebody's going to pull up a fallacy and they're going to get it wrong, and then I'm going to have to go on a rant. So, chat.
Drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition. But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol. She testified that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood. So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood. But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier. Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that, but they're throwing around a lot of theories. Why is that? Because they don't have one. They don't know what happened. Dr. Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME isn't held to the high standard that the state is. And there was no evidence that the autopsy couldn't have been amended at a later date if additional information was received. The ME testified, excuse me, the ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't. What else did they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle test? Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. Would you be asked to do that by law enforcement? Again, Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory. Evidence to support that Kouri was behind Eric's death. They did not want.
So it's a tunnel vision argument, but she's making it not the best way.
To look for evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer. Confirmation bias. All right, let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Kouri ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber, interestingly, they barely mentioned Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who can put fentanyl into Kouri's hand. Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly, a lot of it was painful to watch.
This is actually one of the better parts of her close. I actually thought the Lauber part was the best, although a lot of people hated it. So, yeah.
And in some ways, she's sympathetic. But she is looking at multiple long prison sentences. And her only way out, her only way was to testify at this trial.
But you just said your client bought pills from her. Okay.
What she could not do was put fentanyl in Kouri Richins' hands. She told you that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022. During those interviews, she told detectives over and over again, my brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone. So what she testified to you wasn't what she remembered. She admitted on the stand that what she testified to is what she had been shown, what she had been told. Detective O'Driscoll told you that Carmen Lauber could not remember the purchase of drugs after Eric had died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. You know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth, in her head. She was told by detectives in this case that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose. And Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card? Give them the...
Why are you showing a Monopoly card copyrighted 1936 and 1996 by Hasbro? Why? This is not a good... There are some weird ass slides here. Like, we didn't need to see what a get out of jail free card looks like. We know. We've all played Monopoly. And you could see the boot hitting the butt. Like, okay, cool.
details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. You heard that from O'Driscoll's own mouth. He tried to explain it away, but he
1936 for the original, 1996 for an artwork update. That's why it's got both.
Went in and he told this woman, get out of jail free card, give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl. The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to get Ms. Lauber to confirm what they already had decided happened. Again, confirmation bias. She told them at that first interview, I literally never dealt with fentanyl. And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl. She was afraid of fentanyl. She told them that Kouri asked for something for an investor's bad back. Maybe it was for Eric. But she told them that Kouri asked for an investor's bad back. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug. She told them Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She admitted that she got the word fentanyl from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down, and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could have written it right there at the table, I suppose. But you know what else?
I feel bad for Sky because Sky is sitting here, and I'm sure the thought running through her head is, I could do better. Like, I feel like that is, I feel like that is got to be what she's thinking. And then we've got Detective O'Driscoll, who's sitting here like, I mean, his facial expression is like, I'm going to write them so many parking tickets. He's like, yeah.
Remember? She also told the Assistant United States Attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. Attorney or the Assistant U.S. Attorney said, oh, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember. They literally offered a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card.
Why are you showing this a second?
Detective
It was stupid the first time. Why are you showing it again? It has not gotten less stupid.
So they brought up the TV show The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire House of Cards is being held up by her. And now at trial 3 years later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times. Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely under it. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday.
And this I thought was good, right? She's lying. She's making her shit up. And I'm like, okay, cool, awesome.
And you know, I didn't ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement as to what.
The thing is you did it badly. And you did it badly again in close, such that you've got people in chat pissed at you. I get why you're trying to make the argument, but you gotta approach it gently.
She needed to do and what she needed to say. She described her learning disability as low education. Well, you can decide what that means for yourself, but one possibility is she has an intellectual disability. And if that is the case, she is more vulnerable to suggestibility than most people. Easy to manipulate. And they took advantage of this.
What you should have done is, she is vulnerable. They took advantage of a vulnerable woman who is dealing with a learning disability. She is trying to recover from addiction. She's having struggles. They are saying that they have all of the, it's like, point out that the prosecution are being big meanies, right? Don't make fun of her. Say the prosecution are being big meanies. They're exploiting all of these things in order to force her to do the things. Isn't it cruel that they're threatening a woman with a learning disability to send her to jail for decades, if she doesn't cooperate? This is like, you gotta recognize she's a sympathetic witness. You cannot punch her in the face.
We all saw it. They did too, but they had to find someone who would confirm their theory. But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that Carmen Lauber was consistent about. There were a few. Kouri asked for some pain medication. Kouri said that in the walk the dog letter. Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th.
You know who they needed? They needed Nico LaHood. They needed Nico LaHood to just like parachute in and do the cross of Carmen Lauber. Would have been amazing.
Oxycodone. Now that's important because if Kouri had any pain pills before February 14th, these were likely what she had. She said Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews. Carmen never asked Robert Crozier for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she bought pills from Robert Crozier. That the pills she got from him were light green, 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases.
I mean, to be fair, your story has changed from open to close.
That changed. The date changed. For the first time, she says that Crozier was the first one to say the word fentanyl. It's the first time we've heard that. Wasn't in the interviews. She's not a truthful person. There were a couple of little things she lied on the stand about. Not super important, but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for her anxiety or any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story, but
I mean, I think this is useful here.
we didn't hear from her. What else did Carmen lie about? She said on that stand, and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out, my get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it. When confronted though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She said on the stand, and she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it. Oh yeah, I guess I drank it. But what's the most important thing she admitted to lying to? She lied to a judge. She lied to a judge by writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court.
And this is important. You can say, look, she is a kind, like, she has been known to lie to get herself things she wants, to lie to get herself things like out of trouble.
Why did she lie to
I
that
should
judge?
start another goal.
She wanted to go to Vegas. And she told you on the stand, she admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas. There is a lot more at stake here than going to Vegas. She is, again, being untruthful.
I don't hate that line.
And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison. And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story in addition to her get out of jail free card? She also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card. No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore. No.
I mean, this is kind of true, right? Where she was basically sucking at drug court and then she's given a pass on drug court. I actually think that, like, you know, yeah, tell me you don't know any recovering drug addicts without telling me you don't know any recovering drug addicts. The point is that her statement is questionable, right? But the problem is like the part of it that you want to throw into question is the part you admitted. They did mention the gummies. They mentioned that they were held in an upper cabinet. So it was a brief mention, but they did mention it.
No regular check-ins. She just had to text hi or lobber to Detective Maynard. And most importantly, no more drug tests. She's still on probation. Still waiting to go to court, see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested. Is she telling you the truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know. She got everything.
Dangerous game. Dangerous game. Because she looked clean to me. She came off as clean, and this probably pissed the jury off.
She wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt? You cannot.
Hated that phrasing. Love the idea. Love the idea. Hated the way she said it.
And if you can't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Kouri Richins not guilty. I want to talk about Robert Crozier, because he's also an addict.
See, now she's learned that you can finish a sentence and then take the big sip. That, you know, good. She's learning.
And he also changed his story. But what makes him different? First, his original story was given in a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs. Not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in and they told him he sold fentanyl. So we already know. We know you sold fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl. And he agreed with them. And they asked, did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl? And he said, absolutely. But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, well, you sold Carmen fentanyl, Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said, yes. He said, what I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her. What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lauber? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say, not the other way around. Why do this? Why would
This is a decent argument. I don't hate it.
he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story. Let's go back. So he gives that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Bloodworth in April of 25 before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman. And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong.
Not a whisper of THC.
He says, no, I sold
on his
carbon oxycodone,
talks.
not fentanyl. And how does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lauber in early 2022. Also, his source gave him fentanyl that was so dark it was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our...
So Kouri probably missed dinner at the prison. So they probably gave her a makeup dinner. A lot of prisons, if you are not there at like prison time, like prison dinner time, you don't get dinner. But they usually have something for people who are brought in late but haven't been fed, and usually that is a shitty-ass sandwich. So Kouri Richins, if the Utah Women's Prison works like other prisons I'm familiar with, probably had like a slice of bread, a smear of butter, and a piece of bologna, like a shitty ass bruised ass apple, and like a little apple juice thing, and that was probably her dinner. So just, you know, if you're inclined to feel bad for her.
team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified to the same thing at trial. I was only selling oxy.
Not likely to be an egg sandwich.
And not only that, he told you it was prescription oxy from a pharmacy.
It's probably not egg sandwich because egg sandwiches have to be prepared fresh each day, whereas whereas like a bologna sandwich can be just left, and the bologna keeps for forever.
So not fake oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real oxy. And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more than the drug expert did. He told you, light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue pills, those were 30 milligram pills. His prescription was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff. He was a pretty successful drug dealer. And he told you when I sold fentanyl, those pills were almost purple. What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Kouri Richins. He'd never met Eric Richins. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's. Her freedom is at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Kouri. He has nothing to gain. He just told you the truth. The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her. And we don't know where any of them are. Where are these some odd 90 to 120 pills? They didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is. They didn't trace any fentanyl. So how did Eric end up ingesting fentanyl? What other reasonable explanation might there be?
Gee, I wonder, what explanation could there be for how the fentanyl gets into Eric?
I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richins was a drug addict. He wasn't a Carmen Lauber. He wasn't a Robert Crozier. I don't think the evidence shows that. But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Kouri to get him pain pills. He probably did. So what do we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful. He had back pain. He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death.
I've got all sorts of pain. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not scoring pills on the street. So, okay.
Look at what he was doing right before his death. So right before his death, he's texting. Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no.
But we already heard that the discussion that he was having was, where's my fucking horns? So,
He texts his friend Scott Wagner. More, Pedro Sonora. From 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:36, he texts him 1, 2, 3, well, these are back and forth. But between them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts. He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales?
and it's how far was it from Scottsdale to Nogales? It's the Haas long to Nogales.
And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul.
Yeah, and what are these texts? They're where's my freaking horns? They're not where's my, lethal dose of fentanyl.
Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Kouri was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in opening that didn't come in during trial, and that's true. Strategies change during trial. But remember, we are not the ones under an obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us. We're not under an obligation to prove anything. It's them. Okay, so what else do we find on that
I hope
first day
things
that
get
Eric
better
died?
for
What else do
you
they
soon, ABQ Cat.
The hydrocodone bottle.
I get it.
Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? What was kept in that bottle? The bottle sitting right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed neatly in his charger.
I actually think this is their best argument. Here's this pill bottle,
prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue, and you can see the residue there. Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle.
I can see the argument for why didn't they test the residue? Was it full of fentanyl, right?
What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle? Put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle? Put them by your bed? And now that bottle's gone, and nobody knows where it is, and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either. So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl in Mexico. Maybe he thought it was something else, and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know. But they didn't. You know what else we know, though? We know he had a prescription for naltrexone. And it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used to treat Lyme disease.
It kind of is, though. Kind of is.
There's a reasonable alternative. Reasonable doubt. All right, I'm going to move to motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Kouri's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Kouri had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. That at no time did Kouri ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him. It was clear that Josh loved Kouri more than she loved him. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his demeanor. You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Kouri was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Kouri had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But
it really ticks me off when she's just like, I'm just going to come in here and tell some lies about the naltrexone. I'm like, when I did a search for naltrexone online, it came up as used for Lyme disease, right? So
Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural, that it really didn't even seem that unusual at the time. He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Kouri killed Eric. It's not evidence of a homicide. It isn't proof of anything. Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one. You heard there was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said. And you know what? We do not remember.
The text was an open... Oh, my God. You completely did not land the open relationship thing about him banging his buddy. So, now you're pulling in the open relationship. I'm like, if you want to argue an affair, you needed to call some fucking evidence of that, not just suggest that he was, giving his buddy a hand job in the I'm sorry, you have no decent evidence about, the, who was tickling whose tonsils here. So, making this your argument, I'm like, oh my God. You're not wrong, Lara. There is absolutely, but I mean, there's just no suggestion of this. It's so dumb.
This up to make Eric out to be a bad person. It doesn't matter what he was doing in his personal life. That's not the point. The point is that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana, or even that he took prescriptions. The point is we all have secrets, and Eric had secrets. But
I secretly just feel like this is brain cancer in, yeah.
to Josh, the best evidence that Josh was not a motive for Kouri to kill her husband is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh. She didn't show up at the brunch that they planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even finished paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Kouri changed after Eric's death.
Yeah, because Josh was no longer useful.
She was grieving. That he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off. And by the way, if Kouri was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses?
Yes, because she was hoping that she was going to run off with all the money. Like the big trunk full of money is what she was hoping for.
That doesn't fit with the state's theory. The state says, look at texts. Replace the words in them with different words. They stood here and made up what was inside people's heads, what they were thinking. The state has to rely on evidence. They have to prove their case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Kouri killed Eric in order to be with Josh.
I don't see a rogue jury argument on appeal.
Money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was. Was there fake it till you make it? There seemed to be a lot of that going on. Brooke Harrington testified. This
is really a lot of like, you know, I ran the numbers, but man, I am bad at math.
That money was not a priority to Kouri Richins. She could have used an accountant, she said.
Her sucking at business indicates that money is not a priority? Are you... Okay.
She didn't even use QuickBooks. And this is all true. A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take a backseat to her family? Probably. The state also wants you to believe that Kouri was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed. The evidence showed...
What? Okay.
That the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Kouri was not earmarked for closing. Kouri could do whatever she wanted with that money. All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, that she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 she expected to come in from another flip.
Oh, so you're saying Chelsea Barney is sitting in her house right now? Come on. Like, she's got good arguments to make, but a lot of this stuff is just like, oh, she didn't rip off her friend. I'm like, her friend didn't get the fucking house. Is she living in the house? No, she's not living in the house. Go fuck yourself.
But then Kouri was arrested and never got the opportunity to do that. That's why that house foreclosed. But you know what the evidence has shown? That Kouri, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that that Midway Mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night. If Kouri was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property. And if you look at the state's exhibit 624D, you will see that Kouri actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped.
And she made a loss on all of it. She's saying she made a profit on the homes, except that she didn't make a profit on the entire deals because she was eating interest charges like, you know, oh my God. She was eating interest charges like Zora eats pizza crusts. And that means she was barely even stopping to chew. Like, come on. You know, she's like, oh, she made money on the house. She lost money on the fucking deal. Right? Like,
she had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one too.
No, she's 1.5 million in the hole. Like, she has reason to believe like she's going to make a profit on this one. Like Charlie Brown has reason to believe he's going to kick the football the next time.
All the foreclosures, those were all after her arrest. And something else, they say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live in it with Josh, which again, Josh said it was fantasy. That wasn't going to happen. But if you don't believe him, look at text. Look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? You can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells him, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to.
You don't have it word for word? It's your fucking clothes in a murder trial. What do you mean you don't have it word for word? Didn't you just give the lead investigator shit for not remembering things, and here you are in your clothes and you don't have it word for word? What the fuck are you doing here? Like, did you just walk in from the street?
Give the numbers, I mean, to the investors. She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state talked about in their opening and throughout trial.
All right, so at least she says gifts. Thank you.
They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Kouri's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration. That's what those were about. If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time, down to the second, as a picture of the Midway Mansion. So what do we know about these gifts? We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text. We know that they were accessed the morning of the 4th. We know that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th. These were not about Eric's death. She wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion. It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money. She received less from life insurance than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She is a professional, expert witness. First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000 by the state. A prosecution witness, sitting right here today behind the prosecution.
Okay. All right.
Very different than the
They're hoping that 200,000 is gonna.
But anyway, if you accept her testimony, the life insurance wasn't gonna fix the problem anyway. Kouri spent that life insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Kouri? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys.
All I want is make it stop.
And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Kouri Wright testified that they made $500,000 each.
I have never made $33,000 in a month. I know lawyers who have. I am not one of them because I do way too much shit for free.
Last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years he made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Kouri alive than dead.
But she's bad at she's bad at planning. Like, you're not wrong. Eric Richins was worth way more. And I mean, but she ran this the same way she runs all of her financial decisions, which is dumb. Like, her financial planning is powered by fucking stupid.
Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric. 4 years later, 10,000 searches, over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses, 3 weeks of trial, the FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job, and now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than speculation and conjecture because that's their job. It's not your job.
Why are you yelling? Like, you can speak forcefully without it feeling like you're yelling at us.
I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. The state has not proven this. They haven't even proven that she obtained fentanyl. They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased. As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters. Because what did he die of? He died of fentanyl. There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system. They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl. Oh, and let me talk about Becky Lloyd for 1 minute. She said that she had a conversation after a drink or two where Kouri allegedly said, oh, I'd be Things would be easier. I'd be better off if Eric was dead. But what else did you hear? You heard Becky in a recording tell the officers and investigators. I don't think I can testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. You know, maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richins accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Kouri Richins not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this? And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has the rest of the elements there. She had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Kouri bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock in the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, I think I left some sandwich in the truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2. He called a couple of friends and sounded upset. He joked a few days later with Kouri and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Allie Staking. She never said that Kouri got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Wouldn't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. But that's it, that's their entire case. He didn't go to the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, that she gets some details wrong about that day. Maybe because she didn't try to kill him, and in her memory that day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch. Well, it was breakfast. Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Kouri was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it. None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days. No evidence as to what was in those calls. No witnesses from the IRS. Speculation, conjecture, not proof, reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now, remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign it. They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on that True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare married couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay? But there was no evidence either way.
I don't sign shit for my wife. And she's like, we all sign stuff for our partners. And I'm like, do we? I can't think of a time I've had to sign anything for my wife. I really can't. Yeah.
It's not guilty of forgery. All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5. Because this count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed social security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty.
The thing is, at least where I am, when a package comes to the door, I don't sign for my wife. I sign as me for person receiving the package. Like, they don't need my wife's signature, even though this, thing is for, it's just an adult signing for it. So, yeah.
Not guilty on count 3. Count 4 says that alleges that Kouri fraudulently collected the True Stage insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven their case. They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So,
spoiler alert, they do.
Instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would. Getting close to the end. I'm sure you would like me to stop talking. But I have to tell you.
Why the fuck are you telling the jury I'm sure you would like me to stop talking? Are you kidding me? Ah. No. I mean, yes, but no. I do want you to stop talking, but you shouldn't tell the jury that because, like, you know.
I'm afraid to stop talking. Because as I stand here right now, Kouri Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence.
I hate this speech that she gives right here.
I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes. And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear? Did I focus on what you wanted to know?
How about the entire defense case that you just didn't call?
Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom, everyone watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. And that room you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely, none of these reach that
This is an excellent part of your speech that you should not be delivering as a yelling lecture.
Extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room.
You should be explaining to the jury this, not lecturing to the jury, yelling at the jury. You should be coming in and you should be explaining this. Okay.
First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask you to refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt. Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us and not against Kouri.
Okay, I mean, that is good because Ramos definitely did something to offend everybody like 5 minutes in. But, yeah.
Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins not guilty.
So the jury goes back and they find the courage to say, she does not get to be part of our community anymore. Oh, yeah. I did not like this. That needed to be delivered in a fashion that was not stupid.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, 15 minutes now will save me 30 minutes later.
Understood. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs.
What he means when he says 15 minutes now will save me 30 minutes later is if you let me compile my thoughts, I will be able to shorten my submissions. So he's like, let me not ramble. All right. So, story time. I am trying my best to get the last things out of my house. I'm trying to meet all of the, all of the Extra Life sending out stuff. Now, two things are a problem. And the reason why they're a problem is that the two things are, one, a belt for Vulcus, and that I have to finish, and it's going to be a long process. The other one is a journal cover, and I forget who that's for, but it's in my notes. So I got to send those out. But I've got this for somebody I emailed who hasn't emailed me back. I'm hoping they can confirm their mailing address. But I printed a label for this, and So it's a printed label for Purolator. And I went to the local shipping center, and the local shipping center is apparently having a fight with Purolator. And so the fight, they're like, we won't ship for Purolator. And I'm like, what the fuck? Stina, you should have gotten it. Send me an email to runkleofthebailey@gmail.com, and I will email it out. If you didn't get it, it went into spam because those were emailed out. And so send that. I will get it to you via email. But yeah, I need to get that sent out. Yeah. And if you're wondering what it costs to ship this box, Laura Liani, I missed your email. It might have gone into. Send me another email if you emailed me. I will check my spam. Julia, were you supposed to get a leather keychain that you didn't? Because if you didn't, I will absolutely knock you out a leather keychain. But this costs $25 to ship. And it's not heavy. It weighs 173 grams. So, yeah, it's an adventure. I got to figure all of this shit out because I like the auction. It does good work for the children. It is fun, all of that. But I got to figure out a better shipping system because, the shipping is like, so I had one person at one point reach out to me and they're like, Runkle, why didn't you donate more to your own thing? And I was like, here's how much I spent on shipping. And they're like, my mistake. So why don't you ship via Canada Post Express? It's for some reason not eligible for Canada Post Express. So, Julia, I will make you a leather keychain and I will send it to you. Shoot me your email. I will send you a keychain. If it's a keychain, I can use an envelope. This is not a keychain. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, I haven't sealed it yet. So this one includes a thing. This is light. This is easy. It includes a Marmar, thing. So that's got to get shipped in a box that'll keep it alive. And as an apology for being freaking forever about all of this, I also am including a Runkle pin. It's a pigeon pin. The blue is from a protective cover, but that peels off. So I'm including a pigeon pin and also a screaming Christmas goat because somebody sent me like 12 goats. So I have so many goats. And so I am sending a goat along with it as well as... So those things are essentially apologies for sucking so bad at getting stuff sent out. Because, and I haven't sold the pigeon pins yet. I need to put the, but if you're wondering what the Christmas goat looks like, this is the Christmas goat. So anyway, the shipping is a nightmare. I got to figure that out, but it was maddening that I was like trying to go. So Purolator is a shipping company, and so I was trying to take it to the the Purolator depot that's nearest me was like, we don't take Purolator right now, and I'm like, why? And they're like, we're fighting with Purolator. I'm like, come on. Are you taking orders for hot sauce? So the current hot sauce status. Do I have a bottle of my hot sauce here? I've got a bottle of like every other hot sauce. I have a bottle of my hot sauce with no label on it. So it's like empty. So my hot sauce status, the status for making more hot sauce. The guy, so I get my hot sauce through a person who does the fermentation. So the way that works is I came up with like he was like, "Hey, what kind of flavor profile were you looking at?" And I'm like, "I really want to replicate this hot sauce that I made for myself." And he's like, "I can do that. I can make that work." So he had to tweak it a bit because my recipe was not shelf stable. So he's like, "We have to tweak the acid. We have to tweak the salt." And I was like, "Oh my God, please let this be good." Because I ordered thousands of dollars worth of hot sauce from this guy, like when he made it. And so like I've agreed to I've agreed to pay this guy for thousands of dollars worth of hot sauce. And like I sent him my recipe and he's like, "I'm tweaking it." And I am like, "Please let this be good. Please let this be good. Please let this be good." And so he delivers the hot sauce and I was like, "Thank God, this is delicious." And so that was amazing, right? Because now I've got this hot sauce and it's perfect and we're awesome. But I want to ship the hot sauce to the States. Like I want it to be the next hot sauce. I want the next round of hot sauce to be something I can also send to American folks. And so this requires a kitchen that is FDA certified, which there aren't a whole lot of. But he is trying. So he's in the process of buying buying or leasing a facility from some other guy who's getting out of the game. And so if he gets that facility, he'll be able to make a lot more stuff, but also it'll be an FDA facility. So if that works, I should hopefully be able to ship stuff to the US. And now here's the problem. Now with all the tariffs and stuff, this is the problem, is that anybody ordering the hot sauce will end up eating some cost. And yeah, I'm trying not to be the pink sauce lady. I will tell you, it was fucking terrifying making hot sauce and selling the hot sauce because I just want to share the hot sauce, right? I just want to share all of that. And oh my God, I was so scared because I was like, please don't let this turn into a disaster. Please don't let this be some sort of nightmare. What is it? I haven't passed on the allium-free one. I haven't been able to work on it in a while. The problem is I've gone through 3 separate iterations of trying to make an allium-free hot sauce. And as of yet, none of the allium-free hot sauce efforts I've made have met my standards. So, I mean, I've had hot sauces worse than my allium-free, but I don't want to make something where it's just like, this isn't the worst hot sauce I've ever had. I want to make something that is, I want to make something that I'll be proud of and that you'll be happy buying. One of the things I was very happy with the hot sauce is I only had one complaint. And the one complaint I got was because Canada Post drove over it and they smashed the bottles. So that kind of was the problem there. So that person, I just did a refund and was like, sorry. Allium is garlic and onions. Some folks in the chat are allergic to garlic and onions, and so I want to make a hot sauce that will be that'll be good, but that won't have any garlic or onions in it, which is actually surprising because garlic and onions are in like every hot sauce. So yeah. So I'm trying to get that out. I have multiple additional hot sauces. I'm hoping that the next round of hot sauce will have the original 2 hot sauces, the everyone makes mistakes and the burn your regrets. And I'm hoping to have an additional 2 more. I'm still working on them. I'm still getting them right. The not allium free one is getting close. It's really close to being ready to go. And once that's good to go, I will start sending it out. And yeah. Jinx, we covered the verdict at the start. We'll probably cover it again at the end, but yeah. I actually have thought about a maple syrup one. The problem is maple syrups are a really expensive ingredient. So if I make a heavily maple syrup one, it'll be yeah. One, I packaged the hell out of those, and only one of them failed. So yeah. I will probably. So the guy making them will do the bottling. I'll probably do the labeling. So yeah. LEG, I might do a shop stream tomorrow, or it might be date night. So I gotta figure that out. I probably.
If you wanted to do something
it'll probably be date night tomorrow.
No, so just a break to, well,
collect your thoughts.
collect my thoughts.
We'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you.
Tomorrow will probably be date night, and after that, I will probably do a shop stream sometime soon. God, now people are.
Please have a seat as you come in.
We are doing the rhino meme. That's where we're getting to now.
Please have a seat.
We probably will not be going to a bar for green beers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mrs. Runkle does not like beer in general.
Next, guys. Parlor tricks are not legal standards.
Yeah, they showed this, the witch and the witch widow thing. And I was like, you actually thought this was good enough to show again to the jury? All right. And then the prosecution mocks them. So
standards are what matter. Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions when you go back to deliberate. Reasonable doubt. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence.
It's important.
I've come back to this slide in rebuttal precisely because of defense's closing. There's a reason the state provided you in its slides with a cite to every single piece of evidence it argued.
I can tell you that Mrs. Runkle is not going to want to go to a bar for St. Patrick's Day, and I get it. I like what the prosecutor says here. The prosecutor is like, there's a reason why we showed you a slide for every piece of evidence. We cited our citations because we're not trying to bullshit you, but the defense is. I thought that was a very effective line from Bloodworth. Bloodworth is actually kind of, yeah.
Told you what transcript page and line number. We told you what exhibit number.
He's like, we are not bullshitting you.
Because what the attorneys say doesn't matter. The evidence is what matters. And there's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence.
Good morning, Slovak girl. Good morning.
A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves poisoning their spouse.
I mean, she comes close. She takes recordings of like all sorts of phone calls. She creates all of this evidence against herself. She comes close.
But circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude fact just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is wet outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way. Does everybody know?
All right, I'm going to hide myself here. Whoop, no. No. Where? I'm just gonna hide me. So this is his slide on circumstantial evidence. And so we've got the elephant, or some people have said rhino here. And we've got this pattern of person behind the rhino. And so the circumstantial evidence, we don't see anything happen, but the circumstantial evidence here is that dude was standing behind the elephant when it shat all over him in a epic fashion. I mean, he's not wrong. It's funny, but also like, really? And the thing is, if I was on the defense, I'd be trying to figure out how to object to this and failing. But I was just like, do we really have elephant shit? Elephant shit has entered this trial. I am just like, if you had sent me to create a bingo thing, and no matter how many squares you asked me to put in that bingo card, elephant shit would not have entered into the bingo, right? Ever at all. Like, so, but it is actually kind of a good argument for circumstantial evidence. And if I was teaching law students, I might actually use this. So, yeah. I laughed. I laughed real hard.
What happened here? Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me test. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber because she was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's just a vampire.
Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over her. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure. She could help her out. A little quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court.
I'm just going to say, the lawyer you know has a much better YouTube channel than the drug dealer you know.
Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not me. Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict. She was only
And this is the thing, is you can say Carmen Lauber's testimony was crap, except there was actually a lot of like corroborating evidence for it. So
at that Maverick and Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. Those were the only 3 times he was there. Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant matter. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs, that it had fentanyl. Blues had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs.
I think that's the
He got them from
hippo
a plug,
that
not
does
a
the
pharmacy.
spray.
They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not a prescription bottle. All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
So with these transactions, when Carmen
Go ahead.
Can I also just say you can tell how the prosecution team is organized by the little subtle gesture? Because the prosecution team, when he wants Scott to put up another slide, he's just like, he just gives Scott the, like, you know, the finger gun, and Scott puts up the next thing. They've got it planned. Whereas the defense is like, can I get the, you know, slide 12 or whatever? It's like, okay, go with the person who's got it planned out. Like, you should have this down. Where can I hide? Nope, that's not it. There we go.
We've seen this one again. Rozier was at the gas station 3 times. Carmen Lava was there every time. The March drug deal. Timing of this is very interesting. Shortly after
Mama Gemma, damn, well, that was fun. Missed the last hour due to Grumpy Moose. Was taking my son hot soup and Moose just came at me. All's well. I'm glad all's well, but I have so many questions about the Moose story. I like Bloodworth. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't get on the Scott train. He uses a mouse with a laptop for absolutely no reason. I use a mouse with a laptop, which is the reason is because it's vastly superior.
Eric's death, Carmen Lauber spoke with Kouri Richins and asked, please tell me these pills were not for him. Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills.
Finger gun can get you fired at some of the auto plants? What? What?
It's curious as to why. Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric. If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric. It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind. What? I don't know. Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind, which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills to kill.
I'm really curious about that finger gun thing.
Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Kouri had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, because she could not face the man whose son she had just murdered.
Oh, that's a fucking reach to me. Because, I mean, if Mrs. Runkle passed, I would have a hard time, like, speaking to her family. Because, yeah, I would just, like, I wouldn't be able to do it without breaking into tears. So, I don't know about that one. This one, I was just like, come on, dude, you've got her. You don't need to get shitty about it.
We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when Kouri Richins is asked whether she's going to tell her children, whether she's going to talk to her children. Notice Kouri Richins' reaction in the moment. So this will be Katie Richins' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Scott.
Where are your children now?
Just like in that room, 2 are awake with their ear to the door. I don't want to go. Please don't take them out. No, what happened? What happened?
We don't know. We went to bed.
Clint's here. He's gonna help. Where are my boys?
Kids right
This is where's my brother? No.
Kouri, is there a way we can relocate your boys upstairs? Yeah. Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah,
Moose does, yep.
Kouri Richins walks away. Katie then takes the boys upstairs. In moments of tragedy and
Sure,
profound
note
sorrow,
isn't significant.
you not only comfort your children, they comfort you. Kouri Richins hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving. She doesn't want to see other people see her non-reaction. She's not grieving because she feels no grief. She just murdered Eric. You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying. Deputy Wynn's body camera did catch a moment of surprise. That's the moment he informed her that Deputy Wynn, was sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise.
Okay, that was pretty effective.
She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used
The problem with single frames is that you can catch people making all sorts of stupid expressions if you go frame by frame. So, okay.
Fentanyl because she thought she would get away with it. She didn't think anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl. And the minute Deputy Wynn said, we're sending his body for an autopsy, that's her reaction.
That might have been the moment that everything fell apart for her. And I mean, you can see this frame has her looking stupid. And that is because we have paused on a frame that includes her face.
The 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone in his toxicology results. The only other hydrocodone...
You notice that a lot of these slides were like ready to go.
Reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room and the mudroom of the house. Perhaps Kouri Richins removed them from that bottle.
You can see she's breathing hard, even at 1.5 speed. I think she knows she's getting fucked. Like, here, let's try this at 1 speed.
The laundry room and the mudroom of the house. Perhaps Kouri Richins removed them from that bottle.
I think that's still some panic breathing.
And staged the crime scene.
Stop facing!
This is also...
You've literally had a jury instruction about your face. Your face should be set to off, and then the switch should be removed, and then the switch should be thrown into an ocean, and then the ocean should be like set on fire. Why are you facing?
Inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house, pills in the house is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills. And there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None. And there is, by the way, despite what defense counsel just told you, there's no evidence that Eric Richins sent these images.
It's probably that she opened her phone to the images page and it just loaded all the images at once and created thumbnails for all of them.
He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images. Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context, not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion.
It's probably that she opened up her images like app and that it loaded all of the images at once.
Details matter. We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Kouri's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better. They also viewed the distant image of the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there's no good reason these images were accessed at 8:29.
But there's also no indication that she sent them. Because if some other dude sent her the images, somebody else sent them, then that has no relevance to her. If I was the judge, I would have excluded these pictures unless they have some evidentiary finding, like some basis for showing that she sent them and not just that she received them. Because, like, I could send my wife a GIF right now. She's asleep, right? So, yeah.
Kouri Richins minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst minimization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Kouri Richins told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richins died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Jean's wife, Linda, died of.
Yeah, that just comes off as shitty, right?
That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel. She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol. And there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is.
There's probably not a mother who doesn't know what Tylenol is, but there are probably lots of mothers who don't know that Tylenol and acetaminophen are the same thing. And also, is that how acetaminophen is spelled? No, acetaminophen has an O in it. Like, Bloodworth, you don't know what acetaminophen is because you got that wrong. Lawyer said it's possible judge allowed the gifts as a sanction for deleting your phones. Maybe. Maybe.
She pretended she didn't understand the word illicit. She has a master's degree. In feigning ignorance with Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it. She was really worried about the amount of alcohol.
I mean, you'd also want to know that if you were innocent.
On April the 13th, Detective Woody told Kouri Richins that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder. Manner of death on the death certificate is immaterial. It's a box we check.
I should have I should hope that a nurse knows what acetaminophen is, because acetaminophen can kill you. Like, it's actually surprisingly lethal. Acetaminophen, if it wasn't already sort of a like a traditional medication, like something that's already really common, I don't think it would have been approved for the market if it was like invented now. Because I mean, acetaminophen is great for pain, but it's also bad.
They turn the information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. It's murder, aggravated murder.
Yeah, I don't think it would get approved by the FDA now because acetaminophen, the range of like acetaminophen therapeutic to acetaminophen killing you is actually really dangerously small. And it's actually kind of horrible because one of the things that happens is you get people who try to unalive themselves by taking a bunch of pills. And then they go to the hospital and they're like, I'm so glad I lived from taking all these pills. And if the pills were acetaminophen, the conversation that the hospital often has to have is, yeah, you didn't, though. You just haven't stopped moving yet. And that's a rough conversation if you've got somebody who's decided they want to live, but they have, it's too late and their liver is toast, because you are not getting on the transplant list if you are if you attempted to unalive yourself, you're just done. So it happens. So stay away from the Tylenol. And the other thing is, if you've got kids or pets, make sure the Tylenol is just like, make sure it's safe and kept away from them.
Perhaps in a perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy. And she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish her report before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats.
I like that. It is what it is. Bureaucrats. All right.
Eric did not ingest the THC gummy laced with fentanyl. When asked if she ate one that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did. Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis of Eric's blood or gastric. The THC that they collected on the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, right, the first search warrant, it was found in the cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom. Wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died. That's where most of the gummies were. There was also a package in the kitchen, which was never searched that the night he died. But all the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of stuff was sent to the lab for testing. None of it confirmed any fentanyl. Brian Holden.
Yeah,
He's
and as a
state
guy
crime
with
lab
chronic
had to
pain, I
testify.
have to watch what I take.
Detective Pascal works the streets of Salt Lake City, drugs his whole career. Never seen fentanyl-laced marijuana. That's that's cover up. That's misdirection. Kouri Richins' plan, if it was a plan, to make money on the Midway mansion is not tethered to reality. Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, 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 with $3.2 million of other people's money. She is intensely ambitious. Her plan was not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers' holds on this property. Not going to happen. She asked Eric Richins for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him, not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
Oh, this just looks so bad. This, yeah.
Okay, I'm getting all three.
Two boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Richard. Yep.
Richard.
Look, Judge is over.
And there she is giggling. It's bad.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph.
Yeah. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph. Damn. I gotta say, Bloodworth, that guy pulls out a scalpel at times. Like, remind me not to piss Bloodworth off. Because when he's like, there's no ancient artwork of that, I'm like, who is Richard a dick joke? I don't know what it's about, honestly. So, oh, he went to West Point? Awesome.
This book provides kind of three pieces of insight into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023, when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins. She also wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies in 10 months at $5 profit a copy. That is not tethered to reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money.
I mean, really good book sales for like a first book, really exceptional book sales is like 10,000 copies. And that's like really exceptional sales. Yeah, one day I want to finish my book. I've got a book that I sort of hike at. I do not expect I will sell it in whole thousands of copies. I suspect I might sell hundreds of copies. Yeah.
She would trade She betrayed on her sons and the death of her father.
That nervous kicking looks really bad at high speed.
To make money.
I have a book I'm writing. I don't
The final
get
thing to
very
tell you
far.
about Kouri Richins is that she wanted, as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it. And you can see from her writings and text messages, Orange Notebook, the notes, the Walk the Dog letter, not only did she not write it, she's not a good writer.
Whew. The other thing that might be fun, so I can't really announce yet, but there's a game I play online. And it's a text-based game. And when I'm ready to sort of announce, I will get no money out of it. It's not that kind of thing. But I am hoping that some other people might want to join me in playing it because it's kind of fun and it would be kind of cool to have a whole bunch of people flooding in to play the game. So it's not Zork, it's like an old mud. So yeah, if it's not ready to sort of have a whole bunch of people join, but at some point in future, I will be like, hey, come join me here and we can go adventuring and so forth. So if people are so inclined. So.
But she wanted to appear as one. The appearance was what was important to her.
Man, she is getting salty. Oz Shadow, we should talk. I have a TTRPG I'm working on very slowly. So Oz Shadow, I would love to chat at some point. So yeah. I'm really curious as to who you work with.
In defense's closing, when you strip out rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, anytime, anywhere, on any case, when you strip that out of defense's closing and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the Walk the Dog letter. Kouri Richins is saddled with this letter and needed to craft the defense around this letter. It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain everything. Let's unpack the letter in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Kouri Richins wrote, but with what the evidence shows. It's a translation from what Kouri Richins wrote to what the evidence shows. First part, here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted. Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago.
Bloodworth is just slaughtering her and she's sitting here like deer in the headlights.
I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier.
Oz Shadow, let's talk. Because like I got Call of Cthulhu right here.
I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught. Never mind that I know this story despite Ronnie never telling me.
Yep, Chaosium.
I need to explain why everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs. This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii. I need to distance myself from fentanyl. These are my made up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words.
I also have the I forget what they call the GM guide, but it's also sitting there.
If Ronnie does not say these things, I'm convicted.
And you see how much the walk the dog letter, he saved the walk the dog letter for rebuttal, for response. And he is just like, he's cutting her intestines out and putting them all over his Christmas tree here.
I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home.
She's smiling as a nervousness, nervous response. And it's because she's panicking. Okay, it's not just me. I tried to find the GM screen and I couldn't. So I'm glad that's not just me.
Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made up story along to Ronnie. That would be horrible.
And he's editorializing these various clips here.
Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does
Yeah, tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation.
not mess it up. Since his conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long. Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on Eric's sisters.
Ooh, yeah.
Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet. All the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins murdered her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. There is no other rational explanation for the evidence. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric. She is intensely ambitious. See through her facade, check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
All right. Next step. Brittany, if you would please swear in the bailiffs that will watch over the jury during deliberations.
Y'all raise your right hand.
So Bloodworth, like, straight up. I mean, we saw another murder this trial, and it was Bloodworth murdering Kouri Richins here. There is a jury note. Some people asked me to cover it. The jury note is completely uninteresting.
Do you affirm that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Also, I think that these 3 officers need to readjust their positions. They need to have full hair on one side, half hair in the middle, and then no hair on the end, so that it could be a pattern. But they're not in order. That offends me.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a few additional instructions. If you want to read along, you can fast forward to instruction number 46. 4-person selection and duties. Among the first things you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson.
We don't need the instructions. Was that the jury note? I think that was just him appearing on camera briefly. I don't really care about the jury note. Some other people. The jury note is just, we were supposed to get a stipulation. What was the stipulation? They're like, oh, right, here it is. It's really uninteresting. It's just, do we have all the things? So we did cover the verdict before. We'll cover it again just to wrap this up.
State of Utah versus Kouri Richins.
Pull it into a loop. So here we go. Verdict happened 3 hours in, basically.
We're back on the record in 231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state and the defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present as well. The court is informed that the jury has reached a verdict. I do not know what it is.
Now, when he said, I do not know what it is, I was like, I know what it is. They came back with a verdict at, they came back with a verdict within 3 hours. It's guilty. For Kouri Richins to be acquitted, I was looking at a verdict of like Friday at the soonest. So when they came back this fast, I was like, she's cooked. She's done.
We'll invite the jury in a moment. When I do, I'll ask the foreperson a simple yes or no.
I honestly think that the jury went back and were just like, we don't have anything to talk about because we don't have any disagreements. We all agree that everybody's guilty.
No question. Have you reached a unanimous verdict? I expect that person will say yes. I'll ask them to hand the verdict to the bailiff, hand it to me. I will read the verdict. This brings me to important instruction number 1. There can be no outward reactions whatsoever to the verdict.
And this time she actually manages to have her face not face, which is like impressive because it's the only time her face stops doing face things is this.
These folks are here against their will. They, all the lawyers, Ms. Richins, every attendee, my court staff, the bailiffs, everybody deserves your respect. There simply cannot be any outward reactions. You have to keep your hands folded in your lap. If you feel overcome with emotion, just look down. We cannot have any outward reaction. Second, once the verdict is read and the jury is discharged, you need to stay seated and follow the deputy's instructions about how we will leave the courtroom in an orderly fashion. If anybody in here can't follow these instructions, this is your chance to leave. All right. Fair warning. Counsel.
He's like, get the fuck out now or forever hold your peace.
Ms. Rich.
I didn't notice somebody pointing out Ramos holding a rosary and saying a prayer didn't save her. Interesting. I hadn't noticed the rosary. I mean, I'm not a person of religious faith. I'm just not. But I can appreciate religious faith in other people so long as they are not using it as an excuse to be dicks to people. So long, but I got no issue with that. And I mean, I don't know what he's praying for. I suspect he's just, yeah.
It is my practice to ask all the lawyers and the defendant to stand in respect for the jury as I read the verdict. I just don't want you to be surprised. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
We are.
All right.
I guess if I meet Ramos, if he's Catholic, I have something I might send him. Doc TJB, I don't see that you've been bounced. I see your comments are coming up, so you're good in chat. I see you just fine. So you're here. Maybe I will I don't know if Ramos is Catholic, I might see about I'll reach out to him about the Ramos ramen thing, and if he's down, I will send him something. Somewhere here, it's on my shelf here somewhere. I'll have to find it. I have a rosary that was blessed by a previous pope. So I don't really have much use for it. I got it on a trip, and I will send it to somebody who has a use for it one day. I will have to look at the years. I can't remember which pope it was because I can't remember their names. Now I'm just looking at popes. Popes. I'm looking up. Yeah. List of popes. No, it starts chronologically from the first pope. We need the other side. Okay. I believe it would have been John Paul II. So a little ways back. I got it blessed when I was when I went to the Vatican. They apparently do that. So yeah.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, with the foreperson you've selected, please stand. May I ask you a yes or no question? Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yes, we have. Would you please hand the verdict form to the deputy?
Agree with this.
And you can
It
have
is
a seat.
well
Thank
worth
you.
it. It's an amazing museum.
All right. Counsel, Ms. Richins.
I gotta
please stand.
find it now. It's somewhere in
Count 1,
this
aggravated
mess.
murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt. The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of attempted aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. The attempted homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. Count 3, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 4, insurance fraud. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of insurance fraud. Count 5, forgery. We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Kouri Richins, is guilty of forgery. It's signed by the foreperson. Please have a seat.
It's a hard moment for a lot of people in the, it's a hard moment for a lot of folks in this because there's a lot of emotion all rushing out at once. And yeah.
Madam Foreperson, is this the verdict that the jury reached unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may have a seat. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, do you wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, please.
All right. Folks, I'll ask you the same yes or no question, one at a time, starting on my left, working this way. Front row first. If you could show me your lanyard number as I ask you. Juror number 5, is this the verdict you voted in favor of? Yes. Juror number 4, is this a verdict you voted in favor of?
Jury number
number
3.
3.
Voice poppy on 2 times speed.
I'm so sorry.
It's only
The
1.5.
foreperson, I just need to ask you again. I'm sorry. Juror number 2.
Yes, it is.
Juror number 1. Yes, sir. Sir. Juror number 8.
1.25 now.
Yes. Juror number 7. Yes. Juror number 6. Yes. All right. Counsel, is there anything further on this case before the jury is discharged? Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is now finished. Thank you for your service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You serve justice by your fair and impartial decision. All of my previous admonitions are now lifted. You may speak about this case with anyone or with no one at all. It is entirely.
I don't know who this guy is with the hair, but his hair is super impressive. I don't. Yeah.
Up to you.
It is what it
You
is.
might be contacted in the future by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk with them or with anyone else, but you may if you would like. The choice is yours entirely. I'm now turning to the attorneys and instructing them to honor your wishes as officers of the court if you indicate that you do not want to talk about this case. If you do talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences they may have shared with you during deliberation are not yours to share with others. Thank you, all of you, for your service. Please rise for the jury.
Can I just note, it's also very difficult for for the lawyers at a moment like this. It's going to be hard on them, you know, dealing with
All
that.
right, please have a seat.
It's going to be hard on mom.
Ms. Lewis, we need to get a pre-sentence investigation report, and we need to set sentencing. I imagine, Mr. Bloodworth, that the state would request that that be special set.
Yes, Your Honor.
So here's the thing. The sentencing, when they say special set, they mean we need some time, right? We need like a half day, a day, right? And the reason why they need some time here is they're going to have like, you know, they're going to have family members speaking. They're going to have all of those things. And, oh, Kouri's on another planet now. She wouldn't hear you if you fired a gun next to her right now.
Okay.
She's in her own
Ms.
head.
Lewis, does defendant waive the 45-day limit for sentencing?
Yes, we will.
All right.
That makes sense because, you know, they're going to need to, and I mean, she's going to jail forever, right?
Let me call up my calendar. Should we be looking in May, Ms. Lewis?
That's fine.
Do you have a sense of it, Mr. Bloodworth? April is not possible. In May,
I'm guessing when the judge says April is not possible, I'm guessing the judge has another lengthy trial starting up.
have a sense of when would be appropriate.
Your Honor, can I step back and talk to the victim's family?
Sure. And Ms. Lewis, if you need a moment to confer with anyone.
They are checking with the victim's family because it's like, we want to make sure you're there. Is there any days you can't be there? I mean, at this point, she might as well plead out to the family or the financial crimes because she's already going to be in jail for the rest of time. I saw some people saying that they thought that this was Kouri's row. It is not Kouri's row. You can see Cody next to this. This is clearly an Eric Richins row at the back. And they're like, whatever day you pick, we will fucking be there. That's what that all was, right? That's what everybody there was saying is there's no blackout days because we will be there.
Your Honor, any day in May works.
There's no ineffective assistance of counsel here.
Without having to move something, which I am, of course, willing to do, I could do it during the week of May 25 or the morning of May 13. But if those times don't work, or if the week of May 25 is too far out, I'll move something to accommodate counsel schedules. Ms. Lewis, why don't I begin with you?
Either of those days would work for the defense.
Is a morning enough time?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. We'll set sentencing for 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, May 13. We're hereby referring Ms. Richins for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report.
So, the defense lawyers were fucking dumb here because if I was the defense on this one, I would have been like, we are May 13th is not available, Your Honor. I would have absolutely been like, May 13th, I'm cutting my hair. I am washing my dog. I am gonna be out of state. I'm gonna be dead. Like just whatever, because May 13th is Eric Richins' birthday. The defense lawyers letting this get set for May 13th is just like, oh my God. Like, I would have sat there and booked a flight to Spain to just so I could be like, Your Honor, I've got a non-refundable flight to Spain that day. I literally booked it 6 seconds ago. Like, oh.
We're hereby referring Ms. Richins for the preparation of a pre-sentence investigation report. Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Richins, I'll see you again, May 13, 9:30 a.m. I need everyone to stay seated.
That was fucking cold. Ms. Richins, I will see you again May 13th. May 13th is going to be a rough day, but I have a prediction for May 13th. So the sentencing, I saw somebody in chat say it's 25 years to life is the sentencing range. I am using my psychic powers here. I am predicting the future. Kouri Richins gets life. I mean, come on. This is super aggravating, right? All of the factors of this just say life. If the defense team manages to get anything other than life, they will have accomplished something insanely, like, you know, I will have to be like, defense team has pulled off a fucking miracle here if the judge comes back with anything other than life. She is going to have to sit through a sentencing where she is going to be told how much of a piece of shit she is by Eric Richins' entire family. And she deserves it. And she gets to, live with that for the rest of time. Hopefully those memories will be something she thinks about a lot when she's in jail. And Richins' family gets their closure on this one. I mean, there ain't no luxury prisons for her. There's no luxury prisons for the rich she'll be going to. She'll be going to ordinary prison for all of that. And I hope she thinks about how much easier a fucking divorce would have been. In all of these cases, so many cases, what you see is that murder is never worth it. Everybody who commits these murders, they do so because they have let they've let themselves box them in mentally into a limited sphere of so like she's like, well, I can't do the divorce because I will have to start over. I'm not going to have any money. I mean, you know what? I would rather be in rather be staying in like a Fleabag hotel or Fleabag, apartment and, eating ramen, because the ramen you can get on the outside is so much nicer than the ramen you can get on the inside, right? So much nicer. It's just, there's no question about it. Yeah, all of she would have, if she had, and the other thing is, if she'd just gotten that divorce, she would have gone bankrupt because she's got all of these debts that are all hers. But she would have recovered from the bankruptcy. And you know what? I'm betting she would have had half custody of the kids, equal time. And I'm betting she would have gotten a very, very generous amount of child support and, alimony. And so she would have been sitting there her life would have been fairly ordinary. She would not have been like, she wouldn't have been going on trips. She wouldn't have been, all of the things she was used to. But she'd be okay. And she'd be so much better than where she is now. Bloodworth is prosecuting the financial crimes as well. I see you're settling those. I mean, at the end of the day, I will expect that Bloodworth will wait and see what sentence she gets. And if she gets life without the possibility of parole, Bloodworth will be like, we'll just do here's a mid-range sentence. Like, let's just go with this. Prison ramen is pretty bad, by the way. So she's going to have to think about this. And I saw some people in chat saying she's probably going to have pen pals. You're probably right, because she's not hideous. I mean, she's going to have people writing her. She's going to have, all of this. It just is what it is. But, it's the nature of the universe. But, yeah, we'll see. She's getting married. Does Utah allow conjugals? Most prisons seems to have cut off conjugal visits. I'm just trying to see if they allow conjugals at all. Utah does not allow conjugal visits. So, yeah, I think most conjugals have kind of been ended by most states. So in 1993, 17 states, so very few places still allow conjugals. I mean, if she gets married to somebody or some other thing, it'll just be so that she can, it'll be so that she can get, people sending her money for a commissary. That's what I expect. My hair back there is darker. Weird. I'm just looking at that. So, I mean, she's going to try to, I don't think prison's going to treat her well, because at the end of the day, if you're this kind of manipulative, you got to be scary, because so we'll have to see. It's yeah. All right, let's cover some super chats. Meme Empress, Electric Unicorn is the next thing from Bad Dragon. No, Electric Unicorn is this. Chelsea Rama, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Mrs. Squirrel Java, love and laughter is the best testimony to life. Thank you. By the way, I have a Bad Dragon mug. Because you remember I covered the Bad Dragon case? Bad Dragon sent me a mug with the Bad Dragon logo on it. It's in my dishware. So if I have guests over, somebody at some point is gonna look at that and go like, what the hell? Somebody says, show us the mug. I will bring it out at some point for for a stream and just sit there like drinking out of the mug there. But yeah. What is it? Michigan Farm Boy. But Ian, you and Rob were sitting behind Amber at the Depp Heard trial, so we're obviously in support of her. We like that side of the room because we could see the jurors better, just because of the shape of the room. Apocalypse DOA. My basic is 120-hour course, if I remember right. I think that's for EMT stuff, so that is cool. Chelsea Rama. Now that she's been found guilty, does that resolve the civil case against the trust? No, that is still pending, but it will likely very much shorten it. What is it? Pick an argument. Did Eric get it, or did Kouri get Oxy from Carmen? Which is it? And then where's the Oxy? This felt so dishonest. Yeah. You need to sell the mug at the next fundraiser. That's not a bad idea, actually. So, not a bad idea at all. Michigan Farm Boy story time. I'll hopefully catch on replay. Taxes to do in the morning. Good night, folks. I told the story. Oh man, I got to do my taxes. I got until the end of April, but I don't want to do them, but I have to. Laura J. Riker, thank you so much. Ann Bell Feinstein, I think Nestor wrote the close and Lewis is reading it to due to Nestor not feeling well. Maybe, but she read it badly. So there were no other drugs in his system. All right, pack up the Eric was an addict theory. You just killed it. Imagine yelling when the prosecution didn't. Yeah, I mean, it. Yeah, meme Empress. Also, do you cancel your sex was an actual thing said in a Discord server I'm in, and it lives rent-free in my head. Fair. Amdale Feinstein, without a power of attorney, I'll sign a greeting card or something similar. Yeah. Diana Kitty wants a story. We had stories. Meme Empress, the thing in the no context pinned chat in that server are both concerning and extremely funny. There's no middle ground. My Discord server has a Runkleisms channel. POA, power of attorney, authority to sign for others. Yep. Al Bauman, shipping cost donation. Thank you. I wasn't fishing, but thank you. Laura, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Jillian Whelan, thank you for becoming a member. And thank you for... for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Jeremy Morton, the gifts are a weird argument. No evidence of co-conspirator to send to. If I was the judge, I would have excluded the gifts based on what we've got here. But hi, aspirin wouldn't be approved either. You're probably not wrong about that. Lawyer to be. So Irish lawyer to be. I love it. Here to like for the algorithm on Rewatch Crew. Thank you so much. Soap API, I'll allow it. PS Super Chats fully ban the word rhyming with Sadie. Okay. Can't wait for the sequel if I didn't do it. Fair. Pro Gamer says, I imagine the day her kids watch this. I don't think they will, honestly. But yeah. And we got to roll this. DB Cooper, thank you so much for the super sticker. That is very generous. Thank you. I see people saying her mom was in on it. I don't know. I don't know about that. I know there's some arguments about her mom being kind of suspiciously involved and all of that. I don't know. And Annabelle Feinstein's his first book was ghostwritten. Yeah, Kouri's book was ghostwritten. I don't think she's going to write any other books, quite honestly. I want to get a book written. I want to get a book finished. My book, I don't even know if anybody's going to read it or like it. I don't know if I like it. I've told the story to Mrs. Runkle, and she's like, eh. So, what is it? LEG says, I'm hoping to send some love today with my new t-shirt from a self-ending prevention charity. It's good for you. Yeah, Walk the Dog was her own writings, and it was awful. So yeah. All right. We've covered all the super chats. It is nearly 2 a.m. where I am. So I'm going to go to bed because I have to be up in 5 hours. So tomorrow's going to be a fun day, but I am kind of used to getting 5 hours of sleep. So it's not going to be that much of a thing. It is just how I roll. So, yeah, but thus ends the Kouri Richins trial other than the sentencing. And we will have to see how that goes. But I can already tell you, she's getting life. And it's going to be a real ugly thing. So I got to decide whether I'm going to cover it because it's going to be a lot of the family crying and a lot of the family angry. And Yeah. So, good night, all.